Because talentless little Grace Jones, who was well known for smacking Russell Harty, the chat show host, around the face because he turned his back on her. He'd done an interview with her. Somebody else came on and put them on the other side. He had to turn his back on her, and she started attacking him. Stupid woman. Honestly. So they, out of goodness of their heart, thought, let's give her a minor role in the new Bond movie. It was a very small little part, but obviously she wasn't bright enough to have checked how big the part was. When she got there and they booked her into a super place with the red carpet treatment, as if she was somebody important. As if she was somebody important. Small wonder these people behave like that. Small wonder, isn't it? It's like Naomi Campbell. Small wonder this woman behaves so badly because people go, oh, yes, Your Majesty, and bow and scrape to them. You don't need to. It's Grace Has-Been Jones. Anyway, she turns around, walks off the set. She's gone. Thank God for that. No point in holding up the film anymore, please. Emily Maitlis tries to defend the dog seat decision. The dog recovering from an operation or something managed to get on the seat, didn't it? She lifted it up there. And people put their dirty feet on the seat. It doesn't matter. We've told you time and time. Why is it you think you're different from the rest of us? The thing is, dogs are banned from sitting on seats. I mean, I'm sorry, dear. If you really, think that that's what you want to do with your dog, why don't you take your car into town? Stick it on the seat next to you. Stick it on the sunroof. Do what you like with it, but it's not sitting on the seat on the train. I love the way that they all start behaving as if they're little prima donnas. Oh, the dog wasn't very well. It had had an operation. Well, it had sat on the floor for 3 hours. That's what they do, isn't it? It's a dog. Managed to get up on the seat, though, didn't it, after its little operation? Methinks you might be economical with the truth, dear. Super noodles have shrunk. Now, we haven't had super noodles yet. We had pot noodle the other day, which isn't the same as super noodles. But should we do super noodles tomorrow? OK, I'll go and look for super noodles today. So confusing. And apparently the packet has shrunk, but the price has remained the same. Now, I've never had super noodles, so are they the same as pot noodle? They are completely different? No liquid? No liquid? Oh, yeah. Oh, right, you don't have to add hot water to them. Well, how else do you cook them? I can't hear you. Yeah, Oh, you just boil it? Where are we going to boil it? In here? We haven't got the facility to boil it, have we? We could put it in the microwave, I suppose. I don't like the sound of this. We haven't exactly got a kitchen here that we can sort of boil things up. What have you done to your hair today? What is going on? You haven't done anything, have you, today? Is this what... Have you had it cut? Yeah. Oh, did you? Oh, right. Well, we've all been laughing at the pictures of poor Thomas. Thomas, on holiday, fell asleep on the sand and is burnt to pieces. I mean, seriously. He's looking at the moment like... You used to get those sweets which were raspberry and cream. He looks a bit like that. Refreshers. And he's all burnt on his legs, on his chest, and then he's got that white bit where his shorts were. I mean, so you've never seen anything like it, Paul. He sent it to me this morning. I said, it looks painful. He went, it is. I laughed. I don't know. Because if you burn yourselves, and I know this because I did this some years ago down in Bournemouth, and if you burn yourself that much because you fall asleep in the sun, you don't put anything on. When I got back to the hotel, I lay on the sheets and I pulled the sheet open. It's like pulling broken glass over your body. It's really terrible and it's really not nice. And it was so hot on Saturday here that there will be people who probably got burnt to within an inch of their life. And you probably deeply regret it because it's not just painful, but it makes you feel ill. It really does. Mick Jagger has a heart doctor at all his gigs. Who are the godparents to Archie? To be honest with you, I mean, we don't even know what this child looks like. We've not been privileged to see that because we're only peasants. And as we know, all is not well between Harry, Meghan and the staff. They've lost more staff than anybody in the royal family, all put together, I think. And the latest thing is we're not being invited to the christening. And the Queen's not going either. So obviously it's just a little private matter, just, Harry exercising a bit of authority. So we've already coughed up 32 million, was it, for his wedding? 32 million. It's got to be one of the most expensive weddings in history. And 2.3 million, 2.4 million for the house, Frogmore. Then we had to pay for the security and all the rest of it. And he can't even be bothered to let us, go in and see the christening. It's a bit embarrassing, really. All the newspapers have rounded on him saying you made a big mistake there. Big, big mistake. But there again, Harry thinks he knows what he's doing. He thinks he knows what he's doing. And that's the trouble, isn't it? That if people are led to believe that they're sort of greater than ever... I've always said, listen, the royal family are exactly the same as you and I. All right, they might live in posh houses, they might have more money than you and I put together, but cut them and they bleed the same colour. They don't bleed blue. they bleed red. So it's going to be a private christening, and once again, we're excluded. This is obviously Harry's way of sort of kicking back at the press, don't pick up, I'll decide what you see. Well, to be quite honest, you do what you want, OK? You do what you want. Nobody cares anymore. Wimbledon's doubles, but not as you know it. They managed to get these girls to sort of strip off and do these... It is Wimbledon, isn't it? We are talking about playing tennis here. So they've put two girls who I think are twins, and they're sort of naked, intertwined with each other. It's all a bit bizarre. They've reduced Wimbledon, I'm afraid, to some sort of sex freak show. Not very good. Where is the wickedest woman in movie land? They've listed all the wicked women in movies. And there's all sorts of people. You'd be quite surprised, actually, the list. I'll run through it later on. And what was the other one? Tesco are going to sell ethical chicken. Sorry, they're not selling this chicken because they've had abuse claims. So they've decided to stop selling it. Because you don't know where your chicken comes from, do you? You have no idea. Do you know where all your eggs come from? No. Sunnyside Farm. Happy eggs. Happy chickens. Happy eggs. You have chickens. You have chickens at your house. Slightly bizarre, isn't it? Which means you must have a really bad garden, because chickens eat up gardens like there's no tomorrow. Big garden. And you've got an orchard. And do the chickens wander through the orchard? Yeah. James O'Brien used to have chickens till the local fox decided it wanted them instead. Yeah, you've got to make sure you lock chickens away at night, because foxes, if they actually get in, they don't so much eat them as decimate them. And a friend of mine, Hugh Broom, used to do the travel on LBC years ago. He has a farm, and he has hundreds of all different types of chickens. So all his eggs are all different colours, blues and green. It looks really fantastic, actually. Really fantastic. I went down there one day. I felt all rural. All of a sudden, I went down there, I thought, oh, I'm a farmer. I was... Steve Allen the farmer. I should have one of those straw hats on and sort of sat astride a tractor. Yeah, exactly. Without the cider. I can't do the cider. Get far too tiddly. The Beckhams went to see Kylie Minogue. They were dancing to a disco in a disco tent. Not that I think Dave Beckham can dance for love nor money. I should imagine he's about as wooden as they get. But, oh, dear. Lovely. Do you know, I went to bed really early yesterday. I should have had drinks on the patio, as one does. And Lynn and I have got a bottle of rosé, which has been being chilled for about the last 2 years. And I said to her on the Saturday, I said, give me a ring and I'll have drinks with you on the patio. And I ended up, I fell asleep. So she sent me a message this morning going, tried to phone you at 2:45. I'd obviously gone to sleep at 2:45. I was so tired. And the heat kind of gets you down a little bit, doesn't it? Where you sort of think, I haven't got the strength. You just want to lie on the bed, and just sort of go, I'll just fall asleep. Much happier. It's changing bed linen today. Woo! How exciting is that, honestly? This rock and roll lifestyle. Mick Jagger, eat your heart out. Eat your heart out. Steve Allen knows how to do it. Sitting on a tractor, point of scrumpy in your hand. And I nearly went to a farmer's market, but to be honest, the weather was so hot. Even Saturday morning, first thing, it was hot. Normally, it's a slow burner throughout the day. And today, I came in without a coat. Which is, some later. I don't know what the weather forecast is today. What is the weather forecast? Is it going to be? Wait a minute. I shall ask it. Somebody told me off the date. Will you stop asking Siri silly questions? That's what it's there for, you silly old bat. It's there for answering silly questions too. Ready? Hey Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently clear on 14 degrees in London. Expect mostly clear skies starting in the morning. Today's high will be 22 degrees. And the low will be 14.
Yeah, 22 degrees. So double it, 44. That's 74 degrees. That's okay. I can cope with 74. I don't need it. We have an interview to do anyway, today at 9:30, which is quite a nice time. And it's with an explorer. An explorer. I've done explorers before, actually. People like Bear Grylls and things like that. And who was the man who climbed the mountain? I can't remember his name now. He lost his fingers with frostbite. And it wasn't until he came in, I was sort of looking, thinking, oh, you have lost your fingers with frostbite. Because if frostbite sets in, then you're kind of doomed. There's nothing you can do about it. It's because you just don't know, because the temperature plummets that much. And I remember thinking at the time, wow, Ranulph Fiennes. So when you talk to these people, you always sort of ask them the same question. Why'd you do it? Because, as people have said to me before, if you fall down a crevasse on Everest, you could fall down a mile, half a mile, 2 miles. You're never going to be recovered. They're never going to get you back out again. So you'll be discovered years and years later. What a horrible way to die. So why would you want to climb a mountain? Didn't we lose 12 or something last time? They went up there and 12 people died. I wouldn't do it. Nothing on earth would get me to climb a mountain. Definitely not. Yeah, stay home and have drinks on the patio. It's so much more refined. You know, one likes things like that. And the trouble is, you do it, and I sort of sit, but I have to sit under an umbrella. There's no way that I can sit in the... Honestly, I'm like some poor old woman from Death in Venice. You know, if ever we go to a pub in the summer and I'm out with my godchildren, they always go, hang on, Uncle Steve, we didn't find you a table with an umbrella. So I sort of sit under the umbrella at the table. I look like, seriously, I'm like some elderly aunt that they're all looking after. They go, is he all right? I think he's all right. So they kind of leave me sitting under the umbrella. I don't want to sit in I can't see anything anyway because I'm blind as a bat. If it's bright sunlight, it's got to be sunglasses on. Super noodles are full of salt, very unhealthy, says Matthew. Well, we're only doing it one day. We're not eating them full time. We've got loads of money. I might have fillet steak later. I don't know. Bought a very nice piece of fillet steak the other day. I just throw it in a frying pan with some baked beans. Why? Because I'm common. You know, I feel you could do things like that. Roger Moore thought Grace Jones was very rude and unpleasant during the filming of View to a Kill. Well, I mean, she is rude. She's rude and offensive, but without anything to back it up. Slave to the rhythm. That's what she had. That was her big hit album. But she was nobody, really. She was nobody. But on Sports Day, what were you good at, Steve, when you were at school? Everything. Sickening, isn't it, really? Yes. They always used to put me in for the three-legged race. I used to go in for the sack race. I liked all the rude ones. And I could do egg and spoon. And what was the other one I did? I used to hate it. If ever they did the three-legged race and you were saddled with the school dunce, I used to get very cross. Come on, pick yourself up, for God's sake. We're going to win this blooming thing. But there's only a couple of Quality Street to win. Get up! And we'd pelt her off down the course. But I quite liked any of those sort of things. But I was very good at hurdles. I was good at 100 metres. I was good at high jump. And I was very good at running round the course for the relay race screaming. Because I didn't like being chased. I'd had this horrible fear of being... Somebody only had to come up behind me, down the school corridor and go... like that. And I'd be off. I'd be off like an exorcist. I hated it. Hated being chased. It was always like, woo, gonna get you. Which leg? Whichever one was available. Didn't really have a choice on legs. I don't know which leg. Oh, which part? Oh, so I was the third one. Yes, yeah, I was the third one. I liked it though, provided the person before me was good. I could win it all the time. But if I got some real idiot who couldn't, you have to be good at receiving, and my hand was behind me immediately. Sometimes I missed the baton. Sometimes the poor bloke got dragged around with me. Screaming all the time, Dave, the baton's in the other hand. Oh, right. God, we used to love it, I tell you. School day, they always say, school, happiest day of your life. Misery. Sheer bloomin' misery. I don't know why anybody ever said they liked school, unless you were a swat and you were really, really good at things. And I was not one of those who was really good at things. I was very good at reading, very good at writing, useless at maths, good at art, good at music. What else do we do? Good at the gym. And what else do we have? Average at French and German. And that was about it, really. And in fact, to be honest with you, staying at school any longer than I did wouldn't have helped me in the slightest. There was no advantage. I left at 15. There was no advantage to me staying on at school because I wasn't going to achieve anything that would enable me to do what I wanted to do for a living because I didn't know what I wanted to do for a living. My mother thought I wanted to be an estate agent. Wrong. My father thought I was going to be a speech therapist because I was very good at speaking. And I didn't know what I wanted to do. I had no idea. So I left and went to Germany. Well, I went actually to Europe to get a job as a DJ. I'd seen an advert in a magazine. I thought, oh, I'll go over there and be a DJ. So off I went. I didn't actually do any gigs, which was just as well because I got so homesick I needed to come home. Hated it, absolutely hated it. In a place called Herning, which is up in Jutland, and they had all these English DJs going over on the boat. I was surrounded by complete and utter idiots. Seriously, they all had gimmicks. One of them had an invisible dog, so he had a stiff lead, and he just walked around with this lead with the collar at the end of it, and that was part of his act. I didn't, because when I got over there, Jerry Coord, who was running Europa Bookings at the time, said, "So do you have any sort of gimmick?" Gimmick? No. I'm a DJ. I'd only been doing it for our local youth club, so I was sort of basically inexperienced, and the case that I'd had made to take my records over was made of plywood. It was so heavy, it had to have its own trolley. And I hated the journey over on the boat. I hated the whole thing about it. I stayed at this guy, Jerry Coord's house with his girlfriend and him, and I had enough money, but I didn't know where to go and buy food. And they had a loaf of bread in the kitchen. I always remember it, because every day I'd go and take a little thin slice off, so maybe they wouldn't notice that I'd had a little bit of bread. I mean, I was as thin as Callum. As thin as Callum. And it's not that I'm saying you're that thin. I mean, you're not sort of unhealthily anorexic. But I was slim, and I survived on literally about less than a quarter of an inch of this loaf. I'll always remember it. I had to brush all the dust off and all the rest to make sure nobody noticed that I had some. He must have noticed eventually at the end of the first week the full loaf of bread had gone down to about half a loaf of bread, unless they had mice who could cut it. It was me, though, all the time, so I could tell you that now. But I came home after about 2 weeks. Every time we went out, he was trying to palm me off on some of these discos. Oh, he's a good DJ. And I hated it. Absolutely hated it. And yet there's some people probably make a very good living out there. Not me. 420. So, no, I never tell people things. Because people always tell me things, and the one thing they say to me is, don't say anything. And I always go, please don't tell me anything. It's fatal. I can't help it. It's all being woven into my book, which is called You'll Not Believe It. So, but anyway, but the good news is, the reason I'm telling you this is because sometimes if you go out on and I don't know why traditionally Friday, I suppose because it's the end of the week and people have been paid and all the rest of it, so you go out and people look more appealing after a couple of drinks. And so you go out and you meet somebody, and then if you're lucky, the next morning you phone them and they actually speak to you. Now, of course, this is a new experience for Ollie. He's never had this, where he's been out, met somebody, nice, well, he thinks so, and then, they've sort of, shared cuddles and things, and then the next morning he phones her to go, hey, how was it for you? And they never answer. So he never knows. He never knows. But it doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter. I keep saying to him, listen, just move on in life. If you're actually worried about it, worried about being single, especially in London, you wouldn't go out at all because you'd be far too used to rejection. It makes no difference. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. And that's all you don't even need to hope for it. You go out with your friends, you have a nice time. If you've had a nice time, you've achieved your objective. If there's a little bonus, like a little bit of a squeeze and a cuddle, little bit of fluids, some tonguing, things like that, then that's all right. That's all right. But don't ever expect it when you go out. I used to work in a bar. Some friends of mine had a bar, and I've worked in clubs over many, many years. And I used to watch, because you end up being a great people watcher. So you see somebody approaching girls, and you think, they're not going to be interested. They're really not going to be interested. And then you see the look of dejection, and then they try again. Then it gets to the end of the night. I mean, if you want to see a classic example of how bad it is, even on the gay scene, Charing Cross Station, bus stop outside, 2 a.m, loads of gay guys, all with little overnight bags and nowhere to go. Do you know in heaven they even sell an overnight kit? An overnight kit in heaven they sell you, which is, somebody told me, toothpaste, toothbrush, condom, and a pair of paper pants. I mean, I didn't even know such things existed. I thought that was just for hospitals and stuff like that. And you get all these people who've travelled up from Somerset and places, and they sort of come and they sort of go to the club and I'll be pulling here because it's dead easy in London. And then at the end of the night they are standing there waiting for the night bus, going nowhere. It's all very tragic, but don't worry about it, because it's great. We've all got LBC. You can listen to LBC all the time, and it is like having a friend on the radio. Fillet steak and baked beans sounds good to me, says Shane. It is. It is. Steve, could we get you a couple of rescued battery hens? Oh, you can buy rescued battery hens. They've been mauled to pieces, and it's an opportunity to get them back together again, so they get a new lease of life. I've seen it. I know all about it. I've been in the business lots of years, believe you me. This has been around for a long time. Have you ever tried the pink gin? It's the in thing at the moment. No, I'm not a gin drinker. I don't do gin. No, never done gin. I've never enjoyed... Ever since somebody said to me it's a depressant. And I thought, there's no point in drinking to get depressed. You'd be depressed without the drink. But apparently gin makes you feel a bit more depressed. Mother's ruin. That's right. Gin, mother's ruin. I mean, it's I'm sure pink gin. Is it just gin with Angostura bitters? Oh, that's all. Oh, right. We said years ago, you put a couple of drops in, shake it round, and then throw it away, and then pour in the gin on the top. What difference does that make? I'll tell you what makes a drink: ice cubes. Ice cubes or shaved ice. I like shaved ice as well. That's quite nice. We were talking about shaving earlier on, Ollie and I, weren't we? We discovered a picture of some girl from Love Island, and we weren't too sure about the picture, actually. We looked at it. Do you think Callum would notice? Yeah. It's a really odd... It's a very odd picture. Because the first thing... Now, what do you notice about that picture straight away, Callum? What do you notice about that? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. And I looked at it twice, and I thought, I think somebody needs to have airbrushed this a little bit. Yeah, somebody needs to have airbrushed it a little bit more. It just looks a little bit peculiar. But anyway, doesn't matter. Steve, I think I know why M&S fashion is struggling. In the men's section, there's 20 racks of slim fit shirts and slim fit trousers, but very few racks for regular fit clothes. I know. And yet the majority of people shopping in M&S are of the fuller figure. But they don't make it bigger. You know, they could... I'm sorry, I don't care what anybody says. Even in colour. Even in colour. You show that to Callum? Callum, look, even in colour. I mean, come on. Does, doesn't it? Very tacky. Very tacky. As Ollie... Oh, I can't tell what Ollie said. Steve, you... it was wintry, 5 degrees this morning in Sydney. The flu is going around. We've had people here with flu. We've had people here with... I bumped into somebody the other day in this building who said, you won't believe it, the weather goes up to record temperatures and what do they get? They get a cold. Mike says, which producer would you like to be in a 3-legged race with? I don't know, actually. Thomas is too tall for me. Ollie's just a bit slow, I think. Henry would be much, much slower. Although Henry thinks he's a footballer, I've noticed. Henry thinks he's a bit of a footballer. He was playing footballer the other week for charity, and he's obviously got all the kit and all the rest of it. He puts it on. Seriously, it does look a little bit like drag, but at least he made the effort. And Callum's too slim. I mean, I'd probably end up dragging him down. So it's a difficult one, isn't it? Really. I don't know. I mean, I wasn't even aware that they did sports races anymore. So I went past Twickenham Green yesterday, day before, and they were having a sports day on the green. And there was loads of parents out there, which was fantastic. Steve, you might not have enjoyed doing the Jutland gig, but I bet you could fill a dance floor within seconds compared to the other dudes. I probably could, actually. I am particularly good at dancing. It has to be said. You might not think so. But in fact, even my bank manager, we went to a wedding a few years ago, and she said, God, she said, you can really dance, can't you? I said, yes, certainly can. I feel the rhythm. Feel the rhythm. Billy says, your school experiences sound identical to mine. If you like science, were useless at metalwork and stared out the window a lot, we could be twins. Well, actually, surprisingly, I wasn't wild about science. I quite liked test tubes and heating up things and everything else. But the thing I was very good at was metalwork. Metalwork. I made, the first thing I made was a theatre light. I know, a poker. We made a poker. I made the wooden one first, but that didn't work as well. So I did the metalwork poker and all sorts of things. And I made, what did I make? Well, I made all sorts of things. I was very good at metalwork. I was very good. I know, well, I wouldn't either, to be honest with you. And I thought, I'll make a light. So I made the box. First of all, I had to cut out the tin plate and then solder it all around the edges. Then I made a stand, and I was able to put a screw thread on and all that kind of stuff. I was very good at it. Oh, yes, people used to admire my metalwork from afar. They used to say, I bet that's a Steve piece, isn't it? And they go, I think it is. Steve's poker. There it is. Look at it. Good Lord, honestly. How impressive is that? And so we were all very pleased, very pleased. And yet, the funny thing is, you don't do that when you leave school. How many times do you leave school and go, I must continue with metalwork, or I must continue with woodwork? You know, so unless I was going to be a cabinet maker or something like that, or just make pokers for the rest of my life. And I stamped my initials on it as well. So somewhere, my parents had a box with because you'd always proudly take them home, didn't you? You go, oh, look, this is what I've made today, and your mother would go, that's nice, dear. And in fact, the poker used to sit by our Rayburn. We had a Rayburn fire in the sitting room, which heated the whole house. It was very good. But you had to lay it every morning it went out. You'd have to lay the fire. Middle of winter, no fun. No fun at all. Screwing up newspaper, then twigs, then lighting the bottom, then some coke on the top, and hoping that it was going to take. If it didn't, you had to start all over again. Bit done. I mean, it'll just be... Oh, sorry, there you are. Anyway, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. 1st of July, I bet you're thrilled. I'm not, because this year is racing through. I mean, it seriously is racing through. So we're into July, August, September, October, November, December. So it's 6 months, isn't it? 6 months that we've got, probably just under 6 months, to try and get the world back together again. I don't know. I think between now and Christmas, we're definitely going to be having a general election, and we're definitely going to be having some Carry-On films on the verge of a comeback. I don't know why. They tried making the Carry-Ons, Carry-On Columbus and Carry-On England and a few other ones like that. They didn't work. They absolutely didn't work. There's a producer who has splashed out $500,000 for rights to flog Carry-On merchandise, which will help him finance 3 new movies. Well, at the moment, there must be loads of illegal stuff out there, because I've seen mugs with Carry-On, blah, blah, blah. And that's all based on the Carry-On films. So what your rights are, I've got no idea. That they have a picture of Emily A. Tack, they think, looking as Barbara Windsor. There's no comparison whatsoever. Mr. Baker hopes to sell enough Carry-On-related products to finance 3 new slapstick movies. He has unused scripts written by Peter Rogers before he died, including Carry-On London, which was... I thought we've already had Carry-On London. I remember Carry-On... Why do I remember Carry-On London? Carry-On England. That's what we had. We had Carry-On England. And so he's looking for people. Well, they've tried this before and it doesn't work. You cannot replace the likes of Kenneth Williams, Sid James, Barbara Windsor, and everybody else. It just doesn't work. It really doesn't work. So easier to... They say Michael Sheen could be Kenneth Williams. Well, that's about the only one who could do it. Danny Dyer could take the Sid James parts. Ruth Jones could be Hattie Jakes. And Alan Carr could carry on as Charles Hawtrey. Well, he couldn't. Charles Hawtrey was stick thin. He was like about as big as Callum. Little thin person. Whereas Alan Carr's a little bit bigger, as they say. In fact, quite a bit bigger. So that definitely wouldn't work. Why do they want to change things? Why do people want to change things? It's like the Mission Impossible films, which I think have been done to death. And then they go, and here's another one. And you go, no, they should have left them. Police kicked a man out of Asda the other day for raging over its gay pride gnomes. Because it's Pride this coming Saturday. He yelled abuse at staff and 4 officers had to tell the highly aggressive man to leave the branch in Plymouth. Asda say, we don't accept abusive behaviour towards colleagues, customers or gnomes. I agree with them. You can't be abusive. You get some very stupid people, don't you? Some really thick people. And you know what it is? He was probably gay himself, and he was seeing his image portrayed as a gnome, and that's why he was upset. I mean, probably fueled by sort of a Campari or a gin and tonic or something exciting. Just a lemonade, I would think. Drunks everywhere at the moment. It's the weather, isn't it? It's the weather for people drinking. But there's no fun drinking on the street unless you've got an ice machine with you. Or failure. Do you think you could ever get an alcoholic slush puppy? Because a slush puppy with alcohol, that'd be quite good. I wonder what you could put with it. Perhaps you could probably just put vodka in, couldn't you? Or gin. You couldn't put anything that was... Oh, the pink gin. See, Ollie's he's drinking in posh places now. Pink gin, violet gin. What colour gin would you like today? A slush machine in the office. Oh, brilliant idea. We wouldn't have to drink tea in the morning. We could say, I'm going to have a slush. And then Callum would go, what would you... I'd go, blueberry. Blueberry with vodka. Callum would go, a little bit overexcitable with the vodka. We get halfway through the programme and go, I've got to go. I can't stay anymore. I can't stay anymore. I quite like the idea of alcohol, because they do alcoholic lollies. Yeah. I think Sainsbury's do. They're quite nice. Of course, you would have tried them, wouldn't you? Why am I not surprised if anybody's tried them? Gin marshmallows. Gin marshmallows? How does that work? What? Sounds disgusting. Have you had toffee vodka? We went berserk on toffee vodka on this programme. No, toffee vodka is like, whoa! That's fantastic. I bought a bottle for an ex-producer, actually, one Christmas, who was very excitable about the whole thing. And it tastes like toffee, but it's got the kickback of vodka. It's delicious. Toffee vodka. And also, you can go out and get not marshmallow. You can go and get different milkshakes with vodka and whiskey and stuff like that. But there's never enough vodka. Oh, of course, Callum knows that one. Very, very familiar there and those. Yes, we've had the alcoholic one, Steve, and that's what makes me the personality that I've got at the moment. But he's not done his hair today. I'm going to ask everybody in the office to mention it to him. Okay. Yeah, exactly. He doesn't see now. He's actually pulled. It doesn't make any difference, does it? You don't need to impress anybody. You can go out, heavens above, just go out looking like that. Obviously works. And presume... Oh, well, it depends how long they stayed. I don't know. I don't like to ask these things. That's highly personal. What a rude question, Steve. What a rude question. Steve, Carry On films were all about the actors. Irreplaceable. Right as usual, says John the cabbie. Yeah, I mean, you cannot replace people. You know, Barbara Windsor is Barbara Windsor. The reason those films were successful is because of the cast and because of Peter Rogers and the way that he put them all together. That's why it worked. You can't sort of go, oh, Emily Atack's very popular or Alan Carr's very popular. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything at all. You're right about rejection. When trying to pull, don't cry or get down over it. Just smile and move on. Oh, the fruit pastel ice lollies in Waitrose or Iceland. Very nice. I'm still thinking the slush puppy with alcohol in sounds a bit of a winner, doesn't it, in this weather? The other day, I nearly had a kebab on Sunday morning. I nearly had a kebab. It was your territory, exactly. I don't normally do it. And I was sober. And I thought to myself, I'll have a kebab. And I went past the kebab shop. It's closed. Now, whether it's closed for holidays, I don't know. There was just a notice on the window. And I thought, well, I'll just get a doner. I can't ask for anything. Me? I'm 65, don't be so ridiculous. I stay in with the television on. I fall asleep with Chinese on my lap. You know, and that was my big disaster. You all remember that one, don't you? Where I went out and bought the Chinese, sweet and sour chicken, and all the rest of it, and I put it on this plate on my lap. Then I fell asleep, my legs opened, and it all went down my legs. So when I woke up, I thought I'd hemorrhaged. I had no idea, and I couldn't work out where the pineapple came from and everything else. It seemed to be the most peculiar thing. I had it stuck to my it was horrid. It was not a pleasant evening. So no, I don't do nights out. I do lunches. If I do a night out, it's going to be reasonably early. I might do a lunch that extends partly into the evening. Yes. Is the answer to that one. Yes, I do. Yes. No, I don't need the paper pan. Ask them in Joe Allen's, does he drink lunchtime? Yes, I think so. Normally there's about 5 of it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's normally about 5 of us. 6 probably. And yeah, we always drink. And then we go on to have cocktails at Christmas. But this weekend, all my chums from here, they were all down at Glastonbury. Moyles was at Glastonbury, Pippa was at Glastonbury, Toby was at Glastonbury. Everybody was down there, waving their flags and all the rest of it. And then the Beckhams turned up, apparently with their celebrity entourage, which comprised of the bloke from Take That. That was it. There was nobody else down there at all that I noticed. Well, a few people, they go, oh, God, the Beckhams are here, avoid them like the plague. She had to take her sort of shoes off when sort of dancing, pretending that they're like sort of madly in love, which is great. Monzi says, too many alcoholic slush puppies, then you'll call them sloshed puppies. I just think it sounds like a good idea. John and I used to go out doing the deliveries. Well, he did the deliveries. I just sort of sat there looking interesting. And we'd always pull into this place down just up from Teddington. And if there's slush puppy machine on, we'd buy 2 big slush puppies and sit there. And that was always quite nice. Kate says, I've just had a Citroën Presse. Although I thought I'd go as authentic as in the south of France. It's battery acid. Maybe I should have added vodka. I don't even know what that is. Is that just a homemade lemonade kind of thing? It sounds quite nice, actually. Sounds quite nice. I quite like homemade lemonade. They do a nice one in Marks and Spencer's, and it's just pressed lemon with water, I think, which is a bit expensive what it is, but it tastes quite nice when it's cold. It's got to be ice cold, and then you sort of go like that. Quite like when you were bowling and slush puppies. Oh, what, actually indoor bowling, 10-pin bowling? Oh, right. I've only ever done that a couple of times. I wasn't very good at it, as you can well imagine. Not my sort of thing to grab a ball in one hand and then sort of throw it down there, trying not to follow on. You've got to put 3... It's always 3 fingers, isn't it? Is it 2 fingers and a thumb? Is that how it works? I don't know. You boys seem to know more about it than I do. I'm way out on a limb on these sort of things. Honestly, to get me to do something like that, you'd have to probably drug me to start with. Anyway, so how was your weekend at home? Was it good? I do hope so. I hope you listened to LBC yesterday to Andrew Castle, because when they were doing the live coverage of Kim Jong-un meeting Trump, it was I got the complete atmosphere just over the radio. Whereas in fact they were explaining what was going on, but we were slightly ahead of it. And it was so interesting to watch all the people taking photographs of Kim Jong-un and trying to get the right... Because you can imagine, if they get it wrong and miss a picture, they're going to be executed. It's as simple as that. They don't mess around. Fast Show's Charlie Higson, as I told you yesterday, has claimed that Sir Winston Churchill may have been gay. I don't think they knew what gay was back in those days. I think it was a completely different thing. He also claimed that Churchill loved knocking back cocktails and going out dancing. Why not? I mean, what do you think? Dancing is exclusively for... Everybody loves that. Knocking back cocktails and going out dancing. It's not just for the young, it's for all sorts of ages. In fact, sometimes the older you actually get, the more fun it can be. Except for a lady called Joan Whitehorn. Joan goes on holiday. She's 84. She flies back from Portugal. In her throat are 2 lamb bones, which had got stuck there. They neither went up nor down, so she was faced with a 10-hour wait to see a throat specialist in the Algarve. So she flew back to the UK, and she had an emergency operation. They were about the size of a little finger, and she had 2 of them stuck in her throat. Oh, look, it's a picture of Matt Goss and his hair. Very funny, actually. Very funny hair. He's named his French bulldog Reggie after Reggie Craig because it's a proper solid British name. He's not the full ticket, is he? Really isn't the full ticket. The 2 men had developed a friendship after Reggie wrote to Matt because he wanted to talk about being a twin. Matt said he used to speak to him every other day. I mean, sometimes you begin to wonder whether it's just a bit doolally. Little bit crackers, isn't he? Yeah, I used to speak to Reggie twice a day. How were we? 12, were you, dear? 12? Matt, who's now 50. The hair is about 10, I think, but certainly not 50. Mouse scare shuts the Disney theme cafe. Somebody saw a mouse in there. And over in Disneyland Paris, Holly Willoughby goes over there because they're launching some Lion King and Jungle Festival. And obviously they need the endorsement, so they pay for them all to go over there. So a film crew goes over, they film, it's quite normal, and they all have a nice time. I've never been to Disneyland Paris. I've been to Disneyland Anaheim, but I've never been to the one in Paris. I bet you were all buying... Oh, I read a review the other day. And I don't know whether or not I should tell you this review, because I'm always interested. Which magazine always do great reviews. If you want to buy something like a washing machine or a vacuum cleaner or a dishwasher or any sort of electrical equipment or anything like that, they'll always do reviews, and you can find them if you subscribe to Which, and they will tell you honestly exactly what it's about. This was a bloke on YouTube, and he was reviewing... Have you seen this thing? I think it's through JML, which means it's made in China, and it's a little box which delivers cold air. But the reason it delivers cold air is because you take out the panel, soak it in water, and then have to put that in the fridge to freeze it. Then you put it into the thing. And he said it just wasn't good enough. So they brought out version 2. But of course, as we're still stuck with version 1, it'll be a while before we get version 2. And he said, actually, it turns out that compared to version 2, version 1 was doing it slightly better. But once this thing thaws out... That's it. You can't just move it around, he said, because water sloshes everywhere. So when they demonstrate it on the telly, it makes it look, and it's about 49 quid, isn't it, or something? They make it look, you can move it anywhere you like. And they never see the cable. The cable is always discreetly hidden, as if it's sort of magically getting the electricity out of the wall. But it wasn't. Pretty nice to be company. So Glastonbury finishes, and today back at the stations, there's going to be coming all the remnants. All those who survive. Oh, my head. Oh, spinning around. That Kylie was amazing. Just super duper. Well, at least it didn't rain, so for that we should thank our blessings. And everybody seemed to have a nice time, and that's all that matters. It raises a fortune, doesn't it? I mean, they seriously do. They generate a lot of money. It's become the place to be, the place to be seen. But it's posh. It's middle class. It's not working class place to go. I don't think so. They're definitely, all sort of poshy sort of people. But everybody seemed to like it, so Kylie gets the front page. I've never quite understood why. Actor Chris Pratt has been given 2 pet pigs for his 40th birthday by his new wife. And Kelly Brook, by Joe, showing a lot there, young Kelly. She's dating Jeremy Parisi. She was wearing blue lingerie. Baby blue lingerie. She's preparing to judge the Sun's Bust in Britain competition. You got your ticket for that one, Ollie? Front row. You're a judge. She said, I want to encourage women to be confident in their own skin. Strange enough, Ollie subscribes to that as well. He wants women to be comfortable in their own skin. Honestly, we can't push him often enough out there. So, go on, tell him where you work, tell him who you work for, tell him what it's like, you know. Then they'll be really impressed. Tell him you get to meet celebrities. They love it, honestly. Just spin him any old rubbish. It always works. 50 years as Prince of Wales. Charles today celebrates 50 years since he was made as Prince of Wales. The longest anyone has been in the role. Yes, I mean, he's 70. I mean, do we think he's ever going to be... I mean, if I put hand on heart, do I think he's going to actually ever be king? And the answer is, I'm not sure if he is. I'm not sure if he is. The Queen shows no sign of settling down at all. And she's, 93, 92, 93, something like that. And she still looks like she's full of beans. I bet every day he wakes up and goes, is Mama still all right? Oh, God. Squeeze lemon with water and sugar, says Kate. Divine, but a tad harsh on the stomach. I only have it about once every month. If ever I say I like something, I don't do it on a regular basis. I'll only do it once in a while. So occasionally I'll go into M&S and they do this still lemonade, and I'll buy it. But it'll just be the once. Apparently they've been selling alcoholic slush in Magaluf for 20 years. They're called daiquiris. No, that's a cocktail, a daiquiri, isn't it? You get strawberry daiquiri and a what's-it daiquiri. But, no, no, as far as I know, not. Oh, we're on the sherbets, are we? The sherbet flying saucers. They're nice, aren't they? I like them, yeah. Because the nice thing is that they just melt it, you just keep eating them. Because it's just the sherbet. I don't even know what sherbet's made of. Sherbet, probably. I never thought about it. These sherbet flying saucers. You can buy a packet for £1, but in Costco they do a drum of them, which is kind of a bit more. So if you're having a kid's party, very useful. Don't you ever get brain freeze after drinking slush puppies? Yes, always. I don't get it with lollies, but I get it with slush puppies. Definitely. You take it out, and you try and do everything, don't you? Rub your throat to try and warm it up a little bit. I don't know what brain freeze is. Whatever it is, I don't like it. Vic and Dave flouted driving laws as they piled into the back of a Range Rover with friends at Glastonbury. Posh lay across the laps of Bex and pals in the rear seat, so had no seatbelts on, as they were driven away from the festival on public roads. The A-list couple, who recently faced the embarrassment of Dave being banned from driving after a string of offences, had enjoyed some late-night partying. I mean, she could have been hit with a £100 fine. It was a lovely thing. What did I read coming in this morning in the car? Oh, that's right. It was, there's an event taking place. Apparently, Jordan's going to be doing a gig up in Halifax in Yorkshire or something like that. And for £50, you can get to meet her before she sings her one song. And I said, no, save £50. Go and wait at the local police station, because the chances are she's going to be appearing there long before she's finished singing a song. And then there's a dinner as well for the same £50, another £50. You can actually sit down to dinner where she's going to be at. You'd have to be a bit sad, wouldn't you, for that kind of thing? I'd say, sorry, here is Jordan. Oh, look, face down in the gutter again. How exciting. You bought your ticket already? Poor Ollie, honestly. Have you noticed the desperation now in his voice? I bought a ticket, Steve. He said, I said, that's not... He told me this before the programme. He said, I bought a ticket. He said, do you think she'll want to meet me? And I said, no, she won't want to meet you, Ollie. And so anyway, then he wiped the tear from his eye. And I said, but don't worry, because I'll tell her you're there. Thank you, Steve, he said. Look, all of a sudden I felt a little bit guilty about the whole thing, because it's coming up to Christmas, and this will be the 12th Christmas he spent by himself, and I was trying to think how we can get... And I thought if we got him a job in a garden centre working in Santa's grotto, he could then hand the present to Father Christmas to give to the child, and that way he could meet their mothers. You know, that'd be... Well, because it's a good way of meeting people, isn't it? Good way of meeting people. What was your best chat-up line, Callum? I can't remember what you said it was. What was it? Okay. Don't try and think of something particularly witty or funny. Whatever it was, it worked. We just want to know, hello, my name... Oh, sorry, I just thought it was something really rude. I can't tell you. Makes it sound even worse. But anyway, 6 minutes to 5. So, Meghan and Harry causing fury. Now it's a private baptism for baby Archie, because we've not seen what baby Archie looks like. And the reason is they want to keep the baby private. Well, you remembered what the chat-up line is. Do you want a pot noodle? She went, oh, I wonder what it was. It's a super noodle. Yeah, super noodle sounds better, doesn't it? But you don't want to over-egg the pudding. You know, you don't want to get somebody so excited they go, super noodle. You go, yeah, well, you know, that's what they tell me. So, royal author Penny Junor said of Meghan and Harry, either they're totally private, pay for their own house and disappear out of view, or play the game. I have to be honest, I have to agree with her, and I don't agree with everything she says. I know that she's on Charles's side a lot of the time. So they've had the £2.4 million to get the house done up. They also had their wedding, and that cost, I think it was about £32 million. And so now they're basically saying, yeah, we want all your money, but we're not doing anything for it. Further details of their lavish pad have emerged, including a £5,000 copper bath. Well, where did that come from? Who has told the press that they bought a £5,000 copper bath? Buckingham Palace has not commented. I bet. What does the Sun say? They say Prince Harry and Meghan want to have it both ways. They spend £2.4 million of public money doing up their new home, which they justify by pointing to their royal duties. Although, to be honest with you, they're not using the house for anything apart from themselves. And then the couple turn around and break with years of precedent, declaring that baby Archie, 7th in line to the throne, must be christened behind closed doors. So which is it? Are they public servants whose every expense, such as a copper bath, should be funded by the taxpayer? Or are they private citizens who can dodge scrutiny? Time to choose. Or they risk losing the public's goodwill. You see, not good news for them. Very bad. Now, either she's putting her foot down, saying, this is what I want, and we can do anything, and Harry, don't be so weak. Because remember, she is pushy. She's pushy Meghan. And Harry, of course, who's sort of, he's done the rounds for a few years, now he's settled down. But they've obviously decided they're going to milk it for all it's worth, so it's costing us millions. And at the end of it, all we want is, a picture of the christening and that kind of thing. Like you get with all the other ones. Talking of the other ones, there's Sir Philip Green's former fitness instructor. Must be former. I've never seen a fitness instructor that looks so bad. Seriously, either this picture is some sort of joke. This is a lady who told how the British retail tycoon would comment on her breasts, saying, nice melons, and you're looking perky today. It's not exactly a chat-up line, is it? Hello, you're looking a bit perky today. Nice melons. Doesn't work, does it? No, never works. Anyway, Kim, who started work there in 2011, says she and Tina would roll our eyes at each other. She says she never felt threatened by him. I'm not at all surprised here. Looking at you, I don't think he'd be remotely interested. I find it a bit difficult to believe, because he spanked her as well. I mean, obviously, what are these people getting up to? Like me arriving in and Ollie saying, so, before we start the show, Steve, bit about your father? We go, I don't think so, Ollie. No, let's do the show first, then. A little bit about your father. We've got to do the show first. You can't sort of jump the gun, can you? I'm not sure if I want to go to Gwyneth Paltrow's place. She has wacky wellness weekenders. They've got lubricant, which is organic. Dear. Also, they've got cauliflower popcorn, and they have it's all sorts of things. You go there, and she tries to, for £4,500 a week, she tries to teach you to be a better person. Seems like an awful lot of money to me. £4,500. I'll tell you what, send me 1,000, I'll tell you you're a good person. There you go, you get much better. And we have a track record. We have a track record of making people feel an awful lot better. Steve, I've got the menu here for the Katie Price special meal. Piece of toast and a cup of tea in a police cell. Fantastic. Have you been to that bar in London? You might have been to that bar in London where you can have your drinks in a police cell. Yeah, you've been there. You been there? No. It's good, you should go. Have you been? Yeah, you must go. You must definitely go. Yeah, it might have been a real cell. No, not a real cell? I don't know. You're having one of your, I asked for a sherbet lemon and I got pink gin. Do me a favour, officer. Would you like to come and spend a couple of hours with us? I don't even like you. Why would I want to spend a couple of hours with you? Come and enjoy the custody of the Charing Cross police station. I don't like it. No, it's in a hotel, and you go in there, and then you go to the back, and it's an old police station. They've got the cells there, so you can book a cell. You'd like that. I know, you'd like that. You could tell he'd like that. It's a good idea. It's not very far from here, is it, really? As the crow flies. Oh, we've got the news coming. I just realised. Whew, blimey. Actually, talking of police, 8 in 10 police officers attacked in the last year. Not very good, is it? Not very good. Trump makes history in North Korea. Mick Jagger has a heart doctor at all his gigs. It's going to be fine, take my word for it. And the translators in court, which cost £60 million a year. Plus, the army chief blasting Britain's tubby soldiers, and some bloke who's covered in tattoos, and he can't understand why women don't fancy him. It's because he's ugly. OK, it's got nothing to do with the tattoos. It just doesn't look right. Tearful Kylie finally plays Glastonbury and does the hits. And it's Wimbledon doubles, but not as you know it. For some reason, they get them to pose naked now. It's really... It's Debbie Company, Monday, 1st of July. Actually, you might be getting rid of your holiday. A lot of people I know are actually on their holidays at the moment, including my producer Thomas, who is burnt to pieces. He fell asleep in the sand, and to be honest with you, he looks a bit like a prawn. He really does. He looks terribly sore and all the rest of it. He said he's tried the after sun. It's not making a scrap of difference. So he's suffering very badly at the moment. The rest of us, of course, are just enjoying the weather here, provided you don't go outside. It's all right to sit outside. I can't do it. So I had sort of a weekend of hibernating, as I call it, just to be safer. Because if you're going to go outside, you need to cover yourself in sun cream and put a hat on and sunglasses and the whole rest of it. So on the programme this morning, the telly disasters that have gone down in history, the ones that you remember. The ones that you remember, like Judy Finnegan, when she stood there exposing her bra because the front of her thing had fallen away. And they all carried on, and everyone was laughing, and it took somebody to point it out to her. The translators in court, 60 million a year. And to be honest with you, some people speak perfect English. They just think they'll waste our time. Plus the tax man. How much has he collected in late fines? These are for people who don't file in time. 860 million last year. And also, Tesco are not selling their ethical chicken after claims of abuse. And so once it's been photographed, Tesco have to go look elsewhere. Glastonbury comes to a close. Kylie closes. And the world goes home a happier place. They'll all be arriving at the stations, I should imagine, even when I'm back there this morning. But as usual, well, normally, when they come back from Glastonbury, they're absolutely soaking wet. Their wellies are all covered in mud. This year, nothing at all like that. They were all standing there in their wellies, and there was no rain. Which, in fact, there really wasn't much water either. They had to sort of hold back on one of it. They had to say, listen, we have to sort of let the reservoirs fill up again. Funny, isn't it? We've got no idea about how to conserve water. Boiling hot countries, they seem to manage quite well. Middle of Vegas, they're still watering all the grass. You won't find any grass looking parched there. Baby Archie in the private christening, possibly somebody's made a big mistake on this one. They don't want the press there. They're not interested. They want to keep their child private. Well, unfortunately, it's not possible to do that, but they're going to try, even though they've taken 32 million of our money, plus 2.3 million, and if they move to South Africa, I mean, another 2.3 million to do up another house. It would be a lot easier if Harry and Meghan maybe moved abroad and maybe didn't bother themselves, because quite clearly they're not that interested in anything that the press offer them, which is free publicity. I mean, you can't beat free publicity, can you? Hunt for a 9-foot python on the loose in the city. Actually, I looked at how big 9 feet was. It's longer than this studio. You know, and you sort of think, well, I mean, where do you think it's going to go? It's not hiding on a luggage rack, is it, somewhere? Or sort of squeezed itself into a Happy Meal in McDonald's. It's a 9-foot python. So, you know, how difficult can the hunt be? It's not going to disappear down a drain. It's too thick and too fat. And you know what happens when they're too big and too fat? They don't go down... They don't go down drains, do they? And also, they don't hang upside down in trees, pythons, anymore. They've got to get up there. But, I mean, a python, I mean, I'm assuming, I can't remember now if I've got this right, is it a reticulated python? Which is the one that crushes. So every time you breathe in, it closes in on you. So eventually you suffocate. Is that a python? I thought that was how they killed people. Whereas some of them sort of dart at it. Frightened the life out of me, I tell you. I could... Reticulate, yeah. And so it does, what it does is it wraps itself around you, and every time it closes a bit more. So gradually you can't breathe. That's why, as I remember doing this one for years and years, how do you die in crucifixion? You die of suffocation. That's what it is. It's suffocation, because if you're nailed somewhere, you can't breathe. And that's the same with these pythons. They just close up, don't they? Oh God, they look frightening. I know, so I used to have a friend of mine who used to wear one round his neck in a nightclub. Used to walk round with this python round, and people would touch it. And it was thick. I mean, it was a good, thick. Used to feed it rats and everything. And in the Hippodrome, when the Hippodrome first opened, loads of people touched it. I used to wander around with him. People couldn't keep their hands off it. They couldn't get over it. Seriously. Such a size it was. Such a size. But also, the reason you could take it into a disco, they're what are they? They can't hear anything. They're deaf. They're deaf. So they work on movement and everything else. So, of course, it didn't make any difference, the fact that it was all going on in the disco. But that's what they do. They close in on you. Do you know, they're also excellent swimmers. God, that'd be the last thing I'd be wanting to worry about. They swim as well. Oh, a boa constrictor. I don't know what... Listen, I don't know. They all look a bit frightening to me. All of them. Seriously, if one appeared in here, I mean, you would be hearing the biggest scream you've ever heard in your life. That's a boa constrictor, says Niall, thank you. Steve, Four Winters Ice Cream Parlour in Ken is giving ice cream to anyone called Andy whilst Wimbledon is on. Well, I mean, that's quite easy, isn't it? You just go in there and go, my name's Andy. You know, it can't be that difficult. I thought the reason Harry and Meghan didn't give Archie a royal title is because they wanted him to grow up as a private citizen, like Princess Anne's children. Yeah, I don't know, actually. But the trouble is, if we're actually paying for something, I expect that the British public nowadays want to get their value for money, don't they? If we paid 32 million for their wedding and he's managed to milk it and we've got to pay for the house being... He could have afforded to pay that. I wouldn't mind, but he did have a nice place in Kensington Palace. That was very nice. And yet they decided they wanted to move to Frogmore, so that costs more in everything, really. And also, where is there to go? There's nowhere to go round there. You can go and visit, Victoria's mausoleum. That's very exciting. I mean, you can only do that on so many days. I think that's where a few royals are buried, aren't they, at Frogmore? So I'm not really sure, but the papers are quite anti the idea that he's basically laying down the law. I think eventually he's going to turn out to be Prince Edward. He's going to have another tantrum, stamp his foot, and we're all going to feel the brunt of it. The drug-running girl, remember the Tramadol girl, just bought these drugs. She'd already had her little bit of fame, as it were. She's now got another job again. By God, she's let herself go. Seriously, there's a picture of her in the paper today. I don't know why they've allowed it, why she didn't stop them. But they took a picture of her. This is the one who took in all these things because her boyfriend, who she's still in contact with, but she's now got a fear of airports for some reason. Not surprised, actually, used to smuggle in 290 tablets. She still hasn't told us where they came from. They came from this woman she used to work with, but I need to speak to her to ask her. Well, you haven't spoken to her up until now. But you look at her, she's really let herself go, and she's still in love with this bloke. Yeah, like he's holding a candle in Egypt. Who is the wickedest woman in movie land? I'll give you the options a little bit later on. And Grace Jones turns up to do the new Bond movie. She's only got a small part. Unfortunately, she's got a very big ego with nothing to back it up with. So they book her into a nice hotel. She gets a posh place. She gets red carpet treatment, treated really nicely, as they do on these film sets. What does she do? She discovers how few lines she's got, so she walks off it. Well, good for her. Who cares? Listen, the film will be so much better without her being anywhere near it. And Super Noodles, we're going to try them tomorrow. We're going to try Super Noodles tomorrow. They come in different flavours. So they sort of like sweet and sour, like the other things, sweet and sour and... Oh, that's quite nice. Bacon and chicken. It's just a flavouring, though, isn't it? You don't actually get bits of bacon or chicken. No. I'll show you. Do you know what I had yesterday? I had Frankfurters. Yeah, Frankfurters with... Sorry? No, from Marks and Spencer's. Bavarian Frankfurters. Well, they said Bavarian, I don't know. Could be Bavarian County Durham or something like that. So I bought those, and I did with mushrooms and some vegetable rice. I know, quite healthy, I thought. I didn't feel any healthy, it just sent me to sleep quicker. I've discovered the closer to bedtime I eat, the more I want to sleep and the more I want to climb into bed. Children and staff in state primary schools, many of them at risk from asbestos. That'll be a story we'll look at a little bit later on today. Plus, at the front of all the papers, what is the paper's fascination with Kylie Minogue? I don't quite understand it. Also, Gordon Brown's demand, front of the Mirror, NTV licence scandal, now Mrs May. David Attenborough made a surprise appearance at Glastonbury. I bet he was delighted to be there, actually. 175,000 people went to Glastonbury. Nice, isn't it? Kylie had, by the way, in case you were asking, had 4 costume changes. 4 costume changes. That's what people expect, isn't it, if you're going to watch her, because it's quite a long set, as it were. Plus more on... the Duke and Duchess with baby Archie, although the face not visible, they want to keep him private. Well, I tell you what, then, as the papers are saying here, they can't have it both ways. If they really want it private, hold it in a parish church. Seeing Archie and his godparents arriving at the christening is what people are interested in. It isn't bearing your baby's soul, but there again, you're trying to preach to people who think they know better. She's just a very average ex-actress, and he's Harry, who got drunk and dropped all his kit in Las Vegas. And now they're trying to lay down the law after we sort of coughed up for the very expensive wedding. But Archie, a friend of the Sussexes, says privacy is more precious to Harry than to almost any of the other member of the royal family. Why? Why would it be more to him? He's only just had a baby. They say, as Archie is not an HRH, he feels he has every right to police his son's privacy. Well, then don't give us stupid pictures. Don't bother. Just say, no, we're not giving any pictures at all. But they've given pictures. But we're not totally sure that it wasn't sort of, it's not a baby that you can pick. So what are you doing it for? Doing it to get the money, aren't you? So the Mirror have decided to do a premium rate line as to, is it okay for Harry and Meghan to keep Archie's christening private? Of course, you're going to get this, well, I think they should definitely be entitled to their privacy. He's been a marvellous member of the royal family, I think, and we can always, go by what Harry says. Get drunk and shout abuse at photographers. It's marvellous. This is the one who, being in the forces should not be wearing a beard, but couldn't be bothered to shave it off. Advice, please. Brown sauce or ketchup on my bacon butty? Neither. What do you want to mask the flavour for? On second thoughts, maybe both. Can you have both? Could you have tomato ketchup and brown sauce? Oh, you can? Oh, right. Obviously a familiar meal in your house, isn't it, Ollie? You can imagine Ollie's Friday night. Starts off with all good intention. And then by the time we get to 10 o'clock, we're wondering a little bit. And then by the time we get to sort of at least 11:30, we're kind of past caring. In which case we then we know where the kebab shop is. I told you I went to my friend Mr. M's birthday party, and I did get tiddly. It has to be said. I'm totally convinced somebody spiked my drink. I got tiddly. I staggered off down the road and found a kebab shop. As you do. There's always one where you least expect it. So I didn't know where I was. I staggered off down the road, found this sort of kebab shop, and I remember leaning up against the wall inside, and the bloke asked me what I wanted. Donna. And people looking at me, and I'm thinking, what are you looking at? You know what it's like when you've had a few drinks, you sort of start thinking everybody's looking at you. And everybody was looking at me, mainly because I'm sort of, quite smartly dressed. Not the sort of person you'd expect to see in your local kebab shop. And, who's that? Steve Allen. He's having a kebab. All right, Steve? I'm fine. Yeah, that was Ollie. Are you all right, Steve? We met. Ollie. Yeah. To reintroduce yourself. So, Poldark. They filmed the bedroom scene, and it was the last day of filming. I've never seen Poldark. Did you like it? I never saw it. It's dated comedy, isn't it? Oh, it's not. Oh, it's drama. Oh, Turner, who's been... Oh, it's set in Cornwall. What is it? Is it a love story or something? It's a love story. Right. And what is he? What is... Oh, right, Winston... Oh. When do you find the time to watch this rubbish? Seriously. You really love it. Oh, how amazing. You've been down there as well. It's like, I discovered actually a short while ago that people go to the sites where they film things. Have you done that as well? People go down there. So, in fact, down where they sort of film, this show and that show, all of a sudden, they were showing the other day where The Darling Buds of May was filmed. And David Jason took us round there. Well, it's now like a little holiday complex. People want to stay in the same place that they filmed The Darling Buds of May. It's amazing, isn't it? I should be getting a blue plaque on my place any time soon, I should imagine. People will be visiting, a bit like a shrine, I suppose. To be company, Monday, the 1st of July. So Trump, the first US president to visit the secretive North Korea. And believe you me, it is secretive in North Korea. The country's agreed to kickstart discussions on nuclear weapons. And it was a big moment. Covered every inch of it. By the press over there, but it's being North Korea, it's so regimented. This person takes this person. They're running around all over the place, and they previously traded insults and they shook hands. I mean, I secretly think that they're both playing games. He dubbed the opposite number Little Rocket Man, and he said, "Big moment, tremendous progress." And Smiling Kim, who once called the president a mentally deranged US dotard, told him, "Good to see you again. I never expected to meet you at this place." I mean, to me, it's an achievement, a fantastic. Kim on over, as the papers have said. Also, health campaigners want to end smoking in Britain within 16 years. No chance. You're never going to stop people smoking. There's always going to be... It doesn't matter whether the majority of people then work out, we don't need to smoke anymore. we can do this, we can do that. But, the idea of stamping it all out, it's like the knife crime, isn't it? Knife crime, and them sort of saying, oh, you're never going to stop knife crime because there's always going to be somebody, somebody somewhere who's actually going to say, well, I can go into Robert Dias or go into any shops and buy knives. And if you can't buy them, somebody will buy them for you. Other family members, because that's the way it works. It's like guns. You're never going to get rid of gun crime. You're never going to get rid of drugs. They say, oh, we're definitely going to stop drugs. You never stop it. You never stop it. It's just, people are prepared to die for drugs. It's as simple as that. There's nothing else you can do about it. It's a great shame, but that's it. Although a senior member of government has said that this country is one of the safest in the world. One of the safest in the world, this country. I never would have thought that. Not judging by the amount of knife crime we've got. Loads of publicity for somebody called Melanie Blake. Apparently she used to look after... Well, I'm not sure if she looked after the Nolans or whether she just sort of sorted out the tour for them. Because I've never heard of Melanie Blake, and I thought I'd heard of most people in this day and age, especially people associated with it. But they were talking about the Nolans. They didn't want 5 of them back together. They only wanted 4, because apparently there wasn't enough money for 5. There was only enough money for 4 people. I couldn't quite work that one out. So they ended up with Linda, who we've spoken to, Bernie, who died in 2013, Maureen, and Colleen, who could never sing in her life. She was never a feature of the records that they made because she was a bit too young, so she sort of la-la'd in the background. Ian Hyland talking about Harry Hill's Alien Fun capsule, loved it, gave it a 5-star. So if he says it's 5-star, it's 5-star. I did see Robert Smith at Glastonbury. I saw him on the my God, he's aged, doesn't he? What's going on with the hair? His hair looked like Lydia Dim's mother on Towie. Looked like they plugged him into the electric socket. It was sort of like people who looked one way when they were younger, and they've kept that throughout their entire life. Never to change. Never to change. Stormzy had the largest fleet of crew backstage staff had ever seen, but George Ezra did it like a proper punter and stayed in a tent. Yes, Liam Gallagher helicoptered in for his set. Oh, who cares? He didn't get any mentions anywhere. Nobody really bothered, but it was all Stormzy. And so he had... But that's the ego, isn't it? You're massaging somebody's ego. Plus, the Killers had a humble cream tea. Rock bands normally have ludicrous riders. Chatting in the tour bus ahead of their headline slot, which drew one of the biggest crowds. Brandon Flowers revealed he has to have an afternoon treat before he can go on stage. He said, I have to have clotted cream and scones. Do you know, the catering there must be phenomenal. I don't know what sort of... I've never been to Glastonbury, so I wouldn't know what sort of things they do, but I'm assuming there'll be a place doing vegan, it'll be burgers, it'll be chips, it'll be wraps, and it'll be, I don't know, katsu curries. What's katsu curry? What's that? Was that a Japanese curry? Oh, right. Really are such a peculiar boy, aren't you, honestly? The things you do in your life, 1 minute we're talking poldark, the next minute, katsu curry, like it was an everyday occurrence. No, I've never been to Wagamama's. Do they? Isn't Wagamama's where you have to go in and sit at a table with strangers? Yeah, no chance. No chance. Have you ever eaten in... Where is this place? Have you ever eaten in Wong Kee?
No, but I've seen it.
Yeah, in Soho. Rudest restaurant in London. We'll sit over there. You sit here. Oh, it's terrible. It's only cash. Only cash. I always worry about businesses, only cash. But it used to be a costumier. If you look outside it, look up, there's a big clock with costumiers on it. That's what it was before, yes. And it's about 4 families have it. But it's cheap. Very, very cheap. We like cheap. But I've never been in a Wagamama because I don't want to share a table with other people I don't know. Okay, what do you mean it's nice? How can it be nice sharing a table with people you don't know? It must be like school dinners. Sounds ghastly. There's one in Richmond, and I don't even like the entrance, so there's no point in me wanting to go in there at all, There's one outside here. Is there? Where? Is there? Literally just... I thought that was TGI Fridays.
No, go the other way.
Oh, the other way. Oh, right, turn left, and there's a Wagamama. Oh, right. Oh, I know where it is, going down on the right-hand side. Yeah, oh, right. No, it doesn't interest me. You have to sit at a table. It's like benches, isn't it? At table. Oh, no. Is the food nice? What sort of... apart from katsu curry or whatever it is. Thick noodles. Ooh. It's beginning to sound vile. What sort of drinks do they do? Beer. Well, I don't do beer. No. Oh, it's Japanese. Right, OK. They do mango juice and stuff like that? Don't know. Only ever been in there for beer, Steve. We don't know. Never done mango juice. Do they do apple juice? I don't know. No. Perhaps they do Yeah, katsu curry. What is in katsu curry? Cat. Oh, the chicken's breaded. Oh, nice peanut. Oh, that sounds quite nice. Is it nice? Is it very expensive? How much is not very expensive? Like tenner, 11 quid? About tenner. All right. It's the sitting at other tables. I don't want to do that. I'd have to go and sit somewhere else. But they do takeaways. Well, where am I going to eat it? Sitting on the bus. You just imagine getting on the 176, opening up the... People saying, what is it? Katsu curry. He always does it every day. Always eats his katsu curry on the bus. I just don't like this idea of sitting at other people's tables or them sitting at my table. It's like whenever you go and you're sitting somewhere and you've got a table outside a Starbucks or whatever it happens to be, and so they'll always come over, they will say the same thing, don't they? Is somebody sitting here? And I always do the same thing every time. I look and I go... I don't think so, no. Or they're very small. Don't please sit on them. There was a bloke the other day sitting outside Marks and Spencer's we had more beggars in Kingston the other day I've ever seen before. All with the same sign. Very hungry, God bless. All written exactly the same way. They must have a printing press turning them all out. But anyway, this bloke's sitting there and he's got a dog next to him. And there's a sign on the dog, do not touch the dog. I couldn't believe it. Seriously, begging's getting worse, and I thought it was illegal. You know, I thought in this country to beg is illegal. If I go out there and say, "Have you got some spare money, some spare change?" It's always, "Have you got any spare change?" Well, quite clearly not spare change, is it? And Emily Maitlis needs a sign, "Do not touch the dog. It's not very well." Managed to walk up the platform, though, didn't it? I've noticed that one. She wasn't carrying it, so, you know, perhaps she's a bit economical with the truth. Perhaps she's just a bit economical. But, you know, it says no dogs on seats, Emily, and that rule applies, sweet pea, to you as well, OK? As well as the rest of us peasants out here. I realise you look down your nose at us because, you know, we don't understand about dogs at all. But, you know, it's the law is for you too. OK? Just thought we'd tell you that. For all those... She thinks it's people who hate dogs. No. Absolutely not a bit of it. It's because there are rules, and the rule is no dogs on seats. And if you don't know that, take other transport. Why the Guard didn't say something to you, I've got no idea. You know, just because you're on the television does not make you a different person. It's exactly the same as the rest of us. So, who are the wickedest women in Movieland? If I tell you some of the contenders, Annie Wilkes. Remember Annie Wilkes? That was Kathy Bates in Misery. Yeah, I think you'd like Irma Bunt. Well, I mean, you wouldn't like her, but she'd be a wicked woman. She was on Her Majesty's Secret Service. She was the Russian woman with the knife in her shoe. Out it came. Joan Crawford in Mummy Dearest. I mean, it really was a feud, actually. Mummy Dearest was the very interesting film about written by her children about what a vile person she was. She used to be a hooker, Joan Crawford, and when she became famous, they had to buy up her porno movies. Steven Spielberg tells the story. She had to bed her producers. He turned up as a very young producer to have a chat with her about making a film, and she was wearing a see-through negligee. He made his excuses and left. But Joan Crawford was very horrible to the children. And so Mummy Dearest was when the opening scene of the book, when they saw her in the funeral home and the funeral director had made her up, you know, put a nice wig on, done the hair, done her makeup. And her daughter said, "Oh, she looks very nice." What a shame Mummy Dearest wasn't really as nice in real life. Everything had to be cutesy. So she dressed the kids in identical outfits. And it was all done basically for the studio and for the, you know, and everyone, "Oh, isn't she marvellous?" No, that people used to take coat hangers to the screening because she used to beat the children with metal coat hangers. You can't, but then that's the difference, isn't it, between what you see on the screen and what happens in real life. The Wicked Witch of the West, Margaret Hamilton in The Wizard of Oz. She was fairly scary. Mind you, I thought actually Dorothy, Judy Garland's little girl, was... because she was playing... What was she? She was about 30-something, but the girl she was playing was about 14, 15. But still great. Still great, and thank God for celluloid. OK, 2-6. So, children and staff in... Wait for this. 5,196 state primaries are at risk from asbestos. The cancer-causing material is in 69% of sites in 105 English Local Education Authority areas that responded to a Freedom of Information request. What the dickens are they going to do about that? I mean, it's going to be ages and ages. Lucy Stevens vowed to rid schools of asbestos after her mum died of, I think it's called mesothelioma. I think that's how you pronounce it. I could be horribly wrong on it. But primary school teacher Sue was diagnosed in 2014, died at 68. 2 years later, Lucy, who comes from Devon, said she was never told her school had asbestos, adding, "Mum was angry. We promised we'd try to prevent more suffering." Her petition has raised 121,000 signatures. And yet there is still 5,196 state schools who have a problem with asbestos. Not good. Beekeeping fuels the decline of bees by helping to spread deadly viruses. A study suggests 2 infections that could wipe out whole colonies are spread by beekeepers managed honeybees to wild bumblebees, according to scientists from Vermont. This is in America, obviously. They found the most wild bees with black queen cell virus and deformed wing virus near apiaries. Lead scientist Dr. Samantha Alger said shared use of flowers is the most likely cause of infection transmissions. Well, I told you, we have bees where I am. In fact, we have a Twickenham Beekeeping Society, which is very nice. But I've got strawberries in baskets. And actually, we're not doing too badly. I tried one of them the other day. Really good. I thought, I grew that. Well, in fact, I didn't really. Just came in a basket. You got 2 of these baskets for £5, which I thought was good value. And you just water them, and they just constantly throw out the flowers, and then the flowers turn to the strawberries. So I'm picking my own. I told the little lad who lives next door, I said, unfortunately, you can't reach them. He's only about 6. We can't reach them. But I said, you can have any of those strawberries there. He seemed very excited. And then he looked at them, and I could think, I could see in his eyes that sort of idea that there's no chance I'm ever going to be eating these things. It'd be easy to go and buy them over the road at Marks and Spencer's. Wagamama is a Japanese word that translates as selfish. Is it? I don't know. We checked. And both Waitrose and Sainsbury's sell katsu curry. I'm sure you could even better buy it at Costco, says Brian. It's lovely with coconut rice. Oh, coconut rice. I haven't had that for ages and ages. I'm quite taken by this katsu curry. It sounds quite nice. It's chicken. And both the boys say it's good. So, sticky rice. Not sure about sticky rice. I don't think I could do sticky rice. Why is it called sticky rice? Because it's sticky. Oh, right, okay. Sticky rice. But I think I've had coconut rice before. We used to have a very, very good Chinese restaurant in Twickenham. It closed years and years ago. But it was really, really good. There was only ever about 4 of us in there at any one time. But he did coconut rice. And the food was exquisite. He cooked as well as serving in his own restaurant. He was really, really good. Really good. Ian says, I have a cataract operation in Kingston. How long does it take? Well, it can vary. It actually varies on how long it takes, depending. Mine, I think, was the quickest at 20 minutes. And they'll keep you in there for a few hours afterwards. So, but bearing in mind, whatever time you go in there, they've got another session in the afternoon, so they're not. They don't want to keep you too long. They generally put a thing over your eye and then they send you home. But you've got to have somebody come and collect you for this one. You can't get in the car and do it. Another one here, which says, hope you're well and fine. After a long, hot weekend of night shifts working for one of Her Majesty's emergency services, I'm heading for 2 precious days off. How blissful. I don't know what... The weather's so-so today. It's not boiling hot. On the other hand, it's not freezing cold. It's just going to be okay. I think it's okay to go without a coat. This is the first time I've not worn a coat. No, actually, tell a lie. 2 days. I didn't wear one on Friday either. Just as well, actually, considering the temperature that we got to on Saturday. But no, I was very happy with it. Because normally I wear a coat. People would tell you I wear a coat all the time because I've got so many things to put in it. You know, by the time you've got your wallet, by the time you've got your bus pass, by the time you've got your keys, by the time you've got your insulin, by the time you've got just so many things. Every time I look around, I think, I need a coat with lots of pockets in it. It's the only way I'm ever actually going to get things backwards and forwards. So now I put them in a little bag. And it's much easier, but I've got to find another way. So here's Wimbledon. They managed to persuade 2 girls, 2 tennis twins, Christiana and Carolina. They are the Pliskova sisters. And they managed to persuade them they've both got tattoos. And they're posing sexily. I mean, to be quite honest, this is a bit unnecessary. This is Wimbledon. I don't know why they're doing it. They say they are favourite to win. Carolina has been singled out as the one to watch after she effortlessly defeated the reigning champion in a perfect run at Eastbourne last week. So there you go. But, you know, we don't need things like this. It's very, very unnecessary. Very unnecessary. British number 2, Heather Watson, says she's received racist abuse and death threats on social media. Miss Watson, whose mother is from Papua New Guinea, said she's often subjected to vicious slurs when she loses a match. She comes from Guernsey. She revealed someone was arrested last week for sending hateful messages to players online. Who are these stupid people? I mean, are they really the limited ones? Brain capacity and just about everything else. Another one here. Steve, it's actually Thai jasmine rice. No, coconut rice. Coconut rice. I'm not sure about the sticky rice. Or is that what you think jasmine rice is? Is jasmine rice sticky rice? No. I don't know. I went to a Chinese takeaway with my friend Paul, and we had a beef curry in there. God, it was delicious. It was really nice. I mean, it was really delicious. And one morning in here, we had mutton curry. Delicious. In the morning, yeah, because one of my guests, Paul, ordered it the night before, picked it up from a Chinese restaurant in Soho, brought it in, we heated it up. You can imagine eating mutton curry. And we have, in the past, eaten spare ribs at 4 in. Delicious, delicious. Oh, I tell you, it was like wow, 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 wow. Because a funny thing is, no. Although Costco, they do 2 racks of ribs already cooked with the sauce on. I like a nice rack. I'm a big fan of rack. And you get it all over your fingers and everything. You have to lick your fingers just to make sure you've got it all off, don't you? That's the trouble. It goes everywhere. Oh, God knows. We have days like that and think, just when you thought you can control it, and you can't. And so, forever. And then you discover another bit that's all round your mouth, all over your shirt. You've got it all over the blooming place. Spend your entire life in the laundrette. Not that I do use a laundrette. I have somebody who washes for me. It's much better. Steve, Yo Sushi Katsu Curry is better than Wagamama's, and it's only £2.90 today, as it's Blue Monday. Blue Monday? What in God's name is Blue Monday? Blue Monday. I think £2.90. Actually, the more I hear about this katsu curry, the more I'm going to have to look out for it. I'm going to have to look out for it. And you think they do it in the supermarkets? Do they? I'm not planning on going any further than Waitrose, so I might go and have a look. Katsu curry. Get me a Wagamama's one. No, don't. I'm very funny about other people getting me food. Don't like that idea. You might drop something in it or something. I might wake up and find myself working in a brothel in Tangiers. Something like that. I'd rather order my own. Don't worry, I'd rather order my own food. So Kylie's Glasto tears. She did all the bits and pieces. Is that all her hair, or was it bits and pieces stuck on? I mean, it was all very nice. People liked it. I mean, it's taken 14 years to get her back there, but that's it. She won't do it again. I don't think she'd do it again. I wanted a different microphone. You know, I think that's really odd. But they do a lovely sparkly microphone, silver sparkles all over it, because Catherine Jenkins has used one, and I remember telling her, I said, I like that. I like that very much indeed. One small step for a president. Trump in historic visit to North Korea. Critics slam his TV theatrics. I didn't think it was theatrics at all. I just thought we were quite grateful. When you think both of them could cause immense damage to everybody, the fact that they were even smiling and holding out hands and shaking and doing, I thought was brilliant. I was very pleased about that. I don't want anything else, thank you very much indeed. Not in my lifetime. What little there might be left. Other stories in the papers. Cliff Richard, he's changed his hair colour at the age of, and I can't believe it, 78. It's not possible that Cliff is 78. And having seen him live at the Royal Albert Hall, I can confirm he's as good now as he ever was. Fantastic. He performed in Cumbria on Friday as part of his nationwide Diamond Encore tour, which continues in Greenwich, southeast London today. If you've never seen him before, but I know that all his fans have seen him countless times and they know everything about Cliff that there is to know, and they never doubted him, ever. It's as simple as that. But he's trying himself out as blonde. And to be honest with you, he looks good either way. In fact, if anything, I think he looks even better now than at any other time I've seen him. He looks really, really good. So, good for him. Good for him. He's still slim. He can still wear tight-fitting shirts. He's still got it. The voice is still there. And I still watch his films. I still watch the films. I've got all of Cliff's films. And I watch them if I really want sort of a bit of a lift in life. He claims me... I gave him a lift during all those little incidents that we had, and he's given me back loads, which is lovely. Judy Garland, says Darren, was about 17 when she played Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz, born in 1922. Do you still have LP records, says Shane? I'm kicking myself because I got rid of mine years ago because I couldn't get needles for the record player. Needles for the record player. You could still get record players. They're very inexpensive compared to what I thought we paid for them years ago. So you don't need to get needles. I mean, it's like a little cartridge thing that flips on there. I had a cardboard record player. It was covered with vinyl, but when you took it apart, it was cardboard that was stitched with this vinyl over the top. It was a lovely little record player. One little speaker in it. Nowadays, it's all posh stuff, isn't it? Made to disco. I should have made one in metalwork. I'm trying to think what else I made. I must have made something else because in the poker that I made in metalwork, the top half was bronze, polished, and the bottom bit wasn't. The bit you stick in wasn't. It was just sort of quite thin, actually. I was quite surprised. I hammered it out at the end. You know when you get the end of it, and I had to stick it in the fire to heat it up a little bit, and then I pulled it out, and then bang, 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 like that. The noise. Seriously, small wonder I'm going deaf. Sorry? Small wonder I'm going deaf. 16 minutes to 6, 4 weddings and a baby. From an English wood to a French chateau, a confetti-strewn weekend shows that celebrities still believe in happy endings. And so we've got all sorts of weddings, which we'll tell you about here, including the bride and groom, the body coach, Joe Wicks. Never heard a voice like it in your life. 32, and his glamour model girlfriend, Rosie, 28. And they had a woodland ceremony with a Ferris wheel and a carousel. And that was lovely. What did they eat? They didn't eat diet food. There was truffled mac and cheese, Thai calamari, chicken satay, Italian ice cream, a G&T bar, and pizzas from a van. That's what you call a sort of a wedding that appeals to everybody. We had one. What did we have, actually? Oh, we had a pizza thing at, was it Uncle Pete's? Might have been Uncle Pete's place. And, did we not have pizza? I can't remember, actually. Oh, no, I think we had one of those hog roasts. One of those hog roasts. We'd have to start it early in the morning if it's going to be for the evening, because it's got to go all day. And that was nice. And then there was somebody else had a pizza one. Do you know a real proper pizza cooks in about 2 minutes? You literally put it in, because it's only supposed to be thin, and you slide it in, and once you've got it in, it heats up, and it cooks really fast. Because I thought, because you wait ages in the restaurants, don't you, while they're going in there and all that. But no, it's supposed to cook very nice. It's supposed to be thin, not supposed to have all these different bits and pieces. Just something simple, with bits of mozzarella and, grated plant on it or something, I don't know. But quickly, and I quite like it, but I've not had a pizza for ages, because somebody told me it was really fattening. And I do take notice of what people tell me. When they tell me I'm fat, I always beat them up. It's as simple as that. Nobody tells me I'm fat twice, because nobody knows me like I know me. Who's going to be godparents to Archie? Who cares? Who cares? Doesn't make any... It's not going to be us, is it? It'd be nice if they pick somebody common. I love the idea, though, that if they're royalty, we are commoners. And I'm trying to work out what makes us common compared to... Why aren't they common? Just because steak and beans, that makes me common, I suppose. Fillet steak and baked beans. And it's got to be Heinz. That makes me common. Do you think that the royalty... Do you think the Queen's ever eaten baked beans? Do you? Do you think she loves it? Do you think she opens a tin and opens straight out of the tin? Ooh, cold baked beans. Every student's dream, isn't it? Things like super noodles. I did remember seeing a picture once of the place where they sit in Buckingham Palace to have their breakfast, and it's very simple, very simple. I mean, oh God, yes. I mean, all the state apartments, they wouldn't go in if they weren't using them. They don't. It's nothing to do with them at all. They just leave it. They've got their own teams of people that work there. But when they were sitting at a table, it just looked like a normal breakfast table, where the only thing that they have to do is iron the newspapers. That's the only thing they do is iron the newspapers. I think Prince Philip likes them ironed. But apart from that, they're exactly the same as us. Yeah, right. Not. Quite interesting. Do you think they get bored? Well, no, because they don't know any different. They've only known that. So the Queen... I mean, the Queen doesn't eat a lot. I know that. She's quite frugal. And that's obviously what's kept her going. She obviously knows what she wants to eat. All the menus are run past the Queen, and she approves everything. And once she's had enough of it, then it goes. So the wastage must be phenomenal. Must be. Do you think the kitchen staff are allowed to eat any? It's come back, and I bet they're not either. I bet it probably goes to feed the pigs, I would think, because you do feed pigs. I mean, the pigs must be the best fed going. What have they been eating? Well, foie gras last week, and they had a roulade. But no, I don't think they know any different. Somebody says you had a mutton curry, thought you didn't eat lamb. It isn't lamb, it's mutton, it's sheep. And just in case you weren't aware of it. And it was about 15 years ago. So there you go. Another point for me. I'll be getting the coconut by the end of this show, I think. 9 minutes to 6. So baby Archie. Tesco halting the sales of ethical chicken. And this is Tesco. They've suspended sales of chicken from an ethical farm after an undercover investigation revealed shocking abuse of the birds. The mistreatment, they say, at this farm in Suffolk was captured on film by an animal justice project. The welfare group found abuse was taking place at a neighbouring plant. Both farms have signed up to the Red Tractor accreditation scheme. One of these farms belongs to the RSPCA assured accreditation scheme. They're supposed to guarantee high welfare standards. But here, the film footage reveals lame and dying birds left to suffer for days. Baby chicks were kicked, thrown and killed without being checked for vital signs. One chick was left for more than 8 hours to die. Another bird left for a week with a deformed and twisted neck. I mean, really? I mean, I found it unbelievable that this actually takes place. It said the farms, this is what Tesco have said, both farms have been suspended with immediate effect. They could only be reinstated if they could demonstrate they'd made all the necessary improvements to meet high animal welfare standards. I think it's absolutely appalling that anybody could do that to them. So, congratulations to Tesco for doing it, but why didn't they check? Why does it take somebody else to go and check? And inform Tesco, who then goes, oh, we'll have a look at this one. Oh, yes. Apparently, Professor Andrew Knight of the Centre for Animal Welfare at the University of Winchester said the rough treatment of chicks and older birds risks causing significant injuries, saying there is no excuse for such inhumane treatment of animals. And Tesco then said they had to be told. They obviously don't do an inspection as often as you think. If one of the birds was left there for a week, when did Tesco go and inspect? It's really not good enough. Not good enough, I'm afraid. All these places, they're supposed to check because we have to rely on them. We don't know. We can't go round these farms. I've never even heard of them. Never even heard of them. But until something like this happens, you think to yourself, I trust Tesco or I trust M&S or I trust whoever it happens to be. Canada's 152 years old today. And? What do you want? A round of happy birthday. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday dear Canada, happy birthday to you, and many more. Only 152. Very young, isn't it, really? Heavens above, I've got pants older than that. It's not true, actually. Not true at all. In the run-up to school sports days, they become increasingly excited. Their little faces flushed with joy at the prospect of beating their children in the egg and spoon race. In fact, as any teacher or child will tell you, competitive parents can be a nightmare. So much so that one school's now banned them completely for all future sports days following some unspecified abusive behaviour. Sheena Duggan, head teacher at a primary school in Cardiff, claims staff had found themselves in the firing line of angry parents who, she said, could be threatening and intimidating. Of course they can be, because they're vile. That's why. In a letter to parents, she revealed teachers had even been sworn at during the annual event. Peasants. Chavvy peasants, that's what it is. She said it's bad enough. What's worse, that it takes place in front of the children. Chavvy parents. These aren't well-heeled people. These are disgusting lowlifes. These are sort of people who stand outside there with a fag in their mouth and the kids are smoking as well. That's it. The event has baffled parents. There you go. They're baffled. One father who attended the sports day said, I've honestly no idea what happened to spark this off. It was a really nice day. All the children were involved. Everyone was cheered on and got a round of applause. Some parents were competitive, as you might expect, but none were aggressive. Oh, it'll be him then, isn't it? He claimed Mrs. Duggan was well respected and takes no nonsense, so must have something been particularly bad for this to take place. Nobody at the school had a comment at all to make on it. You can imagine, I've seen parents outside the school gates, when they're... In fact, we've seen it quite recently, haven't we? Parents outside the school gates thinking they know better, but they don't. Oh, I'll tell you what made me laugh yesterday. I was sitting on the bus going out to do some shopping. And on the green, people go up there and do exercises. There was a dad lifting up weights, but not proper weights. It looked like a bag filled with sand or something. And his little boy next to him, who looked about 4, was doing the same thing, only with a couple of little hand weights. Which I thought it made me smile, actually. Made me smile. When you see people doing exercise. It's like if ever I go to a gym. Well, I don't. I just go past it on the bus. There's no point in stopping. There's nothing for me in there, let me tell you. You know, nothing at all. You just sort of go in there. I remember going into one time, because I joined, I don't know why, I must have had a momentary lapse or something, but I joined a gymnasium, and a friend of mine said, oh, right, and so we'll go every day. And I went, every day? What we can do every day? So why aren't you going every day? So anyway, we did go on the first day, and I was exhausted just getting changed. I find it very, and I'm sweating buckets, and I haven't even got my gym stuff on. And to be honest with you, when I put it on, I looked a bit peculiar. Somebody said to me, white shorts, white top, and plimsolls look quite nice. And I had that with a sweatband as well, so I thought I was looking pretty cool. I looked a bit like Andrew Castle, just about to go and play tennis, slightly younger version. Anyway, so I then I go into the gym, and you open the door, and immediately what hits you? Smell of sweat. Me, I'm drenched in Creed, looking quite nice, walked in there, looking around, feeling good, looking down, feeling fat. And then you so you wander over to a piece of equipment, and then immediately the trainer bounds over. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Hello, what's your name? I'm Steve. And so he then says, have you sat on this equipment before? No, I never have. Have you been for an assessment? Sorry? Have you been for an assessment? No, I haven't. Let's book you in for an assessment. Why? Well, let's see what your body fat ratio is. I said, what do you mean see what the ratio is? I can tell you what the ratio is. Anyway, so I go into this room, and you sit there, and it's a bit like, oh, what's going to happen? All of a sudden, metal walls are going to come down, gas will be filtered in. And, no, in comes this girl. Hello, and your name is? Steve. Right, okay, so I'm going to do your body fat index. Thank you. And so she lifts up my shirt without a by your leave, nothing else, and she's got this pair of calipers, which she measures my fat. Well, I could have done it myself with my fingers. And so she's measuring my fat. And she goes, oh, we've got a bit down there, haven't we? I said, thank you. And so she's sort of doing all this, and I'm thinking, this is very... And in the end, she told me what I knew. I'm overweight. I didn't need to go in the room. I knew I was overweight. And so she said, I think we're going to put you on this machine first. And the machine that we started off on, you sit on it. I don't know if you've been to a gymnasium. They're quite common. The machine talks to you. Hello, Steve. And so you sit down there, and this thing is, it spreads your legs apart. No difficulty there at all. It's bringing them back together again that's the problem, and that's where you have to exert the energy on. So at the moment, I'm looking a bit like a V, and then you've got to bring your legs in together, and then ping, they shoot back out again. And so 5 minutes of that, I'd had quite enough, thank you. So at that moment, I decided it was best to go back and have a shower. But of course, you go back to the gents and the shower, and everybody's walking around stark naked. Well, I don't want to walk around stark naked. I want people laughing and pointing and stuff like that. So you just sort of sit in the corner, hoping nobody's noticed you. It's just going to a gymnasium, I'm telling you, it's very traumatic. If you're going there to lose weight, walk up and down the stairs. You could do it in this building. Well, you can't. But I could walk up and down stairs, but I do occasionally take the lift, which I feel a bit guilty about, because if I didn't take the lift, I could be fine. So I'm going to try. It's a bit late, I realise, in the day for this, but I'm going to try and sort of get my body into some sort of shape. What shape that is, I've got no idea. A triangle, I should imagine. But if you're going to the gym at the moment, good luck. Good luck. Very exhausting. And also, have you noticed, why do they put mirrors in a gym? What do you want to look at the pain on your face for? The sweat pouring. Nobody looks attractive. You've not done your hair. The sweat's pouring down you. So, and there's somebody next to you doing it effortlessly. Da, 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 da. And I'm next door struggling and sort of trying to look as though, I can do this as well as you can. But they always put you next to somebody who's really fit, who looks like they don't need to go to a gymnasium. Me, I look like I need to go to a gymnasium and maybe a permanent diet clinic. But, the bloke that they put next to you, and also the women, have you noticed, the women in the leotards never sweat. No sweat at me. I'm like a small reservoir that's going on. Monday, 1st of July, we did it at 4, but we'll do it again for you if you're a new listener, and you've just joined us. The pinch and a punch for the first day of the munch, pinch and a kick for being so quick. I don't know where that originated from, and to be honest with you, please don't tell me. It's one of those things I can learn to live without. Hope you had a good weekend. Paul says, I've heard that the Queen never eats anything with garlic. No, garlic is banned in the royal household. Nobody eats garlic. Or if they do, they're doing it very privately. The Queen can't bear it. can't bear it, so it doesn't feature in any of their cooking. Mind you, I mean, I could live with somebody cooking for me every day. I've often thought, you know, if you had the opportunity to have somebody who knows how to cook, cooking for you, that would be the blessing, wouldn't it? Two things that I think would be a blessing in life. One would be your own PA, your own personal assistant, who organises everything. You know, everybody has one in this building. All of the programme managers, they've all got PAs. Thomas is quite close for me, I would think. In fact, I thought about him yesterday. I thought, do you know, actually, he is almost perfection. Almost perfection. I don't want to make his head bigger or redder. And but he does everything. He sort of organises, and even when he's on holiday, he still organises from on his holiday. It's almost like he's the gift that keeps on giving. And that's what you would want, a PA in your life. Somebody, and especially at Christmas time when they go, because I know Biggins sends out hundreds of cards every year, and what he does is he signs one and then they go back to the printers and they then, with all the addresses, and they send out the cards, and he just pays the bill. I mean, it's a very expensive thing to do, and very few people can do it nowadays, but he's been doing it for years. For years, as long as I've known him, he sends out Christmas cards. Barbara Cartland used to as well. If you sent Barbara Cartland a Christmas card, she would send you one. Your name would go onto her list and she would send you one back for that year. So you always had a Christmas card. It was lovely. And the royal family send out their Christmas cards. Now, whether or not they do all of them by hand, I don't know, or whether it's auto pen. You've heard of auto pen? What it is, it's a pen that mimics your signature. So what you do is you write it, and then the pen will actually copy it, so you get it done in ink. So it looks as though it's your signature. But experts who do autographs and stuff like that can tell if it's an auto pen or not, because the Beatles used to sign for each other. So they didn't all need to... So in other words, if you get a full set of Beatles signatures, somebody can look at them and go, no, Paul did that one of George because he could sign for Ringo, Ringo could sign for John, and so it went on. So they could sit there and sign up them. But experts can tell whether they've been done like that. But the auto pen came out because it was done in ink. And so people went, oh, it must be genuine, it's done in proper ink. But no, there used to be a guy selling at the markets, and he could get you anybody's autograph because he had an auto pen, and you just sort of copy it. Just copy. It's as simple as that. And once it does them automatically. You just put the thing underneath it, go done. And everyone will be absolutely identical. So that's what I always like. I'd like a PA at Christmas. Do you hate your signature? Did you? I used to practice mine before I was in radio. Before I thought I was going to be sort of known or not known or whatever it happened to be. You used to practice doing your signature, and you do it. And then when I suddenly discovered, after I did a load... In fact, over the years, as anybody will tell you, I've done loads on photographs and posters and all sorts of bits and pieces, and they gradually get worse and worse the further down the line you go. So it starts off looking like Sue Allen, and by the time we finish, the sort of vague recollection to St. Allen, and some of them are just... In fact, some woman said to me once, we were in Battersea Park signing, and I was signing a load of autographs. We'd been down there to promote something for LBC, and I signed this thing, and this woman said to me, excuse me, she said, who are you? And I said, well, you've just asked for my autograph. She said, well, everybody else was asking. I didn't like to miss out in case you were famous. I said, don't worry, I'm not. So she went away quite happy. But you do sign these things, and even I think they start looking worse and worse and worse as you get down. Some people have got lovely signatures. Elizabeth's looks quite nice. Elizabeth the Queen, Elizabeth R. As I say, mine's just Sue Allen. But I used to rehearse it all the time. And then I went into a bank once, and I wrote out a cheque, and the woman said to me, can you show me a bank guarantee? Because in the days when you showed the bank guarantee card, well, nobody bothers with that anymore, do they? You get your money out the machine. And so she said, can you do it again? She said, it doesn't look like that signature. I said, well, believe you me, it is. It is definitely mine. But I don't think I've written a cheque out. We asked this the other week, and still a few of you were writing cheques out. I wasn't one of them. I haven't written a cheque out in years now, which is quite good. And Steve, please wish our Canadian spikers, Bradley and Jeannie, a happy Canada Day today. I'm sure they were thrilled to hear your pants are older than them. And sticky rice is different from coconut rice. I know, we didn't say sticky rice was coconut rice. Coconut rice is separate. Sticky rice is plain rice with higher gluten content, thus allowing the grains to be stuck together with the slightest application of pressure. In other words, pressure. In other words, squeezing in the hand, and is prevalent in the Isan province of northeast Thailand, where it can be eaten hot or cold and is served in woven baskets. Woo. We went out once with... we went out to an Indian restaurant long time ago, Dale, and his mother and a load of other people were there. And one of our PAs, I think actually has passed on. Somebody told me she had. Anyway, she ordered curry. She was of Asian extraction, and she ate it with her fingers. I've never seen people eat food with their fingers. And I suddenly remembered in Hong Kong, it all came flooding back to me. Our Rama used to eat rice with her hand. She would take a handful of rice and squeeze it and eat it like that. And I thought, it looks terribly messy. And then I thought, I quite fancy the idea. So I tried it once. It was very messy. I shan't be doing it ever again. Steve, thank you. I'm now definitely not going to the gym. I think I'll be too embarrassed. Oh, there's no point in going. If you don't need to go to the gym, don't go to the gym. It depends how you know if you're on. It's like smoking, isn't it? If you smoke a cigarette, you might be thinking, oh, I'm really enjoying this. And then the next morning you might think, oh, I wish I didn't smoke. And so you think, oh, I'll try and give up smoking, and then that idea disappears. Like giving up drinking, like not doing exercise. I mean, I try and do a bit of exercise, but it's not intentional exercise. It's sort of something I happen to do as part. So I've got to walk to the bus stop, mainly because the producer won't carry me. And so I have to walk to the bus stop. I have to actually get on the platform, but I do take the escalator. And I don't run up the stairs on the left-hand side like that, because that just looks silly. So I stand there with all the other old people and just wait till we get to the top, and then I sort of make it. If ever I see the bus coming in here, I have my previous producer, Chris, used to run for the bus. I've seen him practically doing the thing in the middle of the road. Stop, like that's me. Let the bus go. We'll get another one. Can't be bothered. But he was very good, very, very good. Oh, Cliff on the television. Oh, this must be something to do with the case from ages ago. And bless him, honestly. Do you know, he's such a nice man. I can't begin to impress on you how nice Cliff Richard is. And having seen him in concert, even better. But the fans love him. You ask any Cliff fan, they know everything about him. They'll go to the ends of the earth for him. And he knows that. He's very appreciative. So, Debbie Harry's 74 today. 74! And Olivia de Havilland, Dame Olivia de Havilland, is 103. And the Diana, the New Dawn, there's a series in the Daily Mail today. The joyous year she had with the boys. I wonder if they realised at the time that there was going to be squabbling between the two of them. I firmly believe that there is squabbling between the two of them. I think they've reached that age now where they've gone beyond their childhood years, and it's a case of now you're fighting for an existence. You know, how much money we spend on your wedding? Okay, you've actually got, that nice house in Norfolk, that hall, which is quite beautiful, and you've got Kensington Palace. And then I thought it was telling when Meghan and Harry moved out, because I don't think Meghan's got anything in common with anybody else in the royal family. And she's going to find it exactly the same as Diana did. It was very restricting. They just don't open up, as you've discovered, for things that you would expect them to. It's not all chummy, because their whole life is paraded in front of the camera. Everything they do, from the moment they wake up, they can't just go out and do things. Meghan will not be allowed to just go out and do shopping. She'll have to have a royal protection officer with her. And, of course, that draws attention to her. So somebody draws up and she goes into a shop, people are going to form a crowd. It's as simple as that. You've got to be careful. There are mad people out there. And I think that's what Diana found. And I think Meghan's finding it exactly the same way. And I think it's making her probably a bit short-tempered. Because if you're followed about all the time and people are saying, you can't do that, you can't do this, she's going, excuse me, we're doing that. And I think that's where the problem lies. And so William might have then offered advice to Harry, as indeed older brothers do, to younger, and he might have taken it the wrong way. He's a bit short-tempered, a little bit short-fused. But that's redheads. Redhead's always a little bit short-tempered. And that's why I think that there is this terrible problem going on within the royal family that I don't think they know how to sort it out. Steve, one does not schlep about. I've lost it. Where is it? Steve, says Anne, I don't understand. Why do people ask for your autograph? I don't know. What are you asking me for? I don't know. What a stupid question. Why do people ask for your autograph? I mean, why do I call you Anne? Because your name's Anne. Well, that makes perfect sense to me. Why would you not understand that? I mean, people ask for loads. You've never asked for a film star's autograph or a pop star's autograph. What do you ask for it for? Well, because you probably wouldn't, actually. Another one here. A hilarious row between Majid and a caller who would rather drop his argument for a black James Bond if it meant keeping Spider-Man straight. Majid Nawaz is hilarious. I don't know that, actually. I don't have any problem with a black James Bond. Why would there be a problem with a black James Bond? He looks the part. He really looks the part. I think so. He's sophisticated, looks great in a dinner jacket, and he looks as though he could beat people up at the drop of a hat. Brilliant idea. Go on, give it to him. People who go and see that, they wouldn't care. You're not going to see James Bond because he's white, surely. At the time of a sign of a double gin, Steve, double chin, it's time to go to the gym. No, don't know if I've got a double gin or not. It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? Have I got a double gin? Do you have a double chin? No. What do you mean, not really? Oh, my God, how depressed am I? Have I got a double chin? Oh, not really. Lord. That's why men grow beards, isn't it? That hides all sorts of things. You want to exercise? Ride a Boris bike home. Simple, says Dad. I couldn't make it home. I'd be having a heart attack long before that. Long before that. And another one here. Russ the Postie. He says in hot pants today. You have the weather girl and the sports presenter both at Wimbledon. Can't one do the other? No. In fact, to be honest with you, I think they waste far too much time on ridiculous items like the weather. Just ask Siri. It takes about 35 seconds. So this week's going to be quite pleasant, as far as we know. I don't think there's any rain on the horizon, but if there is, just enjoy it, because it'll give the reservoirs a chance to stock up again after all that heat. Luckily, do you know, I never went out on the Saturday, and people were saying to me, God, it was the worst ever, it was so hot. And I thought, I'm glad I never went. I'm glad I never went out. I'm glad that I stayed in. So is it true that Jeremy Corbyn is too old, too frail to be Prime Minister? This is the rumour that's being put around, and it's kind of built up like Topsy, that he's too frail. And he seems to have sort of disappeared a little bit. Farage has told the Tories, step aside and I'll beat Corbyn. He believes it, doesn't he? I've heard people saying on LBC that the Conservative Party is doomed. But then we heard this years and years ago, didn't we, from other ones. And now read Len's rage at frail Corbyn jibe. This is Len McCluskey. And he's blasted this fake news as the Labour demands an inquiry into the civil service leaks. I mean, where has this come from? Where has this come from? I mean, he was on his bike yesterday. He doesn't look frail. I mean, presumably if you're frail, you wouldn't be able to do your bike. But he does it. Also, dairy-free vegan choc ices, coconut bacon, £230 face serum, sex toys galore. Jan Moyer revelling in her day in Goopland, and gets up close and personal, almost with Gwyneth Paltrow. But then people will pay everything nowadays. If you say to somebody, I mean, look at the amount of strange things that Victoria Beckham has been saying, oh, and she always uses this and always uses that. You think, no, it's like an endorsement, isn't it, for something? And other people will go and do it. They go, oh, right, if Victoria Beckham's using it. That's why one of these girls from Love Island's been in trouble, because she's been paid to endorse certain bits of makeup. They've got to do it because that's the only way they're ever going to make any money, and it's going to be so short-lived. If you look at the early people from the reality shows, they've practically disappeared. Practically all but gone now. There is the opportunity, though, of going to a concert, which Jordan is starring in, singing her... Oh, no, she hasn't had any hits. I've just realised, actually, a bit of a pointless name. And she can't sing. Because if you remember when she was in Marbella, or wherever it was, some place abroad where she launched her debut single, she didn't sing it, she mimed it. Seemed a bit of a pointless excerpt, but most of her life is miming things. She mimes being successful. She mimes being a classic businesswoman. She mimes just about everything, and then blames the press for getting everything wrong and saying this, that and the other, and then of course she's found, off her face, rolling around on the floor, singing about cocaine and stuff like that. It's all a bit embarrassing, really, and that's where you end up. You end up with nothing, living on a hand-to-mouth existence. But unfortunately, most of these poor people from reality shows don't even get as far as sort of existing, because there's no interest. That's why they all have to pretend and lie through their teeth that they're very much looking forward to getting together with, the person they hooked up with in the villa or the holiday or the jungle or wherever it happens to be, because that's their only way of making money. Single people, as the pen salesman has realised, there's nothing for them. There's a couple of little things. It won't make them enough money to live. They'll have to get a job at some point, but then they go so far where you get like Kerry Katona, never done a day's work in her life. She's existing, scrabbling around among the dirt. Not so good. Born on this day in 1903, Amy Johnson, Britain's most famous aviatrix, was told after her first lesson she'd never make a flyer. Wow. And also born in 1906, Estee Lauder. The American cosmetics queen's firm was one of the first to hand out free samples. By the time of her death, age 97, her company was worth $10 billion and controlled almost half the makeup department in American department stores. I think they were also the company that decided, because they own Clinique, to put all their assistants, their sales assistants, in white coats to make it look as though they were chemists. And it works. It looks clean. They've all got to have their makeup done properly. They have to get checked because you are endorsing a company's products. And with Estee Lauder, it's very much a tight company. You know, they like to make sure that everything is perfect. They've got an image to maintain, and the image is that the more successful you think that these products being used will make you, the more money they make. Steve, there's no hills between Charing Cross and Twickenham. Are you mad? Of course there are. Lord above, of course there's hills. What do you think Chiswick is? You go up to Chiswick, then you have to go down onto the 316. What do you think that is? Of course, you're in Beckenham. What would you know about things like that? You haven't seen a tree in years. Don't have things like that out there, do you? No, of course we have hills. And it's 7 miles away. I don't do 7. That's why God invented taxis. That's why God invented filling stations to put petrol in your car. All this rubbish about cycling. I tell you what I've seen recently, a lot of cyclists driving, stupid, simple people, with no lights on at night. Not one light on the front, the back or anything. I generally shout at them, "Where's your lights?" I always go, "Where's your lights?" Because, you know, if they have an accident, they'll be the first ones to go screaming like Blue Marys. You know, complaining about the fact that the motorists never saw them. Of course they don't see them, there's no lights. And where are the police with these scooters, these electric scooters? I can see 3 a day easy. And if I can see them, why can't the police see them? They're supposed to be illegal. I keep telling them as they go past me, illegal, illegal. The police just need to give me a warrant card. I'll stop them for you, don't worry. No trouble with that department. But they don't seem to be doing anything. A giant boulder is getting a new lease of life. I've never heard of such a thing, but this is one which attracted Victorian-era thrill-seekers. It's called the Bowder Stone in Keswick in Cumbria. First drew crowds in 1798 when the landowner, Joseph Pocklington, added flimsy stairs. Now there's a 9-metre metal ladder so tourists can follow in their footsteps. It's 1,250 tonnes, thought to have fallen from crags after the last ice age. Wow. I like this. And today's visitors will spot woodpeckers, tawny owls and large dragonflies. I don't like large dragonflies. They look like 2 or 3 of those could carry you off. I don't like them at all. When I used to go fishing, not my sort of thing, the dragonflies were constantly buzzing all the way over the rivers. But I like the giant boulder. I like the idea that it's been there since the last ice age. I like things like that. Of course, I'd hate it if it was a Victorian folly or something stupid. Mr. Brown... Gordon Brown, the man who introduced free TV licences for the over 75s, is aware how vital they are for millions of pensioners, and he's demanding Mrs May sort it out. He said it can be your legacy. So he wants a U-turn. She won't do that. She won't do it. The BBC certainly won't do it. They've got no intention of doing anything like that. They want as much money in as possible so they can keep more dead TV channels and radio stations going. But that's the way that they do it. Also, the hotel prices soar to see the Lyon S's, England fans, having to stay miles from Lyon ahead of tomorrow's World Cup semi-final as hotel rooms reached £2,000. £2,000. Fan Sandra Robbins says, I'm staying in a town 13 miles away because everything is full except for one top hotel asking £2,000 for a room. Well, that's just rip-off time. Don't pay it. Don't pay it. Let them have empty rooms. Much better. Peter says, the majority of cyclists don't need lights at night. Well, they do. It's absolutely illegal to ride a cycle without lights on. Not much chance of collision with motorists while riding on the footpath. No, these are people on the road. No, on the footpath, absolutely. I couldn't care less what they do. They're not supposed to be on the footpath either. If their wheel is above 20 inches, they're not supposed to be anywhere near it. But if they're on the road, they're supposed to have lights on. It's a legal requirement. It's like, you see sometimes cars, but they're generally driven by druggies. People driving down the motorway. And they wear dark clothes as well. Why don't they wear something light? I mean, I'm not sure whether or not cyclists are the full brain cell, but I thought the advert was, you know, wear white to be seen at night. So, although my uncle, some years ago, went out all in white baseball cap, white top, white jeans, got run over by a snowplow, and it was all very, very distressing in the family. But, you know, you've got to go out there and be seen. If you're wearing dark clothing and you're driving through the dark streets of London, I mean, how stupid would you have to be? You know, if your dad's got reflective... Exactly, you can buy anything. You can get sticky bits that you go on you. You can get... Oh, God. You can get all sorts of things, you know. Why's the airline pilot joined us? Is he sort of flying from Gatwick today, are we? It's a lovely outfit, it really is, honestly. Fly Henry, as they say. Fly Henry. Hello, I'm Henry. We'll be taking off very shortly and flying to Magaluf, one of our favourite destinations. 29 minutes past 6. I'm still getting excited over Kim on Over, which I think is such a great headline, and this is for Trump, the first US president to visit secretive North Korea. But, however, I'm not over keen on a picture of a Chihuahua who's named Genevieve. And what they've done is they've dressed this Chihuahua up in a chic pink ensemble. This is animal cruelty. This is animal cruelty. The Fur Babies dog show mascot stepped out in her Sunday best. This is not Sunday. This is dressing up an animal. They're not supposed to be dressed up. Why is it that people complain about certain things? Nobody complains about this. This one was wearing a pink unicorn horn that had to be removed so she could wear her crown. You're not supposed to dress dogs up. They don't get dressed up. They're dogs. This is animal cruelty. I've seen people who've dyed their dogs different colours and had different cuts so that they look like something else. And I remember thinking, why has nobody complained about that before now? They complain about everything else, don't they? But they don't seem to complain about that. I don't know, perhaps just me. I see it as a bit of cruelty, really. The poor are made to pay to get their cash out. Jobless hotspots hit with most fee-charging ATMs. I thought they were all free. I didn't realise that some of them actually charge. They used to in pubs, but I never used to use those ones. 7 this morning with Nick Ferrari at breakfast. From 7, Nick will bring you the latest after yet another weekend of violence in London. There are 4 dead in 4 separate incidents across the capital, including a woman who is 8 months pregnant. Her baby remains hospitalised in critical condition. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has become the first sitting US president to set foot in North Korea after a meeting with Kim Jong-un in the demilitarised zone on its border saw both men agree to resume nuclear talks. And you'll hear updates on the Conservative leadership race between Boris Johnson and Jeremy Hunt as each man ramps up his respective bid for number 10. That's all with Nick Ferrari at breakfast from 7 this morning here on LBC. This, do you remember the drug runner, Laura Plummer? Laura Plummer was thrown behind bars after being caught with 290 painkillers at an Egyptian airport. 290 illegal painkillers. 5 months after she was released from jail and arrived back home, she rarely goes out other than to work and chats to her lover, Omar, as often as she can. Her dad says they're still very much in love, like anybody's remotely interested. I seriously couldn't work this one out at all. They spend 2 hours every night talking on the internet because she took... I mean, to be honest with you, she's changed dramatically since the pictures you remember of her. She was thrown in prison, which she didn't like. She says, I've witnessed horrendous things. Well, you were drug running. You know, they are illegal. I've often wondered why she never asked herself the question, you know, if he had a bad back, why didn't he just go and see his doctor over there? And the answer is because these things are illegal over there. So she seemed quite surprised when she was stopped. She said, I knew I had more than one tablet with me. 290 was a bit of a thing, but I had no idea I had 290. I just didn't think. Well, she was interviewed by Piers Morgan. Why? I've got no idea. I was so happy walking into the airport. I go to Egypt 3 times a year. I saw the guy who checks the suitcase, put it on the conveyor and asked if I had medication. I opened the suitcase, he pulled them out and said, what's this? I thought he was joking. Well, I mean, surely you can't be that dim. Why would you take them over for a boyfriend when he's living in a... They're not the third world, you know, over in Egypt. Piers told Laura that some people were not buying her story, but she told him, don't ever call me a drug dealer. I'm not a drug dealer. You took in illegal drugs to a country. That's why you went to prison. I don't know quite why she doesn't understand it. It's sort of one of those odd situations. So all of a sudden, she's become famous for doing something illegal. It doesn't matter, you know, whether she knew it. She knew it was more than one tablet, 290. And she still hasn't spoken to the woman who actually got them. Describing the conditions she endured, Laura said the prison was horrendous. It's called prison, dear. It's called prison. It's called prison in Egypt. Slightly different over here, you know, where you perhaps have tea and cakes at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon and then sort of have some visitors round and then negotiate with your agent a book deal or something else. But to be honest with you, she said people on social media need to speak with people who know me. Well, are they going to get to know you? I couldn't care. It's not my problem. It's your problem. You were the one who took these illegal things in. You should have checked. 290. I mean, what do you think? One tablet looks like 290. I shouldn't think so. But she sort of got these things. She was locked up 24 hours a day in a tiny cockroach-infested cell. They always over-exaggerate. They always over-exaggerate. They go, oh, it's dreadful over here, thinking that people can't check. They don't work like that. 30 other women wearing a thin blanket to keep her warm at night. Well, that's what happens when you break the law, isn't it? You break the law of the country without even thinking about it. And so here's a picture of her going off to work the other day. So she's recovering from the ordeal. I should imagine everybody's recovering from the ordeal, including the woman who supplied you with these in the first place. Where did she get them from? That was a big question. She didn't have an answer for that. She didn't have an answer for what, all she kept coming up with was, oh, that's a legal situation. That's the old excuse, isn't it, every time? Where did this woman who is this woman? Why haven't you told her who she is? So people can go after her. Because surely she should have been the one who should have been locked up. But unfortunately, Laura Plummer's story is fairly thin on the ground, and either way, in Egypt, these things are illegal. Surely her boyfriend of so many years now, although actually she just talked to him on the telephone, not really a boyfriend, more like sort of somebody you talk to on the telephone, he would have said, for God's sake, don't bring in tramadol, they're illegal. So she takes him because he's got a bad back. I mean, assuming, and of course they don't have doctors and things like that over in Egypt, where they've got some of the best in the entire world. But 5 toilets for 200 women, it's a prison. It's a prison. Not everybody goes at the same time. You don't need to worry about things like that. But, of course, she's made it out that she's the victim. Whereas I never saw it like that at all. I thought I saw her as somebody who hadn't really checked what the law was in another country. If you're taking in something like that, surely you must have thought about it. Wouldn't have taken half a second to check. If you're spending night chatting on the internet, surely you could have used the internet to check on whether these things were illegal in Egypt. And it would have said, absolutely. James says, I've made katsu curry sauce with crispy burnt chicken and breadcrumbs. Sharwoods do the sauce in a bag. Oh, did they? Oh. Well, now you've made it interesting for me. I might have to try this. There's this katsu curry. We'd only discovered what it was this morning. And we decided it sounded quite nice, especially with coconut rice. Excuse me. And I thought, katsu curry. It just sounds horrible, doesn't it? It just doesn't... I mean, why didn't they just call it chicken curry and breadcrumbs? Why does it have to be called katsu? Katsu. It's the sauce, is katsu. It's obviously a big favourite with the producer, Ollie's. He's very excited by this. Almost as excited as Callum was when we brought in pot noodle the other day. You've never seen anybody light up so quickly. It was almost like, I'd given him a gold bar or something. Have this as a present. He went, oh. And then they had one each. I'd already eaten mine. But Callum wolfed it, didn't he? I mean, really did, like he'd never seen food before. Never seen food. That's why he stays that size, because he's not eating like we're eating, which is probably bad news. But tomorrow, what are we doing tomorrow? Super noodles. Super noodles. I'll go and have a look this afternoon when I get back. Super noodle. I can't believe we're doing this sort of thing in the morning. We've had all sorts of strange things. Strange things. Strictly Rachel, secret Vegas wedding. She's got married. This is Rachel Riley. She's married her lover, Pasha, in Las Vegas. They met on the dance show. They didn't tell friends and family they were eloping on Friday. I think that's good to keep it all quiet, don't you? She's ever so nice. She's another thin one. There's not much of her at all. Her and Callum side by side. The wind would rattle through their bones. It would sound like telegraph wires. But the troubled James Bond film, they've had a few little problems there. It suffered a fresh blow, although I see it as a blessing for everybody, that miserable old Grace Jones quit her much-hyped role moments after arriving on set. The diva. No, just a silly little show-off. That's all it is. This is not diva, this is rudeness. 71. She played May Day in A View to a Kill, walked away after discovering how few lines she had. I mean, she's 71, what do you expect? You're not going to have a major role. Bosses were furious. They wasted time and money securing a luxury residence for her near Pinewood Studios. A source said she expected a bigger role. She was out of there quicker than it takes to rustle up a martini. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I mean, what do you expect? You're not a force to be reckoned with. You're not a great actress. And so somebody goes for a lot of time and trouble to, get you a property, to make sure you're happy. You've only got to say a few lines, to do with Mr. Bond or whatever it is. And then she goes, I'm not doing this. And then, well, go away then. Go away. Who cares whether they book you? You're not going to change anything. Ed Sheeran has been on tour again around a town on a pub crawl. He went on a 10-bar ale trail around Henley-on-Thames. I know Henley-on-Thames. I wasn't aware there were 10 bars in Henley-on-Thames. Mel Robertson, who runs the Saracen's Head, says Colin, her husband, wasn't sure if it really was the pop star. She said, we Googled a picture of him to make sure it was him. He was so friendly and stayed for a game of pool. They're so excited. Wait a minute, I think it's Ed Sheeran. Get the computer. What do you think? Do you think there's this one here, there's this picture here. Do you think it's him? It's Ed Sheeran. Hi, Ed, did you need any more drinks? Oh, you can imagine, can't you? They couldn't believe their luck. Down in Henley, used to seeing celebrities because that's where George Harrison's family live, in Henley. In fact, you can't miss it. Well, you don't see the house, but if you go up the hill, so you come through, go down Remenham Hill, and you go through Henley, you go up the hill, literally within 100 yards of the town centre, there's a huge pair of gates for the Friary. And they have a friary in the middle of these grounds. It's stunning, with its own underground lake under the house, with little boats and lights. Sounds fantastic, doesn't it? Vic and Dave, old people, go across to Glastonbury. I don't know why. I've got no idea what they were doing there. They were celebrating their 20th wedding anniversary. Obviously not keen to spend money. You know what they like for a freebie. We don't want to go to Glastonbury. Yeah, and we have... Can son have tickets and his girlfriend? Yeah, if they must. So they hand out all these freebie tickets. Be nice if they paid, wouldn't it, really? I would have thought so. Seeing as that perhaps they're short of a penny or two. I don't know. Be careful cooking katsu sauce. The smell lingers for days. I'm not going to be cooking anything at all. I shall just be reheating or pinging. I've got no intention of cooking this stuff. Who wants to cook nowadays? Listen, the supermarkets make it nigh on impossible for you to ruin a meal because it's all made for you. Somebody's worked it all out in advance, how long you cook it for, and then you just sort of pop it on a plate and then you eat it, and it tastes like... You can always tell fibs, couldn't you? Just add a few extra peas or something to something, and they go, did you make this yourself? And you go, yep. It's like all the people on Come Dine With Me and that. They go, did you actually make the ice cream? The person goes, yes. Like, who makes ice cream? I just tell fibs. I think Biggins got somebody else to cook it for him when he did it. And he did Come Dine With Me, and he won. He just did a hearty one, and there was like a beef stew or something, and then it was like a trifle afterwards, which is exactly what you want. You want comfort food, but the one thing that sells a meal nowadays is the company. Got the right company, it's a winner, even if the food is rubbish. As long as you've got a plate of baguettes chopped up and there's butter and you've got something warming to put inside you, and, it's fantastic. Who needs to worry whether you can cook or not? I cheat every time. 7:15. It's me. I hope Pasha realises, says Ron, what a catch she's got. Rachel has the looks, the brains, the personality, the whole package. Yes, and she's nice. She's nice as well. She's been in here, and she was lovely. Steve, good morning, says Angie. Ed Sheeran has a role in the film Yesterday. I'm going to see it this weekend. I can't wait. Are you going to see it? No. I'm not, no. I didn't have any interest. I've ordered the Elton John one, and I've got the Queen one. What was the other one I wanted? There was something... I've pre-ordered quite a few films which are coming out, but the Beatles one never interested me, and I don't know why, actually. I'm really not too sure. And yet, because I'm a huge fan of the Beatles, I've got every single Beatles record. Every single Beatles record, every single album, and every single film. All of it. The complete package. Well done to a guy called... That's a woman, I do beg your pardon. How rude. Catherine Breed. Catherine Breed is the first person this year to swim between Northern Ireland and Scotland. Completed the cross-channel trek in just over 11 hours. She failed to break the best time of 9 hours, 35 minutes. Catherine from San Francisco said, I trained so hard for a long time. I went into it hoping to get a record. 2 others turned back because of the cold, strong currents and jellyfish. Oh, no. I saw jellyfish on the telly the other day. It was one of these David Attenborough programmes, and they were sort of showing you. And there can be millions of them in a swarm. I mean, seriously, millions of them. Very, 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 very worrying. Who's that a picture of? This is a picture of scientists have identified an area of the brain that can predict how much people like music. Because there must be... Because music resonates with different people, doesn't it? You'll hear one song, and somebody will go, oh, that's one of my favourites. And you hear something else, and they go, that's my favourite. And you go, oh, I can't stand that song. So we've obviously all got brains tuned different ways. Grumpy Blackadder going forth once again, the final time. I think it'll be brilliant. I think it'll be absolutely brilliant. I just love all... It's so interesting to see them reprising their roles. That will be very interesting. Front page of the Daily Star this morning, Caroline's Love Island secret is out. Yep. She's not a very good presenter. I could have told you that before. And the comedy classic revival, Carry On films on the verge of a hilarious comeback. No, you cannot. And they proved it with Carry On Columbus and Carry On England. You cannot duplicate what the Carry-Ons had, because they had a full orchestra, which made it sound like a big film, and it had the same cast who'd worked together. They knew exactly how it worked. It didn't matter what film they were doing, whether it was, Henry VIII, or whether it was over in France with the Scarlet Pimpernel, or whether it was whatever it happened to be, the Carry-On Doctors, Carry-On Matrons. And this bloke who's 72, Brian Baker, thinks that he can sell merchandise which will help him finance 3 new movies. We don't want 3 new movies. I don't want to break this to you, but, it's probably nice, and probably, getting the merchandise would be good. You could put all sorts of things on it. He's paid £500,000 for the merchandise, but we don't want 3 new movies. They will die on their proverbial. Carry On Columbus didn't do at all well. The public were not interested. You cannot improve on perfection. Be like remaking, I don't know, any one of a number of programmes from years ago. Minder, you can't really make these programmes again because they worked with the original company. So that's why when you see the idea they're going to do it and you think, oh, that's lovely. Oh, good Lord above. That's a lovely idea. We'll sort of remake the film. Listen, there are loads of people with loads more money than Brian who, if they thought there was money to be made in the Carry-Ons, they'd have done them years ago. But they haven't. They haven't. They say they'll be adapted to bring it up to modern times. Will have to be a bit more politically correct. Well, there you go. You've killed it straight away. You've killed the whole idea about the Carry-Ons is that, of their period, this is 27 years ago, they were able to get away with loads of stuff. Loads and loads of stuff. And so he says, we'll have to be politically correct. Well, don't bother with it then, because it'll be a total waste of time and money. You'll always find actors willing to do it, but I just don't think it's going to work. I really don't think it's going to work, and I'd hate you to waste your money. Take my word for it. I'm one of the biggest Carry-On fans out there. Jeff Goldblum's movie past came back to haunt him because he played a jazzy set of Herbie Hancock and Nina Simone hits. This must have been at Glastonbury. They all go down there, don't they? I've noticed that all the columns in the newspapers, they're sort of putting themselves out. This is good, this is good, this is better, this was a fantastic set. And here's Britain's most tattooed man. He's blasted shallow women for rejecting him. This is King of Inkland, King Body Art, the Extreme Inkite. I mean, he comes from Birmingham. He was born Matthew Whelan. Bit sad, really. Everything's tattooed. His face, his body, everything. Every inch of him, as they say. He said, I've had 15 to 20 relationships in my life and have definitely got more attention since I got my tattoos. Yeah, people are laughing at you. They're laughing at you. And he's saying, love me. They're only fascinated about his appearance. Well, of course they are. Why would you want to go out with somebody who looks like that? Especially somebody whose face is all tattooed. It just looks horrible. Horrible. If you haven't realised that, you need to go back and get your brain tested. Apple has a heart. Thieves 12. Thieves went on a joyride in 2 buggies stolen from a golf club. This is in Hampshire. The place called Bishop's Stoke. The buggies were stolen from Wickham Park Golf Club in Fareham. The general manager said, everyone is shocked and angry. It just seems so pointless to take the buggies and discard them. Well, I'd imagine the batteries ran down. Because they're all charged up, aren't they? They're only meant to just sort of nip over the ground. Still laughing at Bros singer. Matt Goss named his French bulldog Reggie. That's it. What do you call your hair, Matt? What do you call the hair? That's what I want to know. We call it cotton wool. But he apparently developed a friendship with Reggie. Obviously not with Ronnie, for the obvious reasons. But as I say, whether or not it ever happened, we'll never know. And a woman here, I've got time to tell you very quickly about this one. She was taken to hospital after 2 cleaning products combined to create a noxious gas. She was washing a bath with bleach and another fluid in Bishopston in Bristol. Paramedics tended to the woman whilst firefighters cleared the air. I mean, did you know that? I didn't know you weren't supposed to mix things up. I had no idea. Daily Telegraph, front page this morning. Hunt, I will turbocharge the no deal with £20 billion plan. And here's Johnny Bairstow. Oh, look, Johnny Bairstow again. That's the one who wants to appear on Strictly Come Dancing. So he's done that sort of desperation thing. Oh, I wouldn't mind it if they offered it to me. I'd do that. Of course you would, dear. Glastonbury's new golden girl. It's Kylie, starring in The Sunshine. Farage refuses to name the Brexit Party candidates. He took to the stage, and in front of a 5,000-strong crowd, the audience was told that among those standing before them were a forklift truck driver, civil engineers and teachers. There were also 26 entrepreneurs, 5 Tory councillors, 2 people in show business and 2 UKIP councillors, yet not one single one of them was named. In fact, we should try again on LBC, I suppose. Donald Trump made history. He stepped into North Korea. First country's leader to actually do that. So that's a start. Oh, sorry. The excitement there. That's a start. Let's hope it goes further. The Times, Sir David Attenborough making a surprise appearance on the Pyramid stage at the age of 93. Fantastic. And the Church says thou shalt not tweet in anger. Don't tell me the Church is getting involved with things like that. Couldn't bear it. Businesses going bust, says Hunt. Is the price worth paying for a no-deal Brexit? The Glastonbury special, a bit late now, actually. I'd love to know what the BBC budget was for doing Glastonbury. I bet it was millions and millions and millions. And also, scores of complaints have been made about rented properties on royal land. Tenants have received more than 100 eviction notices in 5 years. This is prompting anger over how the Queen's £14 billion portfolio is managed by other people. And the Express. In honour of Diana, the PM backs our crusade to inspire Britain's youth. Kylie's Glastonbury, the tears of triumph. And an 8-month pregnant mum dies in yet another knife horror. The MPs plead, act now to halt this senseless bloodshed. And do what? Do tell me. Do tell me. I wish we knew what the answer was. I fear there is no answer for knife crime. We have no idea. We'll probably find out in the next few days why this poor woman was targeted. Just before I go, let me tell you what's coming up on my free podcast today. A little bit extra. You'll hear about Emily Maitlis's attempt to defend her decision to let the dog sleep on the seat next to her on the train. I'm sorry, there is no defence. It's disgusting, Emily, for people who are allergic to dogs. You know the rules. No dogs on seats. Ridiculous, actually. And how Anton has finally managed to get a bit of action with one of the new girls on Love Island. Pretty amazing it's taken him this long, considering how desperate they all are. And you'll hear about Gaz from Geordie Shore and the gender reveal party that he held for his newborn baby girl. I mean, really. Seeing them? Different flavours? Have you had those ones before? No. Yeah, well, you've had a couple of them. Yeah, that sounds quite good. Well, apparently, according to... Because I bought them in these super noodles. Are they super noodles, those ones, or just... Super noodles. I don't know why they're super noodles. Is there a reason why they're super noodles? And there's that little packet, fill a bowl. Callum apparently is the expert. He can tell you. I thought they were that all those were good value. You can microwave. Well, how else are we going to cook them in here? We haven't got a kitchen. It's got to. You can do it in the microwave. Yeah, no, but you literally put them in a bowl with the sauce over the top, then half a pint of water, stick them in the microwave for about 4 minutes. Take them, of course you must take them. Yes, don't give them to people on the streets. They'll be begging you for those. It doesn't work if you just put them inside a warm mouth. You have to actually cook the blooming things. You can have those when you get home. God, honestly, you're living the lifestyle, aren't you? I'll tell you, if only I could live that same lifestyle. Love you. See you later. Such a nice little friendly team today. Nice little friend. We like a little friendly team. It's very good, actually, when everybody's sort of very harmonious. And we are harmonious. Although I was actually amazed as to how hot it was yesterday. And the day before, my neighbour Lynn had said, I've got a bottle of rosé wine that one of our other neighbours had given us last year for watering the plants and looking after them and everything else. And so she'd been keeping it chilling for ages. So she brought it down to the patio, and we split a bottle of wine, which was quite nice actually. But then I got in and I thought, I need to go to bed. But it was hot. I could feel the sun on the back of my neck. I really could. So good news about Jason Donovan back only for a limited period at the London Palladium. There's also the zoo. Somebody goes to this zoo in Cambridgeshire and discovers the body of a keeper which had been killed by a tiger. You think somebody would have missed her, wouldn't you, really? She goes in there to clean the glass so that you can look through and see the tigers, and one attacks her. And so her body was just left there. I don't know if they did anything else. They just don't know, do they, tigers or lions or anything else? And presumably if she was cleaning the glass, she's not going to know when this thing comes up behind her and frightens the life out of her. Frightens the life out of me even thinking about it. So not good. Not good at all. How much sun cream do you really, really need? And male, come closer, varicose veins. Apparently it's a bit of a problem. Certainly a problem for one of my favourite TV critics, and the reason he's one of my favourite TV critics, I agree with him 99.9% of the time, and he had varicose veins, because you can't look at somebody unless you see them in a pair of shorts. You're not going to know what somebody's legs are like. And so in this particular case he had very, very bad varicose veins, and so after 30 years Ian Hyland decided to go to this clinic. I mean, I'm assuming it's some sort of freebie thing that's sort of taking place. But anyway, it doesn't matter because it's a problem. And loads of people listening will go, oh, yes, varicose veins. And you can have them stripped out. I think that's what they call it. It sounds horrendous. If you don't have varicose veins, it's not going to mean a thing to you. But if you've got them, it probably means that it stops you going to the beach or everything. You can have them done. And I don't know if they do them on the NHS or whether they do them privately. You'd have to let me know that. Plus, as well, Lindsay Brown. You don't know who Lindsay Brown is. Let's just call her Simple, shall we? Lindsay Brown buys a swimming costume. Dun, 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 dun. And she puts it on, but unfortunately she can't work out why her privates are on display. And so she sends in a picture to the manufacturer of the swimming costume going, I don't think this is all that and all the rest of it. So they very politely wrote back. Unfortunately, I wouldn't have been as polite. And they said, we have looked at the photograph. You're wearing the costume upside down. That's how dim she is. That's how dim. She was wearing the costume. I mean, you'd kind of realise, wouldn't you, that if bits are hanging out that are not supposed to be hanging out, you've obviously got it on upside down. Ali Ross says the Love Islanders, I literally don't even like them. Although they have been quite interesting, because now we're not sure who's going out with whom. Does it really make any difference? Is it going to change your life? Will they achieve anything in the outside world? And judging by their appearances so far, no. And who does Henry not like? Doesn't like Amy, the trolley dolly. Doesn't like the trolley dolly at all. And we don't know why, just something. And yet, she apparently, because she's full of old bull, what's it, she had her hair done and veneers, and she's had, all sorts of bits and pieces to try and make her attractive. Unfortunately, of course, the big thing she's missed out is that she's got zero personality. She's absolutely zilch, the most boring person I've ever seen on the television. That is not true. I've seen much more boring people. But she's a pretty close second or third. She's dull. So it's no good what they look like. Well, it is until somebody sees through them. And her latest bloke that she's managed to capture within the Love Island villa has sort of just dumped her for somebody else. She's not happy at all. I love it, though. I mean, I quite like watching the antics. I'm not an addict for it because I have a life. And I think I need to have a life, because if I started watching stuff like that and then do you remember when they used to do Big Brother? You'd sit there on the on your sofa at home with your TV dinner in front of you and a glass of prosecco or a beer or something like that, and you'd watch this peculiar audience that used to turn up for Big Brother's little bit on the side, hosted by Rylan. And you'd sit there, and they were the most peculiar people you'd ever seen. Never seen such oddities. And they'll all be going, yeah, because this is that. And they were every age. They seem to go from 9 to 90, which is always a good indicator to me that, everything's going really well. Unfortunately, the audience was switching off in droves. So luckily, we actually got rid of it, never to come back again. Monica says, morning, everybody. Coffee sorted, slept well, time to start. Quite late today, working and listening to you. Looks like a brilliant morning. Enjoy your super noodles. I'm not having them, Monica. I've given them to the boys. Ollie's taken his home. We're not sure if Callum is so excited about this. I can't begin to tell you. Seriously, if you blindfolded Callum and you took him to Love Island and then you took the blindfold off and there was a complete array of pot noodles, he would be as happy as Larry. Seriously, you'd be so excited, wouldn't you? He wouldn't be bothering about the people coming forward, going and leaning forward in their bikinis, going, so which one do you like, Callum? Callum's going, I like the barbecue sauce. Yeah. Form a line, girls, because I'm eating my pot noodles first. He's so excited. Seriously, I didn't think the other day when he had them, he was very excited about pot noodle. I didn't think anybody could ever be that excited. But it goes to prove that if there's any young ladies listening, he's a cheap date. Okay, I mean, he's not going to cost you much. You won't need to take him anywhere. Just go and buy 2 pot noodles, couple of quid, and go and sit in a bus shelter. And he'll be quite happy. He can play his tunes on his phone. He can do the whole business. Very nice indeed. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I bought sunglasses yesterday. Now, I am traditionally known for wearing Ray-Bans. I always carry at least 2 pairs. Don't ask me why. Don't ask why. It's obviously some inability to connect with 1 pair of Ray-Bans. So I always carry about 2 pairs. And then I bought these ones that were advertised on JML. And they're polarised, which means that it cuts the glare down, which actually for me is brilliant. So for driving, they're brilliant. They look passable. And when I bought them before, you get 3 pairs for $49.99. 3 pairs, either 2 black and 1 tortoiseshell, or 2 tortoiseshell and 1 black, or 3 black, or 3 tortoiseshell, whatever it happens to be. And I bought them. And then I gave a few pairs away to people. And then I saw them the other day. They were on special offer. $29.99. Well, I was there straight away, so I've ordered 6 pairs. I don't know why. I can't buy anything in one, because I think to myself, I might be sitting here one morning, and as happened with Ollie, you know, he left the studio. I said, where are your sunglasses? He said, I've lost them. So I gave him a pair of Ray-Bans, so that, you know, I'm like that. And we've never seen them since. We don't know what he's probably lost them again. He has this ability to lose things quite quickly. So yesterday, I was ordering these things, and the person I was sitting next to, one of the producers still, you see, I will spare his embarrassment, because there's another great story, which a friend of his told me, which I'm saving for later. But anyway, so he sort of said, what are you doing? I said, I'm ordering these sunglasses. He said, what for? I said, because they're cheap. They're $29.99. They work out about a tenner a pair. And that includes a hard case. And if you break them, that doesn't matter, because they're so cheap. You just go and buy another pair of glasses. And because they're polarised, it means if you look into a lake, you can see the fish swimming around. That's how they sell them on the television. You can see through the glare. Whereas if you're wearing normal glasses and they're not polarised, you can't see anything. So, I know, do you put sunglasses on over the top, Callum, or no? Do you not wear sunglasses? No, not really. Right. Can you cope with sunlight then? See, I can't cope with sunlight at all. I'm terrible. You've got to use. Oh, right. Do you possess sunglasses? Yeah. Got them somewhere. He doesn't really know, actually. He doesn't know. They're probably hidden behind the pot noodle in the kitchen cupboard or something. Oh, look, pot noodle. Ah, sunglasses. There they are. I knew that was it. So Cheryl Cole has gone... No, she's Cheryl Tweedy, isn't she now? Is she? I don't know. Anyway, she dumped the kid on somebody, and she's gone off to Paris Fashion Week. I don't know why. I don't know what she's to do with fashion. Michael Barrymore has dropped that claim for compensation against Essex Police for £2.4 million. And the EastEnders ratings, they've hit a new all-time low. And yet the BBC is spending £87 million on a new set. They're a bit like the royal family. It's a case of, you know, don't do what I say. Don't do what I do what I say. Because there's a lovely thing, I think Harry and Meghan, that very happy couple, have wanted people to spend less money on air travel, whereas they jet around the world all over the place. They're not remotely bothered about the carbon footprint. William and Jeremy are in the queue for Wimbledon tennis. What, already? Already you're queuing for Wimbledon tennis? I mean, that's a bit early, isn't it? Want to come down and join us? We know you love tennis. I so do, honestly. I mean, I'm quite an expert on tennis, you know, but I just wouldn't want to sit there in this heat. No, thank you very much indeed. Sitting there, you know, in the seats going... And then all of a sudden, and if it's the women playing, the noises. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Shh, just hit the ball over the net, dear. Don't make such a song and dance about it. And then they started measuring how loud the was. And you think to yourself, who cares? Just listen, when we used to play swing ball at home, just getting the thing back on a piece of elastic was the bonus. Now they have to hit it, and then hit it over the net again, and then they've got the ball boys and girls. And I always like them, actually, because they really want to enjoy tennis, but they have to sit there, because if you don't do it properly, you're out. And it's their job to run and pick up the ball in the middle and go the other side and then kneel down again by the thing, as if it was some prayer meeting. But it's the... like that, isn't it? You know when it's starting, you can tell. And then if you're really lucky... Oh, don't like looking at pictures of whales. Why do the Japanese have to kill whales? Why can't they sort of go and kill something else? I just don't like to see that. It's not very good, is it? The minister who says ditch phones and talk to your children more. No chance. No chance. Kids nowadays, they've all got mobile telephones. They absolutely have mobile telephone. You can do anything on your mobile phone. So, you bought a new telephone. Good luck. Henry bought a new telephone. How much was that one? Is that a lot of money? How much? Oh, your dad helped you out. Right. How much was it then? The original question. £800? What does your father do for a living? He funds you. Not for much longer, by the sound of it. 800... So there's a picture, isn't there? In fact, I think we've actually done it on the Little Bit Extra Steve Allen show, which Jordan has got a £3,500 phone. It's a freebie, of course. She can't afford it because poor girl is skint, which is very interesting. Steve says, it reminds me, I've got a rather nice piece of Stilton to have some port with. And Monica said, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly so generous? Listen, I am the most generous person you will ever meet. Seriously. 9 out of 10 times I go out for a meal with people, I pay. I'm like that. Saw Joseph last evening. Amazing reworking of the show. Sheridan is amazing. Almost never leaves the stage. Well, she's the narrator, isn't she? Jason looks great. And Jack is a star in the making. The whole company work hard. It's only a very short show, you know. Go, 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 Joseph, you know what they say. Go, 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 Joseph, we'll make it someday. Sha-la-la, Joseph, you're doing fine. You and your dream crowd ahead of your time. Do you ever see the show, Joseph? No, I didn't think you would have done. It used to be a very short show. It used to be a 15-minute show. It was done to celebrate end of term at a school in London where Andrew Lloyd Webber's father was the organist. And they had a couple of songs, and then it gradually turned into something bigger. It got a review. One of the parents of one of the boys at the school said, I went to see this thing, Joseph, it's fantastic. And based on that, they added extra songs. And then when you went to see it at the Palladium, and I should imagine it's probably the same now, it's about a 20-minute show, but they string it out for about an hour and something, because each show is reprised at least twice. And then at the end of the show, just when you think it's finished, they do the whole disco version. It's Disco Joseph. Go, go, Joseph, you know what they say. And all the audience stand up and clap and, what? It's what they do. And all the lights are flashing on you. It's like, whoa, like, baby. You know, it was like being like a nightclub. It was like being in a discotheque with a lot of elderly people. And I was one I just sat there and clapped along. I went, have I been to nightclubs? You are listening to a person who worked in them for God knows how many years. I was a DJ. Of course not recently. I mean, I'd look like somebody's grandfather wandering in to go, are they ready to go home yet? I've got the car out here. Bring them out. You phone them. I'm outside waiting. Do it now. Of course, no, not recently I've been to a nightclub. They're too noisy. Who wants to go into a half-dark place, you know, throwing back shots and Sambuca and B-52s and all the rest of it, and then you lurch into somebody and you go, oh, mate, how are you? Yeah. No, I don't want to do that. And also, they aren't playing any of my favourite ABBA songs or things like that, or the Pet Shop Boys. You know, it'll all be something I've never heard of before. Where? Pop World. It's all right for you. You're that age. You can go to these sort of places. Anybody my age, over 40, we don't go to nightclubs. That's for saddos. I couldn't sing you a Stormzy song. I wouldn't have the faintest idea. I've heard of him, and I know he's a rapper. But you don't dance to rap, do you? Do people dance to rap? No, they don't, do they? You just stand there and go like that. It's all a bit tedious. And they go, oh, we had a really riot, you know. And then some nightclubs, they sort of close at 4, then the one around the corner opens at 6. And so people go there and dance all day. Drugs. That's what it is. It's drugs, ladies and gentlemen. They're all doing drugs there. Otherwise, how can you stay awake that long? I'd be the one sitting in the corner. When I used to work nightclubs, they all finished about 1 o'clock in the morning, which was quite late enough as far as I was concerned. But the one thing you'd have to do before you finished is you'd have to go around with all the bouncers. And invariably, you'd find, you know, in the gents' toilet, some poor bloke slumped in the cubicle. You'd have to sort of break the door down to get him out and go, "You all right, mate? You need to go home." What? You need to go home. There's always people hanging around outside. All right? Yeah, kebab. Let's go kebab. Come on. And that's the only places they're home. Ollie is the classic boy for going out to a nightclub. He doesn't know where he's been. He has no idea. He goes in there, he's 3 sheets to the wind, and then he staggers outside, then has a kebab. And then eventually finds his way home. A friend of mine was like that. He used to end up sitting on a train, and he would end up at Heathrow Airport in the early hours of the morning because he'd failed to get off the train. It's outrageous, isn't it? Outrageous. So good news. Good news. Helen has had her varicose veins stripped. We'll tell you about it, actually, because it can be a huge problem for a lot of people. But you can get them done, you know. You can get them done. Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. Welcome to Tuesday, 2nd of July. It's going to race through, isn't it? It's going to race through, I can just tell. So Helen says, I had my varicose veins stripped 20 years ago, came back, then had laser treatment on the NHS, and all gone. All gone, which is great. Well, actually, if you see the pictures in the paper today, Ian Highland, I mean, it looks very... What it would cost, I do not know. I do not know. Rob says, I've just booked my 5th holiday for this year. I've decided this year I will be doing 10 holidays, 3 to 5 days holiday per trip. I'm self-employed and I can do it. Have you booked any holiday? No, I'm not bothered about holiday. It never does it for me. I'm not sitting by a pool. I don't do sunbathing. In fact, if anything, I'm told to keep out the sun. And you know, anything I want to see, I just get a DVD out or go to YouTube. So there's nothing I need to go abroad for. And also, I'm a big fan of this country. I quite want to go to Frinton, I think. I don't know why. Frinton looks... Thank you. Sorry. Frinton looks quite nice. It looks a bit sort of dated, so it'll probably suit me quite well if I go there. It's sort of... It's a bit old-fashioned. And I quite fancy that. In the film called Our Miss Fred with Danny LaRue, he appears as a drag queen in this theatre. And I knew it was a proper pier, but I just can't remember where the blooming thing is now. Somebody will tell me. They will have worked it out. Thank you. Can you let the Facebook spikers know that my convalescence continues, Steve, and my recovery now includes a dose of your show, which is very good. It's sort of better than the medicine. Absolutely. And free. And free. Where'd you get the sunglasses from? JML. Just go to Google, type in JML, and it's the name of the bloke who owns the company, actually. It's like John Martin Limited or something, I can't remember. But, so that's good. Jason in Essex, he says, could you take a moment to thank the emergency services who are keeping us safe tonight? I want to go in the helicopter. I watched it the other day. It was Helicopter ER or something like that. And I thought, I quite fancy that. So it'd be like whirlybirds getting out there and sort of turning up. It's amazing. You make me laugh, says Nicola. The grunting spoils tennis. Why do they do it? I think it's something to do with you get more of a swing behind your hand. That's the way it's been described to me. So in other words, you're sort of putting all the effort in. It's like running, isn't it? It's that last spurt. Always remember that. Always remember that. You know, you'd be sort of running. I can always remember, actually, I don't know why, but running years and years ago, there used to be a boy in our class who was very good at running. Unfortunately, he was equally good at breaking wind. And whenever he put a spurt on, you'd always get like that. We used to make us laugh. It was one of those bizarre things. But those were in the days when we were all fit. Everybody had to be fit. You had to be at school. You didn't have any choice, really. There were always the boys who go, oh, I forgot my kit today, sir. And he'd go, well, you have to do it in your pants then, won't you? So they learnt very quickly not to wear pants to school, so they didn't have to do it. Elaine from Ware, of course, is going off to the Hampton Court Flower Show. Any tips? Go early. The traffic will be horrendous. The traffic will be horrendous, I promise you. It always is, because you're only going along that one road. You'll come through Twickenham, unless you come in the other way from Sunbury, in which either way, it's going to be bad traffic. At least the parking's okay. You're actually on site. But, no, go early. Go early. Go through all the tents, first of all, because they do get a little bit hot halfway through. So, there you go. And you'll enjoy it. If you've not been before, Elaine, it's fabulous. I love it. It's got everything. I defy you to go there and not actually buy anything. Oh, it's a big mug, isn't it? Where do we find the big mug? Found a big mug today, double T. Very exciting. No, I love Hampton Court. I was one of the first people who did it years ago. They set up a little radio station and playing classical music. And I went and sat in a caravan in the early hours of the morning to do it. It was good fun, actually. Didn't pay a huge amount of money, but who cares? It was just good fun doing it. And you watch them building it up. You watch people building it up. It was great. Ian says, can you say a shout out to my mum, Ella? She lays on the sofa listening to you, still recovering from falling in the garden and breaking a collarbone. And I work as security in a bar in Shoreditch on Friday and Saturday. And then he says that classic line, hope to see you there sometime. No chance. No chance. Although I do know people who go to Shoreditch. I bet the boys here would be going to Shoreditch. It's sort of party town, isn't it? And, there's very... is it trendy still? Good Lord. I know a DJ in this building who goes there, and he's over 45. Over 45. Yeah. I'm not telling you. Well, I will tell you in a minute. But, he actually goes there, because I think he lives very near to Shoreditch. I've driven through it. You think, you know? Who do you think it is? Come on. Yeah, somebody here. Not on our station. No. Oh, right, okay. So exciting. I love games on the programme. But I would be too old. I could probably manage to get a drink in a bar in Shoreditch, but I wouldn't want to go to any clubs or anything like... Anywhere it's noisy, I don't do noisy. That's right. I used to work in nightclubs. No. Yeah. No, I used to work in nightclubs. Yeah. I was a DJ. I was the one who going 1 2 1 2. My name's Steve, and here we go. Down 2 places. In at number 16 this week, it's ABBA. Voulez-vous? Are there clubs? Yes, there are clubs in Croydon. I used to work one in East Croydon, and it was Boobs. That's what it was called. It was above a pub called the Blue Anchor, And the Blue Anchor's probably still there. It's one of those old-fashioned pubs, but they had a discotheque upstairs called Boobs, and I used to work there. It was owned by a company called Goodhue. And but the manager was a right pain in the rear end. I think he's dead now, actually, thank God. He'd always come up and he'd always say, turn the music down. You go, it's a nightclub, it's supposed to be loud. And yet now I can't bear loud noises. John in Manly Beach, and it's not as butch as you think it is, just in case. He says, woke this morning to the sound of a shark alarm at Manly Beach. 6 a.m. and the early morning swimmers had bumped into a mini man-eater. One chap had a few nibbles taken out of his legs and back. My daughter and I decided to postpone the daily swim and had a hot chocolate on the beach instead. Australia, eh? Makes you laugh, doesn't it? Mind you, if it isn't contending with things like that, and there was somebody who was killed, wasn't it, a short while ago? Swimming, I think, in Bahamas or something like that with pigs, and didn't see the 3 tiger sharks, which came up, and unfortunately she died as a result. Awful. Awful, awful, awful. I mean, see, things like that frighten the life out of me. Steve, I was one of the children in Joseph at the Palladium. Jason was Joseph in 1990. I got paid a tenner for Monday, Tuesday evenings and Wednesday matinee and evening. Andrew Lloyd Webber was my boss. You just had to sit there and sing, I close my eye. I close my eye, drew back the curtain to see fun. I love the show. I could sing along to all the songs now, but there's no point. You're like Frinton, Steve, says Richard. No riffraff. No riffraff, you see. That gets the point for me. Who wants to go on holiday where you got riffraff? It's awful. And I thought I was listening to a sketch from Star Wars, says Rob in Hatfield. He said, when I turned on, your description was excellent. Thank you for making me laugh. That's what the programme's about, isn't it? I always think it's awful. If you turn on the radio in the early hours of the morning, but of course, London being a 24-hour city, it never sleeps. We're like New York. They go, New York, you know, it's 24 hours. We are exactly the same in London. You can go out here now, go and buy a pint of milk, go and get something to eat, go gambling in the casino, you can go wandering about, you can have a rickshaw ride, please don't. You can do anything. There's a 24-hour co-op as well. You didn't know. Well, no point in you going there, is there? Your father's not with you. You won't have the money to buy things. You'll just have to go, I'd like to buy that if I could afford it. But you can't. Oh, late for the news. LBC News Time. 4:30, the headlines, Cerise do whaling. I understand that they cut things to pieces, but, you know, do they have to? Can they find something else? There's enough other stuff that we could probably have in the world as opposed to whales. And the Pope fighting moves to make priests reveal confessions of sex abuse. They've said at Vatican City they don't want them to reveal confessions of sex abuse. Why not? This I can't understand at all. I would have thought that the Catholic Church would be more than happy to get rid of paedophile priests. But they don't appear to be. And yet I thought that the popes, we've had a few of them recently, and they've all done their bit. But now the Pope is going to fight moves. Obviously somebody said to him from on high, listen, we're not going to start discussing this anymore, so no more confessions of sex abuse. Whereas, in fact, as I said before, it's been going on for donkey's years and the Catholic Church have done nothing about it. So I'm a little bit disappointed. Jill says, you haven't been up to visit us in Brighouse. Is it Brig... Wait a minute, I might have got this completely wrong. Are you part of the Brighouse and Rasterick brass band? She says, there are lots of bars, but us Yorkshire lot know how to behave and are very quiet. See, that's my idea of fun. I want it to be like that television programme which is set in, Heartbeat, where they go into the local bar. There's very rarely a fight in there. It's actually quite nice. And I would say you just have a drink and a packet of pork scratchings, and then you go. Apparently the Blue Anchor, says Vince, I knew somebody'd know, is now a Tesco Metro. Well, just think that at the top of that building was a nightclub called Boobs in Croydon, and that's where I used to work as a DJ. Just one of the places. I only worked there sort of once a week. Jill says, I treated myself 10 years ago for my 50th birthday to have my veins stripped. This is varicose veins. It's only because there's a big bit in the paper today about Ian Hyland, who had 30 years of leg hell and then managed to get them done. She had them done. £4,000. She says, best thing I ever did. Yes, I mean, I have to be honest, it can really ruin people's lives. I didn't realise when my mother had it done. I think she might have had it done on the NHS. I'm not even sure there was such a thing as private surgery. When I wanted to get, says Ian, out of a PE class, physical education. Was it physical education, yeah. Do you know it well? Did you used to do PE at school? You surprised me. So funny, isn't it? When did it stop for you? When did it stop, Henry? You still doing... Well, I know. I mean, I saw you standing up a minute ago and then you sat down again. I thought, here we go. He's getting into the routine. Up and down again. If I need exercise, just pick up the cup of tea, have a quick slurp, and then put the cup down again. Works every minute for me. But Ian says, I used to say I'm off to get my kit, then I'd disappear off to town for the rest of the day. I can remember once we had a dreadful scene in our class. One of the boys there had conveniently used to forget his kit. And so the master, I mean, he'd never get away with it now. He said, right, you'll do the whole class in the gym in your pants. And it was terrible. We all went, oh my God, this is what can happen. This is what can happen. Another one here from Shell in Slough. Oh, nobody's called Shell. Are you called Shell? Because if I hold you up to my ears, I can hear the sea. Why was that? What were you listening to? We're just listening to the gurglings of our own stomachs. But Shell says, I think your assessment of the Love Island ladies is correct. Babes, they're babes. OK, except if Callum's there with his pot noodle, in which case they're just a hindrance. Get round to you later. I'm eating the pot noodle first. OK, I've got 2 to get through. Last night, the so-called professional pharmacist started kissing a new basketball hunk, and in the same breath saying she missed the guy she was with 2 days before. Oh, I know. I think we know what we're dealing with here. It's just that it's so sad and tragic to watch them. I mean, it really is sad. You think to yourself, you know, some of them actually have quite good jobs. Some of them are a bit naff. Dave from Blackburn. Blackburn. What do we know about Blackburn? What's Blackburn? What is Blackburn famous for? Find me something on Blackburn that makes Blackburn famous. There's got to be something. Is it famous for cakes? Is it famous for famous people? What is Blackburn? Blackburn, Lancashire. Blackburn, Lancashire. Let me tell you. I'm good. It is a town in Lancashire. It's bounded to the south by Darwin, which forms the unitary authority of Blackburn with Darwin. Blackburn is its administrative centre. A former mill town, textiles have been produced in Blackburn since the middle of the 13th century. Wow, it was a boom town of the Industrial Revolution. But it has had a significant investment and redevelopment since 1958 through government funding and the European Regional Development Fund. It's got a density of population, 117,000, just under 118,000. Lancashire Police, Lancashire Fire, North West Ambulance, and the EU Parliament, North West England, UK Parliament is Blackburn. Seems quite nice, actually, doesn't it? Blackburnian. That's the demonym. I don't even know what that is, actually. We don't know what that is, and they've had an education. So Blackburnian. It looks. I mean, look, I'm sure it's actually quite nice, but it strikes me as being like a mill town. You know, those dark satanic mills. Oh, God. Oh, it looks quite nice, actually. It's got a tower, and it's got those streets which we down here go, oh, it's like Coronation Street. It is a bit like that. Read the caption on this photo. What am I doing? Which one am I looking at? Blackburn is in the top 10 on a list of the worst places to live. Oh, that's awful. That's dreadful. I don't think we should ever class anywhere as really bad. Although, to be honest with you, Hounslow comes a close first. And Croydon. Parts of Croydon are quite nice. The road out of Croydon is quite nice. Dave is in Blackburn, bless his heart. He's probably trying to get out as quick as possible. He said, good morning, Steve and the gang. It seems it's a conglomerate now. Anyway, women's tennis grunting. Pot noodles, great way to start Tuesday. Wouldn't get this on local radio. Seriously, wouldn't. Only get it on a national station. Here's a difficult question, says Reed. It's an interesting name. That's a first name. Is it a Christian name? Who do you think should star in the new Carry On movies they're planning on making? Nobody. I don't think they should remake the Carry Ons at all, and I'm quite adamant about that. All the remakes, the Carry On Columbuses, the Carry On Englands and stuff like that, without that original crowd, without the original music, which was very indicative of the period, and without that camaraderie that they had, I'm afraid you're dicing with death. This is the story from the other day. This bloke is going to raise a lot of money. He's paid £500,000 for the rights to merchandise, and based on what he brings in, because there must have been loads of fake merchandise, you know, Carry On Screaming, Keep Calm, Carry On, all that kind of stuff. He thinks he's going to fund 3 films, and I said, please don't. Please don't. I don't want anybody. They had a picture of Emily A. Tack, and they go, she could be the new Barbara Windsor. No, she couldn't. She absolutely couldn't. I think it's a gross insult to even suggest that. Matt says we've got the kettle on for the super noodles. We don't have kettles here. We are a totally kettle-free building, and we've got 1, 2, 3... we must have about 20 kitchens in this building. I would think at least 20 kitchens. And there's not a kettle in sight. We have these taps. You touch one side of it, and it's ice cold water. You touch the other side of it, and it's boiling hot water. And there's another one for doing washing up of cups and all the rest of it. So we are free of kettles for the super noodles. All you do, we have an industrial microwave in each kitchen, or in a dishwasher, or in a fridge. And we get all the milk delivered daily, and we get tea bags and coffee and specialist teas, all sorts of things. Oh, we're very well looked after. I just want a toaster. I could just do with some hot buttered toast in the morning, just to sort of get us going. But, because Henry, he's trying to feed himself at the moment. And, of course, you know, he has been nearly 40 minutes without something to eat. So that's... And a slush... Oh, that's right, we want the slush machine. Because Callum wants a slush machine. And I recommended yesterday that if we bring in a bottle of vodka, we could... Imagine how different this show would be. Whee! Here we go! Grab your ladies, do-si-do. Da-da-da-da. Here we go, round the mulberry bush, You'd have a good, fantastic programme. I did do a programme many, many years ago. We were celebrating New Year's Eve. And I did a party for some listeners, and then I was going on air. Biggest disaster of my life. Seriously, I lasted 10 minutes. Like, I was hopeless. I couldn't think of anything to talk about. I can only do this programme sober, contrary to what people think. Steve, Blackburn Rovers. And? Is that something to be... Are they good? Is that what it's famous for, the Blackburn Rovers? I'm sure that... Are they called something, the Blackburn Rovers team? But do they not have a name, like the Sparrows or something like that? Because normally all these football teams, they're called, you know, the Wallabies or something exciting. And I just imagine that in Blackburn they would be having a name for them. The football team would be called the Goats or something. I mean, I just made that up. I don't know what they're called. We think Rovers. Oh, right. Nothing if not imaginative. Club was relegated 1899. Rovers moved here. Were partly won 6 FA Cups, 1 Football League Cup, and 1 full Members' Cup. The club's motto is, oh right, the Blues and Whites and the Riversiders, or the Rovers. I quite like the Riversiders. Did you know that the club's motto is Arte et Labore, by skill and hard work, in Latin? So many people in Blackburn are speaking Latin now. They really are. You can just make Ibi gum amor massamat. It's not going to work, is it, in the corner shop? Is it up the Aston? Up the Aston, mate. I'm telling you, we've been doing really well recently, I think. Steve, one thing I hate about visiting family outside London is no 24-hour shops apart from the 24-hour petrol stations where you have to direct an attendant who barely understands English through the glass at midnight to the shelf to get a Snickers, says Anthony. I know the feeling. Actually, some of them round our way, they don't even bother doing it through the glass now. They let you go into the shop. Very dangerous as far as I'm concerned. So that's why Snickers in the early hours of the morning. Why don't you just Actually, I bought some chocolate things the other day, and of course the weather was so hot they all melted. When we opened the bag, it was a total disaster. We had to throw it away. The pub in Heartbeat is the Goatland Hotel in Goatland near Whitby. An amazing day in the Yorkshire Moors, says Trucker Chris. Do you know, I saw a picture, Chris, of Whitby the other day. Isn't Whitby famous for Bram Stoker used to live there, the bloke who did Dracula? Looked really nice. Little seaside place. I like. My other favourite is Withensea, which 99.9% of you will never have heard of. Withensea in Yorkshire. 4,000 holes in Blackburn, Lancashire, says Greg. Potholes, yeah. But that's also a line from a song, isn't it? Isn't one of the Beatles songs? 4,000 holes, Blackburn. Yeah. Oh, you think that you think potholes? Right. Sad, isn't it, really? They thought potholes. Pablo says, I went to Frinton once. It was shut. Probably. Highly likely. Highly likely. Oh, look, time. We've got to do time checks this morning because it's being Tuesday. I'm saving myself today because tomorrow I think I'm having Chinese at lunchtime. Whee! So excited. So excited. I'm going to have beef curry and sweet and sour chicken. I'm not going to have super noodles, no. Although, have you had your super noodles yet? No, he's so excited. You can tell. You only have to look at his little face, honestly. He bursts into one of those big smiles where you go, just rein it in a little bit. King, about the fact that it's 12 minutes to 5 in the morning. Everybody's up round here. I mean, everybody's up. This building is a-buzzing, as they say. Your local team, Brentford FC, beat Blackburn Rovers 5-2 last season. Lovely new ground at Kew Bridge. See you there, says Nige. Yep, see you there. He says, Talking rubbish. I much prefer, says Holly, the riff-raff-free drinking establishments because I enjoy conversation. But some friends find them too expensive. I just say, stop knocking them back like there's no tomorrow. It's the price you pay to guarantee a lovely evening. I recently got through a loud party wearing earplugs and actually found it easier to hear people. Yeah, I mean, if I'm going to go into a pub, I want to be able to sit down at a table and just be a bit chilled out. That's the whole idea. They have to make it chill. But unfortunately, what pubs cater for nowadays is young people who've got lots of disposable income. And we've just, having opened, or it will be opening very shortly, a cocktail bar in Twickenham. A cocktail. It used to be a place called The Bear, and now it's turned into with neon lights inside it. And so it's bound to have blaring music, whereas in fact I'd prefer it if it didn't. Actually, it might not, because I think the council clamped down on pubs with blaring music, and they made them close earlier. And on some rugby days, they have to close by sort of 8 or 9 o'clock. Talking of PE at school, I dreaded, was so scared of jumping the box so much, I kept going to the back of the queue. Yeah, jumping the... Oh, I don't know why we ever bothered with things like that. I seriously don't. I mean, it was there to keep us fit. They're there to keep us fit, so we used to play... If it was raining outside, you couldn't go outside and play, so we used to play Pirates, which means you brought all the gym equipment out, and then people would somebody would be it, and they'd have to chase you and tag you, and then there's two people chasing, and so it went on. I used to enjoy that greatly. The outdoor bit, I didn't mind too much. Showers was a bit naff. Nicola from Whetstone said, be good to set up an LBC roadshow like the old days. An LBC roadshow. We used to have LBC listener evenings in theatres. We'd sort of take about 50, 60 people. In fact, in one of them, we took about 150 people to the theatre, and then we all have a glass of wine afterwards with members of the cast. And it was always good. And it was an opportunity for people to chat. They're called Blackburn Rovers. Nil. Bit embarrassed. Oh, I tell you what, I turned on the telly the other day. I was watching Pip and Holly. And they were doing... What were they doing? They did one thing, and then they went... And coming up next, Bros. God... Of course, I had to stay watching it. I couldn't miss it for the world. And there he was, the bloke whose face just never moves, poor old Matt. And unfortunately, Pip got it wrong. He thought he was at Caesar's Palace. Well, he's not been at Caesar's Palace for quite a while. He's just doing a little tiny place, I think, in... Which is the one he's doing now? Can't remember. Anyways, but it's one of the nice hotels. I think it's sort of practically next door to the Caesar's Palace, which is about the biggest one you've ever seen in your entire life. And sort of Matt was all done up like a dog's dinner, whereas Luke just looked a bit casual and chilled with the whole thing. And I wanted Pip Schofield to say to Matt, how much Botox have you had? Because there's no lines on his face, whereas Luke, being an actor, you've got to have these lines. No point in looking a bit ridiculous. And there was Matt sitting there in this suit we've seen a million times with a handkerchief in the top pocket, and you think, just looks a bit poncy. You know, at least sort of, you know, put on a pair of jeans, try and sort of chill out. It doesn't look as though it's possible for him to chill out. And then the other day and I wanted Pip Schofield to say again, so you used to speak to Reggie Cray on the phone every day? I don't think he did, but there again, you'll never prove it, will you? Because he must have been very young. Because Reggie's been dead God knows how many years, and apparently used to speak to him and talk about... But that was never mentioned in all the Cray's books. I've never heard anybody mention he used to speak to Matt Goss on the telephone. If you're going to speak to somebody, speak to Luke. He's got first-hand experience. He does those sort of films. Steve, sunburnt Brit sharing snaps of their red skin after the weekend heat wave, says Jamie. I know. My poor producer, Thomas, over in America at the moment. I like to be in America. He's over there. He's burnt to a shred. No, he's burnt to a cinder. And he sent me a picture of it. It looks terrible. I've said to him, just be careful. Please be careful. Linking back to football teams, Steve. I support AFC Wimbledon, who are nicknamed the Wombles. And we beat Blackburn 1-0 the last time we played them. Ha ha. Your Villa are rubbish. Shut up. Up the Villa. Up the Aston. Up, anybody. You know. My favourite team. How can you do that, actually? Up early in Eastbourne Street, Steve. In Eastbourne. Oh, no, conducting a boxers and socks audit before work. Boxers and socks audit. How'd you do that? 1 pair of pants, 2 pairs of pants, 3 pairs. I went out and bought loads of pants the other day, actually. They always think I'm somewhat peculiar on this programme because I go out and buy lots of pants. And also, it's like... It's not weird. It's quite... I think it's quite normal. I could be sort of slightly autistic if I mean, I don't know why I'm doing this. I'm doing it with everything. It isn't just socks and pants. I've done it with frying pans, saucepans. I've done it with all sorts of things. It's awful, really. I don't know what's the matter with me. But, and then somebody was saying to me the other day, oh, Boris has had the same pair of socks on for 3 days. And I thought, but he might be like me. I only ever wear black socks. That's all I wear, black socks. So in other words, you might see my socks and go, oh, black socks. Next day, oh, same black socks. No, different pair. But that's what I wear, is black socks. Presumably Boris is the same. He wouldn't wear them for 3 days. And if he does, what's he got to do with anybody? They start worrying about everything, don't they? Toby in Bournemouth. Oh, right, Bournemouth. Lovely. Have a look at Blackburn Rovers club mascot. He's called Roar the Lion, but he doesn't look anything like a lion. He actually seems quite sinister. I thought mascots were supposed to be friendly. I've seen 2 of them on YouTube having beating the living daylights out of each other, which I thought was hilarious. Absolutely. Has he gone to do the noodles? He must have, yeah. He's reading the back of the instructions to do the noodles. I used to go to Boobs nightclub in the late 70s. It's still a nightclub. It's not called Boobs anymore, says Jill. Well, it's a Tesco Extra. Whether the whole building is, I've got no idea. I don't know. But it was very popular in its day. Very popular. Luke Goss in Hellboy. He's a very good actor. Nothing like his waxwork-faced brother, says Trucker Me. Yes, I mean, the trouble is, I think the one, they've actually got a couple of things coming up. They've got a gig at somewhere, and I think that's coming up, and then they've got Radio 4, or no, not Radio 4, a television station, or the BBC have allowed them to do something, and they've got interesting guests or something. But I mean, if it's anything like Boring Matt, I just wish he'd loosen up. If he loosened up, it could be so much better. So much. He wouldn't have to be the prima donna. You know, he could just be, happy-go-lucky. But I should imagine he lives most of his life sort of worrying about what everybody says about him. Whereas, in fact, you're going to drive yourself to a grave, a very early grave. Donnie's having a nice brew of Yorkshire tea, which is lovely. You can get sachets of noodles and pasta. 9 different choices, says Jackie, just mixed with hot water in a mug for 50p each. They were putting 5, 10, 20 and £50 notes in some of them as an added bonus. Oh, I like that idea. Blackburn, Lancashire, may be a claim to fame, mentioned in the Beatles song Day in the Life. Says Aid. Aid or Adi? Aid or Adi? From the Sgt. Pepper album. Do you know, when you listen to any of the Beatles stuff back, it's just sensational. Just sensational. How much sun cream do we really, really need? And Wimbledon takes a historic step for equality. Can't call them Miss or Mrs. now. You've got to call them by their surname. It's become so snowflakey everywhere. You won't be able to say anything to anybody shortly. It'll be, yes, sir. Somebody called me sir the other day. I don't know why. What was that? I can't remember. Also, the cat flap that stops Tiddles bringing a fresh kill in the side. I don't know how that works. Perhaps it only works the one way. Can't see it working both ways, can you? Poor old cat flaps. Black socks are very smart. I thought so. Coloured socks, I'm not keen on. Ian Dale was wearing red socks the other day on television, and I always think it's sort of men, when they get to a certain age, they go, oh, I shall wear red socks, it makes me look trendy. But no, black socks is far more preferable. It's like, I don't like the little socks that people wear inside their shoes. If they're wearing sort of trainers and they've got the little half socks, that's a bit naff. I don't like that at all. But that's just my personal preference. Bram Stoker's Dracula and Jet, the suitably black gem of the essence of Whitby. The Goths flocked to Whitby for their holidays too. Worth a visit then, says Holly. Yeah, I mean, I thought it looked lovely. I really did. I thought to myself, I could go there. That'd be my sort of place. I've discovered anywhere now that's got a fish and chip shop, a pub, and benches to sit on. That's my kind of place. I see no reason. I mean, I often wonder why at the bus stop you have to perch your bottom on that red plastic kind of seating sort of thing at the back. Provided you can get into the bus stop. There's all sorts of people sleeping in them at the moment. There's somebody sleeping outside Lloyd's Bank. They won't be lasting very long this morning, I'm telling you. And also, Jeremy Paxman, 69, says, now we can only joke about old people. What did I hear that joke the other day? The Queen, I think it was on Have I Got News For You, the Queen has said that Buckingham Palace has got 78 bathrooms. And the person hosting said, but of course, at her age, every room is a bathroom. I thought, so true. Also, the mess that is Glastonbury. My God, is there some mess? Is there some mess? Where they put it all, I've got no idea. It's landfill and everything else. What a clear up that is. I think they've got something like over 1,300 people clearing up. Dolly Burrows has reached 102. What's the secret? to longevity. I'll tell you now, red wine and no men, she says. Red wine and no men. Can you imagine? I mean, it works for her. She's got to 102. But she just doesn't bother with men. Why would you? Why would you? Meghan refuses to let her family ruin Archie's life. Well, don't worry. You're in a very dysfunctional family at the moment. Whether it's going to work, I don't know. Although she is. Now, where was she going? Oh, apparently, she's still on maternity leave, but she's going to make an appearance at the film. They're going to see how she is. Well, she's managed to make it to football. She's managed to do an overseas trip. So I'm imagining she will definitely turn up to this thing here. Harry will be wearing... He needs to get some different suits. But the trouble is, every time he puts a suit on, I mean, he might have loads of them. They just all look the same. All look the same. The benefit star, Fungi. Now, because I never watched that programme, because I couldn't stand it, that was the one with, was it white? Have you done your things? Oh, so exciting. Does it swell up? When you add water, does it make it more? Does it look as though it's more? Do you look like, oh, does it smell? Well, of course it smells. It's noodle. Which one is it? Is it the... Oh, I knew you'd go for chicken. I knew you'd go for chicken first. Let's try chicken. I shall leave the bacon one behind. Let's take a short break for the news at 5 o'clock. Can't wait to see what these things look like. Brace yourself. Here we go. Hour number 2. Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Coming up to 4 minutes past 5. Actually, I had to laugh. We all had a bit of a chuckle, actually, the other day. Somebody sent me in a thing saying, when your programme comes on, I fall asleep. And I thought, that's good. And then you knew they were lying because they then went through everything that we did on the programme. So quite clearly a compulsive liar and probably in need of medical attention, I should imagine. I hate being called ma'am. I always say I'm not the Queen, says Jackie in Watford. Yes, ma'am. It just sounds a bit odd, isn't it? Also, Chris says, can I have a shout out for the Castleford, famous for Castleford Tigers? What was that, a thumbs up for the noodles or thumbs up for Castleford? The noodles. Oh, right, that's what I thought. I went to Carlsbad and went like that, and I'm thinking, oh, perhaps he supports them or something. Perhaps he's their mascot. Perhaps they've sort of taken him out. No, it's the noodles. Are they really nice? I told you, he's easily pleased. You cannot wipe the smile off his face when he has noodles. To him, this is better than being offered the party barrel of Kentucky Fried Chicken, and then he's got breakfast later. Exactly. Oh, he never stops eating. Seriously. He eats a lot, yeah. I mean, but some people are lucky. See, 3 sausages, honestly. Well, I can eat 3 sausages. Unfortunately, with me, it shows. With him, it doesn't show. He could eat, seriously. Mind you, even my normal producer, Thomas, he started putting on a little bit of weight. A little bit. It got a little bit paunchy. This one, he eats anything. Seriously, he could eat the furniture. And he wouldn't put on any weight. So... No, nobody says that about you. They don't. No, I promise you. No, Henry, they don't. Nobody's ever said you can eat as much as you like and don't put any weight. What they say is, here comes Fatty again. And he's obviously been eating. And you go, oh, no, I haven't, Steve. I've lost a few. The first thing he said to me this morning is, I've lost a few pounds. I said, yeah, you put them on round the back. That's the trouble. It moves. It'd be lovely if you could take a tablet or do something or a drink that would mean... that you didn't put on any weight, we'd all go mad, wouldn't we? We'd all eat chocolate biscuits and cakes and ice cream and fried food and Chinese and Indian and Kentucky and Spadulike, and we'd be going to all these different we'd be enjoying everything. What are you eating today? I'm going to eat a box of crisps. But unfortunately, we can't. It's no good. No good. Gary in Woolwich says, my beloved Charlton are playing in Blackburn in the first game of the season. Up the Addicks. Yeah. Good. And Maggie says, I hated PE. I never got picked to play in a team. Was always the one of the girls left till last. There was one in our class as well. They go, okay, so Stephen, you're on one team, Brian, you're doing the other team, and then you pick out, and you always get the one left at the end who nobody wanted at all. Can I order tickets for next year's Glastonbury weekend, or is it too early? Do you know, I discovered that you can do Glastonbury posh. In other words, there is a company, and not only will they get you the tickets, best tickets, they can fly you in by helicopter, they can put you in a yurt, which you've got everything. You don't need to mingle with the hoi polloi. You've got backstage passes, everything. If you're paying, it's about 16,000 quid. It can go up to about 20-something thousand. That's for those people who don't worry about it at all. Matt says, my favourite socks are Hugo Boss, 22 quid out of the mental centre a pair, but sheer quality. They had a thing the other day, talking to the Bental Centre, I was interested because they were doing a programme on shoplifters and the people who operate the cameras in these shopping centres, and they spotted mother and daughter. They were on the rob. They were on the rob, and you knew what sort of people they were because they were following her. What she was doing is she was putting it in her thing, and then she was handing it to the daughter, knowing that the police will never prosecute children. And there was another woman with her who had 2 children, toddlers, and they were all shoplifting. Then they got caught, and the women kicked off, kicking and screaming, "Don't touch me," and all this kind of stuff. And you thought, you are professional thieves. You really are. You always hope that it's their place that's going to be burgled next. Steve, there's also a Blackburn in Scotland. Susan Boyle lives there. Wow, West Lothian. Susan Boyle. And, Steve, my mother's 97. Her secret is her weekly trip to KFC. Ooh, I say. Well, if you've got to 97... Have you eaten Kentucky Fried Chicken? Ever? Yeah. Have you eaten it recently, have we, Henry? No. What did you eat yesterday, for example? For dinner? Oh, ravioli. That's quite nice. Very fattening, of course. Pasta? Oh, good Lord, yes. Oh, yes, pasta. And the sauce. Yeah, very fattening. Oh, well, as you know. Shouldn't have to tell you. So, I mean, what was the last takeaway you had? Because that's Chinese. And what did you... Do you have the same things all the time? Or do you stand there pretending to scour the menu, which you probably know backwards, I would imagine. So, you tend to get the same thing, which would be... Okay, what would you order? You go there, they go, "Hello, Henry," and you go, "Hello," and they go, "Usual, salt and pepper." They don't know you. They will after this. We'll be phoning them up. See, I don't know what salt and pepper chicken is. It doesn't sound very exciting. What do you have that for then? It's boring. Okay, you have fried beef. Okay. What do I have? I'll either have a whole crispy duck. Yeah. Well, it's just a little snack. In China, they cook the whole thing with the head. The whole thing gets cooked, and people go in and buy it. I mean, they're very into their fast food there, but you can watch it being cooked. So you have this salt and pepper chicken, okay, and special fried rice. Why do you not just have boiled rice? Boiled rice, much better for you. Special bit of egg, yeah. Okay, that's quite nice. Bit of meat as well. A couple of little things that masquerade as prawns, you know. Prawn crackers as well. Really bad for you. Okay, and probably just for the trip back to the car, maybe that would be a spring roll or something like that. Okay, so you're having this... So I've lost track where we were. We're having crispy beef, and we're having the salt and pepper chicken. Oh, either or. Oh, really? You travel all the way down to the Chinese takeaway, which is only really just down the road for you, isn't it? And that's all you come back with. Yeah, right. No, you'll go and just pop a couple of spring rolls in there. And so on the way back, you start thinking, they're so hot. Yes, set meal for 4, but I'll end up with just 2 or 3 things. I used to love that. I used to look down. There's always be something on those set meals for 4 people that I didn't like. There'd always be something and you go, oh, that sounds rubbish. But no, I like sweet and sour chicken, Hong Kong style, which is nice. So I've done the balls in the pork as well, but mainly in the pork, it's just fat. There's not really very much pork in there at all, so they must have cut it within an inch of its life. And, let's talk of food, it's hopeless, honestly. Could you ever eat Chinese for breakfast? I don't know whether or not that's acceptable in this day and age. Among all the things you could eat. Well, but he's a student. Students have the constitution of an ox. I'm telling you, I mean, he could probably eat... you know, hot marshmallows direct from the flames as they were dripping. He could probably eat something like that. And he could probably eat boxes of crisps. I should imagine his room at uni was absolutely littered with empty packets. Chocolate this. Sorry? Really? The car is? Oh, dear, that's fatal. I remember getting in my car once. I was with my friend Jimmy. And we went to the Chinese restaurant and we ordered sweet and sour pork and chicken balls. And with it comes... a paper cup kind of thing, or a polystyrene cup of the glutinous sauce that you dip in this orange stuff. We get in the car, I drive off, he drops the cup of the orange sauce all over the car seats. We had more disasters in that poor car than anything else. Steve, what about a Spikers trip to Blackburn? That would be pushing it just a little bit. Ian McShane and Anthony Valentine were both from Blackburn, sorry. They're still living, aren't they, as far as I know? We've had that. Hot and sunny, Steve, in Kabul. Thank you for bringing some sanity into my life, says Peter. It's not easy, is it, nowadays? And Nick is a first-time spiker. And he says, dropped my wife off at Hampton Court to work at her pot stand, Vaso Toscano, last night. Now travelling home, listening through the very quiet street. She had a picture taken with Toby Jones, who said she was lovely. Are you going to Hampton Court? The weather's ideal. I go to Hampton Court on a regular basis. I'm a member. I've never been to any concerts there. Ian on the way... Oh, I've lost him. On the way to Fulham says, will you be staying up tonight to cheer on the girls versus the USA? Well, I do send them the very best of luck. I do. I just wish they were earning as much as the men, because they do work hard, but they just don't seem to get the financial remuneration. It would be nice. Steve, such drink exists. It's called coffee. Oh, right. Monica says, unfortunately, it doesn't work with eating too much. You drink it instead. No, seriously. Caffeine reduces your craving for food to the level that you can't eat for the whole day. Oh, I wish. I wish. I tell you what, I'm into... What's she on? What's she want now? Why's the newsreader come in here? Bram Stoker. Do you know him? Is he related to you? Were you the model? Wait a minute. I'll write a book about Dracula. Oh, so you look just like Dracula. You've done the experience. Why am I not surprised? Of course you have. I mean, you're just determined to make me feel insecure because I've never done the Bram Stoker experience. I've never been on a coach trip to somewhere like Eastbourne. You know, I should have been. We were having a very good chat this morning. I'm surprised we got anything done this morning. We were chatting away. The Goths go, don't they? They have a festival. Oh, God, she's bound to have been to the festival, isn't she? She's probably got a stall, cauldrons, witch's brew, all the usual stuff. You know, Eye of Toad and whatever it is of Newt or something. I don't know. Is that in Whitby? You've been to Whitby? Oh, right, she's been to... Oh, right. You've been to... She's not been to Whitby. 15 minutes from her parents, who were also Goths, I should imagine. Imagine it, a whole family, they all go out dressed like it's trick or treat. Well, come round and we'll wee through your letterbox if you don't give us treats. 15 minutes. I've never been to Whitby, but it looks lovely. There was a feature in Country Life the other week and had a picture of Whitby, and I remember thinking, that's nice. There's an old church up the hill. You go up the hill and it's an abbey. It's an abbey. All right. Very fun. The constant showing off, it's so unnecessary. 199 steps. That's when you know you really need to drink more, isn't it, really? You know, let me drink a little bit more and maybe she'll go away. See you tomorrow. Bless her heart, honestly. So you only have to mention Whitby and immediately people galvanise themselves into action. They're such a nice team. Seriously, I mean, sometimes I pinch myself. I can't believe how nice some people are. Some are not nice. No, actually. But I won't be staying up tonight. As you know, I can't stay up too late. I have to be up for work in the morning. That's why I always miss every year, and I'm always a bit disappointed. I never go to the Christmas party. I never go to the staff Christmas party, mainly because I see the after effects of people staggering around Leicester Square, because it's generally sort of in this vicinity, and I can't go because if I have one or two drinks, that's me sunk. That is me sunk. So I think safer not to go. So I privately celebrate. I celebrate privately. 5:15 is the time. What do we do at 5:15 every morning on LBC? I tell you, nice to have you come. Yeah, can you believe he had that? Sorry, I'm just telling them the story. It is absolutely true. Absolutely true that this person we know, I can't tell you who it is because if it gets out, we'll be in trouble. And he'd had a night on the town. And decided when he came in here, he'd have a shower, because we have showers on all different floors, and they've got mirrors in. Really upsetting. Really. Anyway, this particular person had a shower, but didn't have a towel. So what did he do? They had big rolls in there of this paper towel, and he dried himself on paper towels. Well, apparently you do get, because I was speaking to somebody else in the office who said he had bits of paper stuck all over him. I said, well, you would do, wouldn't you? It's a paper towel. It's not meant for sort of drying yourself. You need a towel for that kind of thing. But it was so funny. And then he actually said to this other person, he said, don't tell him everything. He'll be talking about it on the programme. No, I wouldn't. Seriously, I would never, ever betray a confidence, Mike. I'd never say anything about... I'm so sorry, honestly. I'm just so inappropriate at times. Ha, 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 ha. Anthony says, the best way to look at it when you're eating something naughty, for instance, chocolate, I find is to look at it this way. What's in chocolate? Milk. Where does milk come from? Cows. Wait a minute. What do cows eat? Grass. Grass is vegetable, so really you're eating a bar of vegetable. Yeah, it doesn't kind of work like that. No, seriously, you can never justify, even though I've done that before, and gone, oh, it's part of your 5 a day. It's not really part of your 5 a day. And also, you see, chocolate doesn't bother me in the slightest. I'm not a chocolate person. I've eaten sweets, obviously, but I haven't, chocolate doesn't kind of do it. The only things I used to like were Fry's bars or Turkish Delight covered in chocolate. I quite like that Fry's Turkish Delight or a Dime bar. But not all the time. It never sort of bothers me. Dale was an addict. If he went out for a dinner or a meal or a lunch or whatever it was, he had to call in to go and get something sweet, and it would have to be a few bars of chocolate. Whereas does chocolate do it for you? Oh, yeah, it probably does actually. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it's very difficult to wean yourself off sweeties when you go into the shop because you start and then somebody think, if I buy Dolly mixtures, they're only small, so there won't be as many calories. That's how it apparently goes. And Jenny says, I don't think your poor producer, he's not poor, dear, he's very rich, deserves to have his weight mocked. Not very now. Do you mean professional, but you can't spell? No, believe you me. No, you can't spell producer either. That's not very helpful, is it, really? I think we know what we're dealing with there. Don't worry, he doesn't mind, I promise you. There's a great Chinese in Chinatown called Wong Ki. We talked about it yesterday. Where have you been? Oh, sorry, Wong Ki. Yeah. Oh, yeah, well, of course he would. It's not very expensive. And they tell you where to sit. We had this discussion the other day in Wagamama's. Apparently you have to sit at somebody else's table. And at Wong Ki, run by about 4 or 5 families. Well, next time you go to Wong Ki, look up and look for the clock. It used to be a theatrical costumier. And the clock is still there with costumier written on it. Yeah, aren't I useless? Useless. But it's cheap. It's really, really cheap food. But it's yeah. I mean, I've been there I'm not really sort of big into that sort of rude waiter kind of thing. But it doesn't make any difference. The food's cheap and cheerful. That's all you can hope for. And you get China tea. And I think it's about 4 or 5 families that actually run it. They've obviously got... it's only cash, isn't it? Cash only, yeah. Strange that, isn't it? After worried. Yeah, you turned the fan off because it was on, and they came over and... Did he come over and... Yeah. Yes, it was known for having the rudest waiters in town. And I think it then became a bit of a joke. But no, they really are rude. There's one at very camp. A camp waiter? No, really? Does he really? Good Lord. Well, there you go. So very unusual dishes like fried pig's intestines and chicken feet. Sounds like your cup of tea, Steve. Well, if you watch this programme on YouTube about the guy... He's a Canadian who speaks Cantonese. He goes around all the Chinese markets and he watches them cooking all these things. And they do eat everything, all the internal bits and pieces. It all gets cooked in. And he seems to love everything. I've never known a bloke. You look at it and you go, oh, my goodness me, that looks absolutely awful. And he goes, oh, this is delicious. His girlfriend or fiancée, I think, is Chinese. So he's obviously in good company, but he's very interesting. Very interesting. Whatever happened to the Thompson twins? Why are bands so huge, then they fall into obscurity, says Ian? I don't know. Were the Thompson twins that big years ago? What's the matter? Oh, right. What, Mike? Oh, sorry, you made me do it again. Oh, honestly. Mustn't do that. Not again. People in Dover don't eat KFC anymore, says Phil. I mean, you see, I don't know. You see, there's all sorts of... So you can read all sorts of apocryphal things on the internet, can't you? About KFC and where it comes from and all this kind of thing. And all the other chicken shops, most of them were KFCs that lost the franchise because you have to buy your stuff from them and it has to be to a certain standard. That's why it's delicious. Is it normal for my kitten to eat avocado, says Vince? Avocado? I don't think so, no. I don't, to be honest with you, I don't know. Cat lovers will probably tell me, no, they actually shouldn't. Greg says the 4,000 Holes is on the Sgt. Pepper. Spring rolls full of oil with chicken, curry and boiled rice. Well, that sounds quite nice. Chicken curry sauce. You get that a lot round our way. Some of the race meetings, they do chips with curry sauce. And they pour the curry sauce over them, which is... See, Callum knows all these things. This is all the cheap food. So, he'd be going out buying a packet of Uncle Ben's rice because it's £1, but it's $1.80 if you go and get it in. I never understand why there's such a huge difference. £1 in Iceland, or two for £2, £1.80 a packet over in Marks and Spencer's. Well, that's not very good, is it? I always tell people if I think that there's a better bargain going on. Steve, I'm a West Brom fan. We're called the Baggies. Unfortunately, lost to your Villa, Vile, in the playoffs last season. Up the Astons. Way. Big up the boys there. Bill in Sidcup. God, I didn't think there was anybody called Bill in Sidcup, but luckily there is. Meghan must be off maternity leave as she's at the Trooping of the Colour. Not at the Trump banquet the day before. Political statement, I think. Thought members of the royal family were not allowed to make them. Oh, they're a law unto themselves. We're still working out why they can't keep staff. Harry and Meghan cannot keep staff. They have a lot of trouble. Now, whether or not they're a bit pushy or rude, I've got no idea. I'm not privy to it. They say it's her, but no, she's on maternity leave from what? we never could quite work out what it was or what she does. She's Harry's wife, and as such, that's it. They've given her a title, but it doesn't really mean anything, does it? You might as well call her, whatever. And so she's I'm sure she will turn up for this Disney thing here in Leicester Square. 99% certain. What, the opportunity to sort of go out there and pretend you're a celebrity. That's it. Do you remember the Fry's chocolate bar that was multicoloured? Yep. I think you can still get them. They're called... Wait a minute. Oh, God, why is it sometimes your brain deserts you? What was it called? It had about different... It's the Fry's bar, and there you go. 5 Centre. And it had all different flavours in. There. Go... Wait a minute, Fry's chocolate cream. That was the peppermint cream, but they've got the left there. No, down. Left. There, that 5 Centre one there. And that was very popular. Milk chocolate with assorted fruit-flavoured fondant centre. Now, as far as I'm concerned, I thought you could still get the things. But we can't find them at the moment. There is a petition to bring it back. So 5 Centres. Go on, Fry's, bring them. But they were only 4p. 4p, old money. But I love things like that. I thought they were great. You could break it and each bit had a bit of fondant in it. Probably really bad for us. Steve, so you can get certain ones, Bill. Do you have any showbiz pals? Me? Certainly not. That are part of Combined Services Entertainment. I also thought they do a great job entertaining the boys and girls. Very difficult thing for an entertainer to do. Many famous faces started out that way, especially during the wars, says Graham. Well, there are quite a number. I don't think you need to be a member of the Combined Services Entertainment. Lots of it. Catherine Jenkins has been out to entertain the troops. Make up your own jokes, please. And loads of people do it. Jim Davidson goes out there to entertain the troops. There's lots and lots of people that do it. People you might not have heard of, but they're out there doing their bit, which is good. And would it be possible for us Spikers, says Mike, to be able to buy a special badge, something simple like I'm a Steve Allen Spiker, proceeds to a charity? Don't you know, funny you've said this. Negotiations, I can't tell you what it is, but we are in negotiation at the moment to produce a bit of Steve Allen memorabilia. And it's something you can all buy, and the money all goes to charity. But I can't tell you anything until it's all been sourced and sorted out. And you will be going for it. You will be going for this, because we've had long discussions there. We couldn't think what to do. We have done in the past badges and things like that, and they're collector's items now. You do find them occasionally up on eBay. Bloom's restaurant, which used to exist in Aldgate, was notorious for really rude waiters. I remember Bloom's. The food wasn't much... I thought the food was lovely, actually. I used to go to another one. Which was the other one I used to go to? Oh, I can't remember. But it was sort of a Jewish restaurant, and it was the best everything. The best salt beef. It was just fantastic. Love it. I saw Tom Bailey, says Paul, in Cromer from the Thompson Twins at an 80s festival last month. He's still regularly touring with his new band. Is he really? I was a bit disappointed when I saw Robert What's-His-Face from The Cure at Glastonbury. I thought he'd aged something chronic, but yet still hung on to, this is my sort of trademark mad hair. John says, have they found the python? No, they've not found the python. He says, I'm a bit scared to sit on the toilet in case it slithers up. Yes, it would do that, actually. It could, because the only water is in the U-bend, as you know. So there is the danger that it could. Rats as well. Something. Oof. Don't even think about it. Far too depressing, isn't it? So, Michael Barrymore drops his £2.4 million compensation bid from Essex Police. So, perhaps we can all sit back now. Stormzy, they say, lit a flame for all the betrayed and neglected. EastEnders, a new low. They say that the storylines are actually getting better. I haven't watched it. Ever since Barbara left, I just, for some reason, I just never watched it. I don't know why. I just thought it was better with her, but that's my opinion. So Jamie Oliver's going to make a new start, he said, which is good. I think he might be getting married again. as a reaffirmation of your wedding vows. But this one's going to be a woodland wedding, so I hear. Jason Donovan at the Palladium. Still, I mean, I don't think it's the most difficult show to do, and it's great fun. I think so. Great fun. So I get the seats booking in immediately because it's only in for a limited period, and they will go. In fact, I think most of the dates have actually sold out already. Jeremy Kyle, they've said that he could be facing the threat of jail for failing to address the apparent suicide of one of his guests. Well, to be honest with you, this man had a history of trying to take his own life. I don't think it was anything that happened on Jeremy Kyle's show that affected him in the slightest. He was just one of those people who wasn't particularly well. He'd lost his job. He owed money left, right and centre. He was abusive to his ex-wife. And as a result, he had no money. Nobody wanted to bury him, so the council paid for the burial. But I don't see why Jeremy Kyle should go to prison over that. I don't think it'll ever happen at all. They can't get him to turn up in Parliament to talk about it. Why should he? It's just a television programme. Says Paul in Ealing that the cheapest ticket for Glastonbury is £250 plus a £5 booking fee. Yeah, absolutely. I was surprised at how much it costs anyway. But when you look at how many bands are appearing down there, it seems remarkably good money. But then you're going to spend, aren't you, in total, you're going to have to take... you're not allowed to take any glass bottles in, no drones, no... all sorts of things you can't take in there. I mean, I'd be hopeless with my aftershave. That would be confiscated at the door. They'd be taking away my creed. I'd not be happy at all. Did you know they do a fries orange flavour? Is that I don't think that's in one single bar. That was in the separate bars, I'm pretty certain. And remember those Chinese Vesta meals that when you finish preparing, you put the little strips in the pan of hot fat and they would curl up and go all puffy. I remember them very well, John. And I think you could still get them in certain places. Steve, I've had to give up chocolate for health reasons and I'm now hooked on foam shrimps and bananas. Very Moorish and cheap. Heaven knows what's in them. Oh, you don't want to know what's in them. But I can't get enough, says Viv. I know exactly what they are. Foam shrimps and bananas. The boys yesterday managed to get through practically a whole tub of sherbet flying saucers. I mean, literally, I've never seen these things vanish so fast. I mean, a whole tub of these blooming things. Well, it wasn't a whole tub, but it wasn't far off it. And then it was left on Callum's desk, because he has a desk. And then it went down significantly further. It was almost like this automatic hand that came out to sort of, in and mouth, and in and mouth, and so they were nice. But we can't work out, though, whether sherbet's good or bad for you. That's why we don't know. I used to have the sherbet dabs, which used to get the sherbet in a little packet with a lolly, and you licked it and got it all wet, and then you dip it into that. That was quite nice. And then you bite the lolly. That was good fun as well. I liked any of that kind of stuff. All the stuff that's probably no good for you, but I don't know what's in the foam shrimp. Do you remember the foam shrimps and bananas? It was sort of like a... Yeah, you know what I mean? It was I don't know. To be honest with you, I've got no idea what was in it, Viv. No idea. But I remember looking at the list of ingredients. What was it on I was looking at? It was something that I bought in recently, and the list of ingredients was unbelievable. Might have been the noodles, actually. Noodles seem to have so many different ingredients. So we shall find out more about what's in these shrimps and bananas. And where do you get them from now? And Jill says... I love listening to you instructing the children to find you stuff on Google, like having the golden shot. Left, up, left, down. Well, because they don't know where I'm going. So I can see what I'm doing, but I have to tell them what to do it, how to do it. So if ever I get to that stage where I think, I can't remember this. We were looking at houses in Blackburn the other day. And I remember thinking, no, there's actually that wherever you go, and it doesn't matter where it is in the country, even though some of the places are listed as being really dreadful, like Blackpool. I mean, Blackpool is terrible. It really is. It's got the most awful people up there. But yet there is a really nice part of Blackpool, which is all posh houses and, the stars of long gone years used to live up there. And used to think that was the entertainment capital. That's what the Brits did. I mean, holiday camps were rife. I know we've still got them now. Butlins at Filey or wherever these other places are, but they've moved with the times. But I've never been to a holiday camp. The nearest I actually got to a holiday camp was watching Heidi High on the television. I never got any further. And I used to think it was all like that, and they did, because the whole country seemed to go on holiday at the same time. And so people tootled off, and they had all the red coats and the blue coats. Lots of famous comics now started their life as Butlin's redcoats. and very popular it was too, and people went there. And I remember some people went on I think it was Haven holidays, but they'd been going there for years. They knew all the Haven hosts. They knew all the boys and girls who worked their little so-and-sos off to entertain the public. And sometimes they'd introduce them to their, children, and then sort of hope that the girls would find a boyfriend kind of stuff. But they worked them very hard for not very much money. Not very much money. Other stories in the papers today. Curtis, George turned my head. Love Island. Love Island. It's obviously doing quite well, isn't it? Because they now tell you, and they drop little hints. Where can you get Jordan's bikini she's wearing today? So the whole thing is obviously sponsored. The whole thing is obviously, give us some free clothes, and we will... and we'll sort of put them on them, and then you get the plug for it. But we want the free stuff. They reckon 20 million will tune to England's Women's World Cup semi-final against America tonight after it turned into a grudge match. Staff had to eject an onlooker who appeared to be spying on the Lionesses' training session. So good luck to them. Good luck to them. I hope they wipe the floor with America. I'm not supposed to say that. It's not very politically correct. But to be honest with you, come on, let's sort of big them up as much as we possibly can. Here's the girl, Rosa King, 33. I mean, should have known better. I know it's an awful thing to say and it doesn't solve the problem. But she was mauled to death by a tiger. She was cleaning the enclosure windows. So there were two gates separating her from the animal, which were left open. The Malayan tiger, Sisip, clawed at her neck, slashed her arms and severed her spine. A visit to Hamerton Zoo Park in Cambridgeshire found what was left of her body after the animal dragged it to the far side of the pen. I mean, you'd think that they would know, It took somebody who was going there to try and find the thing. Andrew Swales, director of the zoo, told the coroner he thought Rosa, who'd been working the previous evening, had left Sisip in the paddock overnight, which goes against normal protocol. He said slide 3 was up. That implies the animal's freely accessing the paddock. There's no reason for Rosa to have let him out into the paddock and then retrace his steps and bring him in again to clean the windows. I mean, absolutely dreadful. You feel so sorry for the parents. And presumably they try to eat her, I'm assuming. But it's awful, really. Any of those sort of things. But it's not the first time I've heard of it. It's happened before. Oh, look, what's that a picture of? Oh, look, Danny Dyer, criticised by fans for taking another holiday. Oh, it's all finished for her. Nobody's interested in Danny Dyer now. The girl, that is. That's all she does. She's earned a little bit of money, so she's doing holidays. She was a barmaid. That's it. That was stretching it. And so she's been going away with her new boyfriend, Sammy. That was the one who had that strange packet of white powder in his hand. We couldn't work out what that was. Some people thought it was talcum powder, but I thought you can get it cheaper in Poundland. It comes with its own container. So somebody wrote to Danny going, do you ever work? Oh, she's already stuck 2 fingers up to the so-called fans. Because if you remember, didn't she and the pen salesman cancelled something, or perhaps it was just her, I can't remember. And somebody said, you're supposed to be doing this appearance. No, she decided to dump on that and go on holiday. I worked very hard, she said. I thought, you've got no idea. How to kill a career stone dead, because it's finished. Finished. The public get very, very fed up very, very quickly. Once they realise somebody's taking the Michael, they let you know. Wasn't Kylie great at Glastonbury? I haven't watched all of it. I've seen little bits of it. I wasn't sure about the singing. I know that's a bit of an odd thing to say, but I thought she was singing over herself. I thought it was like multi-tracking. That's what I thought. Les in Kenton said the Nosh Bar in Great Windmill Street used to do fantastic salt beef sandwiches. Yes, I think it got an award, didn't it? I remember I used to go past there on a regular basis. H says, I get packs of 3 Fry's orange cream bars from Poundland, dark chocolate filled with orange fondant. Yum, yum, yum. Monzi says, I have to confess to be addicted to Parma violets. So yummy, but I suspect, like all things you enjoy, they're extremely bad. Just sugar. Stephen Formey says, cough, cough fountain. Remember the sherbet fountain? And the piece of licorice that went down into it, you have to bite the top of it off and then try and suck the sherbet out. It never worked, did it? Never worked. So, in fact, we used to then rip the paper off the top and tip the sherbet in our mouth, hence the cough, cough, cough bit. And Linda of Bromley says, I'm not sure if I heard you correctly. Quite clearly not, whenever somebody writes that. But did you say children shouldn't have avocado? Cats, dear, cats. God, blimey. How can you mistake the word children for cats? Steve and Spikers, Iceland have chicken nuggets that taste like Chinese chicken balls. Also, I'll be wanting chocolate bar later. Yeah, people do that, don't they? it's this addiction to chocolate. It's very addictive. Very addictive. Not for me, though. I'm very happy not to be addicted to chocolate. So here she is. It's Cheryl Tweedy going to Paris Fashion Week. She says the only reason she was going there is to flog some designer nobody's ever heard of. That's presumably where the plug comes in. The singer, I think not. And talent show judge, when was that? Hey, she shouldn't do anything now. She wore a jewel-encrusted bustier as part of an all-white outfit at some pal's show. And that's it. There's no, so she just dumps the kid at home, and we don't sort of worry about it. Probably shouldn't ask the question, really. Madonna put on a very powerful performance. She closed New York's Pride Island. Oh, there's a lovely story about Pride. A family who get on an aeroplane. It's Virgin, I think, and it's a Pride flight. So, of course, 99% gay. Now, I was expecting the story to turn out that the family went, we're getting off this plane. They loved every minute of it. The two little kids were jumping up and down and dancing with drag queens and everything. God knows what they thought drag queens were, but it was hilariously funny. Hilariously funny. Also today, this is Gordon Ramsay showing off his son's thick barnet. He was having some quality time, and viewers have had their fill of hosts. This is somebody called Penny writing to the Daily Star. It says, all this going on about Phil and Holly, personally, I can't stand either of them. They're only doing this to make people feel sorry for them. I've never watched This Morning since they took over. I don't know how you can not like it. I think they're both highly professional. I mean, that's what they do for a living. They're getting an audience, and they do it very well. Although, didn't Philip Schofield's fans get a bit excited? There was a picture of him with his shirt off, I think. Because I only asked the other week, actually, why have we not got any beefcake pictures of Pip Schofield? He did it for Joseph. Why has he not done it now? And then he did, and the fans were going, whoa, and things like that. And then somebody called Ken Coe says, I see Schofield is still smarming and creeping and crawling to what all showbiz knows he wants, a gong. I mean, I don't know how you can knock somebody's professionalism. Oh, here we go. We're getting the picture up. And why are we just... Oh. The trouble is, because he's white-haired, does that mean... Oh. Does that mean because he's white-haired, he's going to have white hair all over his body? Don't really know, actually. But he was cooling down with freezing cold water. I think they're both absolutely perfect for the programme. I like most people do it. I was a big fan of Fern. I thought she was hilarious, and I thought it worked well together. He's just doing a show on the television. It's not rocket science. You know, you don't... If people don't like him, or they don't like Holly, well, then don't watch it. You know, I'm not bothered about Strictly, but I've got friends of mine who are totally addicted to it. And I always say to somebody, you know, if you don't like it, don't watch it. And then people will write back to me. It's always one person, isn't there? One who hasn't quite got the handle on the brain cell for that day. And they'll sort of go, but you were slagging off Love Island. If you don't like it, don't watch it. And I keep saying, I get paid for talking about it. I earn money through talking about it. That's why. You don't. You don't. Lindsay Brown, I mean, you know, we've heard of some dimwits in the past, but she bought a swimsuit, she put it on, and she couldn't understand why half her bits were falling out. So she sent a picture of herself wearing it to the owner of the company, who wrote back going, you're wearing it upside down, dear. I mean, that's how dumb some people are nowadays. Seriously, it's that bad. Hay fever getting worse. Getting worse, so for all you people suffering with hay fever, I feel so sorry for you. I luckily don't suffer with it, but I've had little bouts in the past. 6:45 already. Let's get a check on the roads and the rails this morning. The LBC travel with, but it's always nice to have people's company. Why not? Goodness sake, let's have a bit of fun. Michael, the Black Cab poet, says Steve Allen talking football. He says, I thought I tuned into the station where they talk about David Beckham's left foot. Seriously, though, I am looking forward to seeing AFC Wimbledon play at Plough Lane once construction on their new stadium is finished. So big up for Hayden the Womble. Thank you, Michael, very much indeed. Steve Allen talking football. Somebody the other day said Steve Allen was talking politics. I thought, I never talk politics. I can comment on things in the paper quite easily. It's not a difficult thing to do. Sel in Kent says, the last time I visited Blackpool, I went on a donkey. Took me ages to get there. Next time I'm going by train. Thank you. And from Constantine. Constantine? Was the restaurant for salt beef called Rubens? No. No, it was in Soho, and what was its name? It's so annoying. It was lovely, but it wasn't Rubens. Definitely not. Also, my friends and I first went to Wong Kee when we were about 15. We didn't get to eat there because we refused to sit where they told us to and sat where we wanted. So about 15 chefs came out with meat cleavers. Oh, yeah, they don't have any messing about in there at all. That's why it's famous. I mean, I've never heard anybody say the food is fantastic, but the reason people go there is because it's cheap. That's it. Peter says, why do you have hanging baskets when you actually live 300 feet in the air and nobody sees them? There's loads of people say them. What are you on about? I tweet pictures of them, Peter. I've always done it for the last 15, 20 years. Tweeted pictures of my baskets. They're lovely. I think he's a bit tired and emotional. That's what the producer says you are, Peter. Sorry? Tongue and brisket. No. Looks nice, though, doesn't it? Tongue and brisket. Salt beef sandwiches. I wish I could think of the name of this blooming place. It's so annoying. Somebody will think of it. Hopefully. You can get shrimps and bananas in Tesco. They sell them in small packets, 33p each or 3 for £1. They're basically, Steve, 100% sugar. You're probably right, actually. Steve, how about adding to your decades-long DJ and radio resume and launching yourself as rapping presenter Stevesy? Do you know, rapping wasn't around in my day, apart from the Sugar Hill Gang. It's a hip, hop, a hip, dip, a hippy, dippy, hip. And that was the only thing that we had. I don't remember anything else. Have you seen the guy Alex from the audience singing on stage at Glastonbury with a rapper? He was superb. I haven't, but I have heard about it. And Mina says, I love the fries, peppermint and orange fondant bars, plus they're vegan. Are they? Wow, that's a strange one. Being vegan. We don't mind, though. I couldn't care less what anybody is nowadays. I'm really not bothered. Vegan, vegetarian, piscatory, whatever it is. I couldn't clearly care less. Makes no difference. So, let's go. We've got to find this Pope story. Only because it's worrying me slightly. I can't understand why the Pope would want to put a ban on us finding out about sex abuse priests. Because I just don't think it's right. Oh, by the way, as I said before, just in case you want reaffirming, the 9-foot python still on the loose in Cambridge. I mean, it could be a threat to smaller animals. Frightens the life out of me even thinking about it. There's the picture of Rosa... No, it's not. I'm sure it's not in Wimble Street. I think it's further into Soho. What is it called? No, not Bloom's. God, it's so annoying. So, yeah, it's going to... Seriously, I should probably go home. And then halfway on the train, I'll be going, I think it begins with the letter S. Now, that might be wrong. That might not help. But I'm sure it's S. I know, actually, on reflection, it might not be. I don't know, actually. And Jill says, salt beef, not Bloom's? No, definitely not Bloom's. We used to go there. Oh, we used to have all sorts... Oh, God, it was lovely. Because Dale was Jewish, so we used to go to all these lovely places. Oh, I've been to some places, I tell you. I really have. The picture of Rosa King, you know, the keeper killed by the tigers. It doesn't matter whether they're standing the other side of this wire thing. They are killers. They're wild animals. And really, really terrible. Visitor Frank York was the first one to see her body from the viewing area. They then realised that this door should not have been open. And absolutely awful. A terrible thing. Really is for any family to have to realise anything like that. Daily Mail today. 1 in 3 councils fear cash will run out by 2022. I think they've run out in our area. They don't seem to be doing anything nowadays, but I'm sure they'll find time to do something. Margot Robbie celebrates her birthday today. Australian actress who starred in the soap Neighbours. Oscar nominated for I, Tonya. And Elizabeth I, Mary, Queen of Scots. Apparently, since buying a tattoo gun on eBay, she's said to have tattooed about 100 people. She's 29 today. Jerry Hall, 63, the Texan-born model, one of 5 sisters, including her twin Terry, moved to Paris at 16, where she shared a flat with that dreadful piece of work, Grace Jones. Andy Warhol painted her 6 times, and Salvador Dali asked her to run through his sculpture garden naked, but she refused. Married to somebody very rich. At the moment, also, what else do we have? Oh, yes, David Thomas was born on this day in 1932, died 2002. Bet you don't know what he was famous for. Bet you don't know. He was the man who founded the Wendy's burger chain, which he named after his daughter, called Wendy. How appropriate. And here we go. As a historian claims Victoria would have been better at social media than royals like Meghan, we imagine the real queen of Instagram. She always looked so thoroughly miserable, Queen Victoria, didn't she? She never looked at all happy. But here's somebody who's very happy. Very happy. And it's a message in a bottle. A little 4-year-old called Taylor Powell tossed the bottle into the water at Santa Susana near Barcelona and hoped it would encounter mermaids and sharks. But she put her photograph of herself in the bottle, her father's mobile number, and a note reading, "If you find this picture, please respond with the name of your country and a picture." She was amazed when she obviously didn't write that bit, she's only 4. She was amazed when her father, Richie, received a text from a couple named Sasha and Alex who said they found the bottle in Moscow's Moskva River. So they sent a photo of Taylor's note along with the Google map image showing their location and a note signed "From Russia with love." 5,000-mile journey. Isn't that lovely? Mr. Powell says Taylor made a wish when she threw the bottle into the sea. She kissed it and said, "I wish I could be a mermaid." Well, there you go. You can't, of course, but, you know, only completely different people with no legs could go and be mermaids. I like the idea, or failing that, Daryl Hannah can do it. There is a very interesting story. I'm not sure whether it's in court or it's not in court, but it's a case of somebody who's ended up with somebody else's money, and they've declared themselves bankrupt, so they won't be paying it back anytime soon. What people do nowadays. But I thought, you know, you have to watch these things, don't you? If it sounds too good to be true, it is too good to be true. Steve, have you heard the inventor of the throat lozenge has died? Relatives said there'd be no coffin at the funeral. No coffin at I know. Gets worse, doesn't it, really? There's people like this have failed auditions for Britain's Got Talent. I get them. Another one here says, "I've just taken a week off to relax," which is nice, "and enjoy all the hard work, the garden. All that watering at night when the sun goes down pays off." Oh, it so does. So does. On Thursday, I'm getting together with 2 old friends from my days at London Transport Advertising, based in Shaftesbury Avenue. Facebook has a lot of criticism, but we've caught up after nearly 40 years because of it. Doesn't that make me feel old? But then I've been listening to you since 1987. And it only feels like yesterday. You're probably right, actually. It does feel like that, doesn't it? Sometimes. And Mark says, "Steve, morning, Steve, you can see your baskets." Oh, loads of people see my hanging baskets. You know, they're open to all the people where I live. They can all see them. And there are 10 of them. You know, it's not likely. And they're quite big across. Each one's probably about, you know, a couple of feet across. My begonias are cut. I think I put the wrong ones in. I think I've actually put in giant begonias because the heads on these things are just absolutely enormous. Seriously enormous. Way too enormous for me. Way too enormous. Right, let's have a quick look at the Mirror in a minute. Tudor Williams in New Malden has shut down. Do you know what Tudor Williams is? What is it? It's a department store. Really? I'd recognise it. Why would I recognise it? I've never even heard of the name before. I don't like it when places... Oh, near Kingston, is it? Oh, right. Show me picture. I don't like it. Oh, no, I don't know it. I don't know it. I really don't. That's it there, is it? And that's near Kingston. Oh, what a shame. Well, that's not good, is it? What will it be? Not another blooming coffee shop. Please, Lord, save me from coffee shops. And they sold... What do they sell? Pots, pans, vases, all that sort of stuff. Did you get stuff for your room from there? Probably did, yeah. Look, it's got an escalator. That's a bit of a luxury, and I think that toy department, that'll be nicking people. You know, people will be nicking. So, bedding, we like bedding. And that's gone. Why do they go? Because they can't compete. You can buy all this stuff online now. I don't need to move away from my computer. I just go on the computer, go to Amazon or wherever it happens to be, and buy this stuff, and then it just gets delivered to the door. And if you're very good, you can get it delivered, you know, within a matter of hours. So Rubens was in Baker Street, corner of George Street for many years, and it moved higher up Baker Street, only just closed down a couple of months ago. Oh, there was a fish restaurant in Poland Street that was very famous, says Graham. I wish I could remember this blooming place. Honestly, if Dale was here, he'd tell me. And unfortunately, we're not getting word through from the other side. We are having the news, though, which is coming up very quickly. Does sunscreen actually work once a day? Asthma cases triple since the start of the school year. And the family of 4 who booked onto a Virgin Atlantic Pride flight had a great time. Great time. Harry and Meghan have pleaded with fans. With fans. It does sound so unnecessary. The Queen goes, "Oh, I've got fans." No, she's got subjects. They want to cut fossil fuel. This is despite jetting around in aeroplanes. It really is. Pot, kettle, whatever it is. News is next. Tuesday, 2nd of July. Apparently nobody who's watching Love Island seems to like Amy. In fact, they're now saying that Curtis should dump Amy, which I think has actually happened. She's not popular. She's not a popular person, and it's because she's clingy. That's according to my producer. That's what he says. Steve, it was Shoops? No. Rabins? No. Wasn't Rubens? No. Oh, golly, what was the name of this stupid place? It's so annoying. The trouble is, it was such a long time ago. So, if it was there 30 years ago, more than 30 years ago. And I shouldn't imagine it's probably even survived. Bless you. Yeah. Now, see? Thank you. What is the name of this stupid place? But it's not current. This might have closed donkeys years ago. I'm sure we will get round to finding it, actually. There was a fish restaurant in Poland Street that was very famous, says Rosemary, Graham's. But Rubens was in Baker Street. No, this one, what was it called? But it was a long time ago. That's all I can tell you. It was a long time ago. Is it Sophie's Restaurant? No. No. Meghan and Harry are going the same way as Danny Dyer. Are they interested in their fans, says Jessie? I don't know. I don't think they should have fans. I think that's just ludicrous. They're members of the royal family. Why would you have fans? It's a bit ridiculous. I mean, people presenting, on television have fans. Holly Willoughby has fans. Pip Schofield has fans. And you wouldn't think so to read some of the silly letters from silly people in the Daily Star today. Steve Smolensky? No. Sophie's Restaurant, says Stuart in Salisbury. Good Lord, there's somebody in Salisbury. No, nearly died laughing, says Jackie, at a barbecue on Saturday, reading out the unedited comments of 16-year-olds from their school yearbook. We're becoming more and more Americanised. I know. I don't necessarily think it's a good idea. Is it called The Good Egg? No, hardly. A Jewish restaurant called The Good Egg. And it is a restaurant we're looking at. Okay, it is a restaurant in Soho. Was it off Oxford Street? Somewhere around that area. Somebody will know it. Steve, I've noticed an increase in burping of late. Burping? What's burping? What, as in... Oh, burping. He says, are you suffering the same problems on South West trains? No, not anything like that at all. Oh, no, I'd get off. Was it a Polish shop called... No, Jewish, called Gabrowska, says Anne in Blackburn. It's amazing, actually. No, it's... what is the name of it? I can picture it in my mind. Just can't see the name. Doesn't help, does it? Perhaps I need to go and seek some... Definitely not Smolensky's. Definitely. Wayne says, fingers crossed that the escaped python makes it to Great Dunmow. It might take a liking to the neighbour's yapping terrier. Oh, that's cruel. That's cruel. You can't have things like that. I would worry about it. It was in Cambridge, so it's got to go a little bit. The salt beef sandwiches from Selfridges, Steve. Lovely. Oh, stop it. Don't talk to me about food at this time of the morning. Is it Tubby Isaacs? No, that was Jelly Deals. And that's gone, isn't it, Tubby Isaacs? I'm pretty certain. There was a problem, and I can't remember what it was. Didn't he die, and then somebody else took over the shop? I've got something somewhere in the back of my mind. Schmitz, there's obviously quite a lot of these places around. My parents used to take me when I was young, a very long time ago. No, definitely not Schmitz. It was a slightly longer word than Schmitz. But what letter it started with, I've got no idea. I'm having great difficulty with this one. A lot of people thinking Smolensky. No. Ian says, in the 70s, early 80s, my grandfather took me to a place called Goodies. No. Is it Selfridges, says David? Could be quite a good one, wouldn't it? It's Selfridges. All that, no, it's not. No, don't think that. Graham's Fish Bar, no. Is it Gabby's? No, it wasn't. Carol's, Salt Beef, no, we know where that is. It's so annoying. I'm trying to think of a conversation that Dale had with me, say, let's go to... It's not Felt's, is it? Was it Felt? No. Was it something like Felt's? No. Oh, I don't know. Listen, I'll have to leave it for the moment because it's gonna drive me absolutely crackers. I should be sitting at home going, and I'll try to go to sleep tonight, and then all of it's... You're going to lose... Well, you're going to lose sleep. I'm going to lose loads and loads of sleep. Danny Dyer, this is the one who's permanently on holiday and has actually never done a day's work in her life. Because she's obviously made a little bit of money and she now thinks, I don't need to worry about it. Unfortunately, the road to non-fame is littered with people like Danny Dyer. She says, contestants struggle to cope with viewers' reactions. She says you should dodge fake social media and hang out with real pals to avoid being damaged by their new fame. That's, of course, served you really well, hasn't it, actually, Danny? With the pen salesman. That lasted all of 5 minutes. She said, I've got my friends who I love and adore, but don't listen to any negativity. But it's just all pretend. The whole thing is pretend. It's not real. Nobody worries about that. Meghan chooses Charles, strong bond with Prince. After Dad war, well, that's what they say. I don't think you ever bond with these people. She's an outsider into the family. I've noticed that George Osborne and his wife are getting divorced after 21 years. Why is it after 21 years it just all collapses? And you think, that's a bit of a shame, isn't it? Whether there's anybody else, I've got no idea. And also, is it Fungi? Benefit Street person has been found dead from an overdose. 50-year-old dad of 4. Who was shot to fame on the controversial show from 2014. We ended up with White D, or I can't remember what they were now, but they've all disappeared. But understandably, they say he suffered a heart attack yesterday. He was a crack abuser. His real name was James Clark. Police and paramedics went to the property, but he couldn't be saved. And last week, he said he was going to turn his life around. He became this name on the Channel 4 show about James Turner Street, Winson Green, but the producers were accused of exploiting the residents. I think it was probably the other way around, actually. White D turned up on everything, as if we were remotely interested. Also in the paper, a picture of Boris. Good Lord above. That's very odd, isn't it? Boris Johnson has been slapped down by Philip Hammond over his economic plans if he wins the race to number 10, which I suspect he probably will. Plus the Pride of England line-up. Good luck tonight, ladies. Am I allowed to say ladies? I'm not sure if you're allowed to say anything now. And the soap's ratings for EastEnders hit an all-time low, yet the BBC is spending this 87 million quid on a new EastEnders set. Who cares? It's not the set. It's the rubbish, silly storylines. But it's axing free TV licences because they don't care. They don't care about you at all. Fears as Iran breaks the deal on the nuclear stocks. And a dog that disappeared 9 years ago has been found again and reunited with his owner. That's nice, isn't it? We like a happy story. Do you have any dogs or pets at home, Henry? No. There's some woman in the paper today. Somebody pinched her budgies. She had 2 budgies and somebody bent him. You just got a cat. Nice. They also have chickens. They have chickens. Yeah, they have chickens. They live on a farm. They've got an orchard at the bottom and everything. They've got all sorts of things. 5 chickens, yeah. Well, put it this way, 5 chickens can produce enough eggs for a family to keep going on for as long as you like. Polly Hudson, she says, warning, my column may contain sarcasm. Suits me down to the ground. I love it. I love it. She says, when you're in the royal family, you're always on duty forever. And, you know, people used to, years ago, they say, I want to be a princess, or I want to be this, I want to be that. And you think, you don't really want to be a princess. Not the good thing. Oh, right. So the messages that you've now broken the message machine. That's all we need, because there's so many people trying to help me out with this restaurant. Carol's, no. The Nosh Bar, no. It's so annoying. Was it W.H. Smith, says Niall. Oh, well, you're the nearest. Was it ISOs? Oh, no, wait a minute. ISOs. I have a feeling it might be ISOs. Wait a minute, let's have a quick look. ISOs restaurant. See, it was there for a long time, wasn't it? Oh, dear. ISO. Do you know, it might... I'm not sure if it is. The trouble is, Soho changes so quickly. Oh, it was Big Restaurant. No, it's definitely not that one. This place is small. I know, I'm so sorry. It's not ISOs. But there you go. We've revived memories for you. And in fact, Cassius Clay went there, and the crowds were out in force, you know, when people were actually quite nice. So it wasn't ISOs. But actually, I'm glad you mentioned ISOs, because it jogged a few things in my mind. Steve, I know what the name was, the Goose and Piffle. You're going to break our machine if you're not careful. Russ the Postie from Southend hitched up the shorts today, Steve. Breakfast today on the BBC. They've got Sports Girl in Lyon watching the women's football, and the Weather Girl reporting the weather from Wimbledon. As if you need to bother. Seriously, it's just a terrible waste of money. They should axe the programme anyway. The bloke who's doing it looks as though he's about to fall asleep. But looking at Glastonbury on Saturday, best performer was Lizzie. After watching us, Steve, there is hope for us to see you out in shorts. There is no chance of seeing me out in shorts. If you can produce any pictures of me in shorts, do let me know, because I'll be buying them up left, right and centre. Lovely wine bar. If you love cheese, you'd be in heaven. It's called Gordon's Wine Bar, next to Charing Cross Station. I know exactly where that is. It's not. It's down the end of Villiers, isn't it? It's the end of Villiers Street. Krasinski, says Diane. I think you're making up these places. Definitely. Cipriani, no. Known as Harry's Bar. Smolenski's, no. Rubin's, no. Zobler's, or no. No. None of these. Gamages. Chat, stop it. Gamages. Bloom's in Whitechapel. Best salt beef bagels, or bagels, in London. Oh, I wish you stopped talking about food. Was it Kosher Nostra? God, honestly. You're just getting worse, aren't you, really? We're now descending into this one. Jewish salt beef bar off Hatton Garden called the Noshery. Don't. I'd kill for salt beef at this precise moment in time. But you can't have everything. Can't have everything. Other stories in the paper today, while we start clearing up Glastonbury. And while Jamie Oliver vows to make a fresh start, remarry his wife Jules, and that'll be. But it's going to be a woodland thing, because they did dancing last time, and Jamie doesn't do dancing. But I think we actually discussed that some time ago. So the Pope, I've got to do this one. Is it Manzies? No. I'm having a few beers in a club in Sydney. Oh, right. What, at this time, are we morning over in Sydney, or are we afternoon? I don't know what time we are. The very idea that you're having a few pints at this time of the morning fills me with horror, I'm afraid. 3:15. Oh, that's all right. 3:15 in the afternoon. That's good. Unfortunately, the boys have to sleep today. They need to get their sleep in, because tomorrow's Wednesday. What does Wednesday mean? No idea. No idea. Is Thursday your birthday? God, you've not mentioned that before, have you? Thursday's your birthday. God, what to get you? Perhaps some of those. A treadmill. I thought about that. One of those things you can do sit-ups, but I wouldn't guarantee you'd actually be able to sit up on it at all. So there's no chance, is there? You could say it tightens up. I see all these adverts for stuff on the television, and all of them would suit you, but I just don't. It's not for you. Not for you. Oh, you could have a Callum super noodle. No, he's guarding those with his life. He's not going to be sharing any. Did you see the look on his face then when he said, "I'll have one of Callum super"? If looks could kill, oh dear, you'd be in trouble. You don't mind sharing? Oh well, take his super noodles. Take them. He doesn't care. You can have one of those. You can have it when you get in, but I don't think you should have it and then go to bed. I don't think you should eat before you go to bed, but I bet you do, because you call in, don't you, somewhere? Don't you? Yeah. Is it to McDonald's? Do you call in there? Really? So bad. And then you go home to bed. Yeah, it's not good for you. Mind you, I'm just as bad. But I'm not going home to bed. So, I have to take a break. I'm so... In Blackburn says, Steve, we're all trying to remember the restaurant's name. Just shows you how many of us go back to the 70s. Somebody will recall... I know, and the moment somebody says it, I'll go, that one. Steve, the Jack Fox Salt Beef Bar, Soho. I was amazed at how many salt beef bars there appear to be. This is a restaurant, remember. This is a restaurant. So it's not just salt beef, it's kosher. Okay? It wasn't Manzies. Listening from a balcony in Ibiza, says Sean. Watching the sun come up with a cup of coffee. Life doesn't get better or even more perfect. Wish my friend Sylvie all the best for her op today. I know she'll be listening. Good. That's what we like to know. But actually, I quite like that idea of sitting on a balcony in Ibiza, watching the sun coming up. I like that idea. That appeals to me at this time of the morning, because it's got coffee in it, and we like coffee. Steve, Folman's off Oxford Street, Poland Street, says Martin J. No. Manzies, no. I've never had so many. Was it Woolworths? Klein's. What are we doing? We're just going through the telephone book or something like that. The kosher horses, as opposed to the coach and horses, says Mohammed. Was it called Gabby's? No, says Sue. Is it Sid's Cafe? Says Dave. Was the restaurant the Ember Yard, Steve? Says Dave in Swanley. If you ISOs on Wiki, it says Cassius Clay, because he held a press conference there. Yes. Oh, it's a big restaurant in the days when we had big restaurants. Big restaurants, but it wasn't there. Sheiky's? Nope. Gabby's? Nope. Type Carol Salt Beef Bar? Nope, not there. Nope. Jackie in Beaconsfield says, is it Manzies? I used to go with my friend Pippa some years back. Sheikies, a lot of people, checking on Sheikies, but it's not. Grindles, no. My other half has booked a last-minute trip to Cyprus in August. Lovely. Adults only. Hotel, food, weather. We're very lucky as we've already been to Lanzarote in May. Only issue is I need to lose 2 stone in 30 days, says Hannah. Well, listen, I mean, you're not going to lose 2 stone in 30 days. But you could certainly go your way to losing 30 days. Not really enough, is it, really? I think you'll only lose £8. That's what you're supposed to do. So here's the Pope story. This is the one, isn't it? The Pope will fight moves to make priests reveal confessions of sex abuse. In Australia and America, politicians want it to be a crime to stay silent, but yesterday the Vatican's Apostolic Penitentiary said no government or law could force clergy to reveal what they're told in confession, because this duty comes directly from God. So in other words, if somebody's told them they're an abuser, or they've been abused, they're not allowed to tell anybody. Most countries respect the religious right of a Catholic priest not to reveal what he learns in confession, but the sex abuse crisis engulfing the church has seen this challenged. In Australia, an inquiry into child abuse recommended a law forcing religious leaders to report child abuse. Meanwhile, California has passed a bill that requires priests to speak up if they learn or suspect sex abuse while hearing the confession of a fellow priest or church worker. I think they have to be open. I think they have to be open to everybody now, and especially if somebody comes back to them. Steve, is it Grozinski? No. Was it Bertarolis in Fitzrovia? Long gone, who used to be referred to as Bert O'Reilly, says Chris. It's amazing, isn't it, really? Steve Cassie's Clay went to 2 restaurants in Soho, the Agra and... Was it one of those? No, neither. Nando's. That's a recent addition. Kettner's, no. Both very old restaurants, and all about that. Cohen's Restaurant, says Sarah. I've never heard of Cohen's Restaurant in my entire life. Go through the alphabet in your head, says Mike. I've been doing that all the time. I get as far as... I get A, B, C, D. And you go through it until you think, I'm sure it's this word. For some reason, there's an S. There's an S coming into it, obviously. But I'm not sure if it's a beginning letter or it's a middle letter. Either way, it's driving me around the bend. As indeed is the picture of the whaling ship, and it's the Hall of Shame, they say. Japan lands a minke as part... they don't do anything. They're just swimming around, just trying to have a nice life. And then somebody harpoons them, and then they're literally just cut to pieces on these whaling ships. It's quite disgusting. I mean, whale populations are already under threat from issues like climate change, pollution and habitat degradation. Japan have announced its withdrawal from the International Whaling Commission in a move branded sneaky by Greenpeace. Yes, very, very sneaky. As a member, Japan had exploited a loophole allowing an annual whale quota for scientific reasons. They're doing it to make people eat it. Well, can't they go and eat something else? I'd rather they didn't. Here's his legs out. You never know. If you see a film critic on the television, I would never have thought that Ian Hyland would have had varicose veins. But he did. What are they? Many of you will be wondering about it. You might have them yourself without knowing. They're swollen and enlarged veins on the legs, which can affect 1 in 3 of us at any age. Other symptoms include aching, heavy legs, swollen feet and ankles, muscle cramps, dry skin, and colour changes in the lower leg. Oh, God, what do I start checking? I'm going to be a hypochondriac by the end of this programme. Causes: poorly functioning valves in the veins cause blood to leak and flow backwards. The blood collects in the veins, which become swollen and enlarged. Gender, genetics, age, excess weight and pregnancy can increase your risk of developing them. The treatment: the NHS is unlikely to treat varicose veins if you're not in immediate danger of leg ulcers. If your symptoms are considered severe, your GP can refer you to a vascular specialist who may recommend 1 or more of these treatments: stripping, ultrasound-guided foam, laser treatment, radiofrequency, ablation, and endothermal ablation. The complications could be bleeding, blood clots, hardening of the skin, swelling, deep vein thrombosis, and venous leg ulcers. The only thing he doesn't tell you in this thing is how much this procedure costs. We don't know here, actually. He talks about the consult. It must have been a freebie. Must have been. But we aren't told really, how much it costs, and that's what people need to know, because you'll have to phone up and find out. This is Folman's. No, definitely not. No, seriously. I wonder if any of these restaurants still exist. Probably not. Probably not, because it was a long time ago in London. But London was full of restaurants. Everybody went out for dinner. People went out, lunchtimes. These sort of restaurants just don't exist in this day and age. It's all fast food, isn't it? Or failing that, you go to the supermarket and you buy something and you pop it in the oven and cook it yourself. I mean, there is practically nothing that you can't buy in a supermarket now. There's just everything there. Anything that you really want, you will find. And then they do their special offers, 2 meals for 10 quid, which of course is quite cheap. And that's including a bottle of wine. You don't have to sort of go out and sit in a restaurant. I think you should. I think the whole idea of going to a restaurant is an experience. Celine Dion turned up at Paris Fashion Week. She chose some rather risky outfits. As I say, Cheryl was there, but I mean, as I say, nobody's really interested. She's only going because presumably she's got a friend and she's trying to sort of boost his stuff. She left little to the imagination. Yeah. Well, the singing's finished, so she might as well go. And the L'Oreal contract doesn't exist anymore. What's she got left? Not a lot. Not a lot. So a lot of people saying go through the alphabet, Steve. You're generally quite good at doing that. I am, actually. Barry says the restaurant you're thinking about is it's like a magic trick, isn't it? The restaurant you're thinking about is like, no, it's not. But I think it might begin with an F. Might it begin... See, I keep going back to Feltz. Can you put down Feltz? Sorry, no, not Feltz. Can you put down Feltz? F-E-L-D-S. F-E-L-D-S. Feltz. I don't know why. It might not be, actually. It might not be. But I'm just sort of... nothing. You've got nothing on Feltz. Dear. That's a bit bad, isn't it, really? Steve, there was a Jewish restaurant, Jack of Diamonds, enormous restaurant, where we went for Sunday lunch, said Anne. A lot of people think it's Folman's. No, that's why I thought Feltz. I don't know why I was thinking Feltz. So there's no restaurant that's come up on Google called Feltz. You sure you're looking properly? F-E-L-D-S? I've just got it in my mind and I can't let it go now. So I'm going to go home and I'm going to have a dreadful day. I wish I wasn't, but I really am going to have a dreadful day. I should know these things. Doesn't help, does it? Mind you, I've got various restaurants that I've eaten in. Nothing, all right. Rub it in. Making me feel worse. Let's have a check on the news, shall we? It's LBC News Time. 6:30 at 7 o'clock this morning on LBC with breakfast. And tensions in Hong Kong boiled over into ugly scenes yesterday as protesters stormed and occupied its main government building. Nick will bring you the latest after police used tear gas to disperse the demonstrators. You'll hear that on the morning, the new MEPs take their seats at the European Parliament following the Brexit Party's sweeping success at the elections just over a month ago. And as Jeremy Hunt unveils his 10-point plan for leaving the European Union, Nick will be asking which of these points gives you any confidence at all that a further delay to Brexit can be avoided. That and more with Nick Ferrari at breakfast from 7 this morning here on LBC. Well, we've had no luck whatsoever trying to find the name of this restaurant. But, bless you. Martin thinks Fells, but we can't find anything. It's because, I mean, some of these restaurants might have closed before we even got round to something like Google, which is very disappointing. So here we are at Glastonbury, and a field full of rubbish. Glastonbury goes green. What a load of rubbish, says John Ingham, the environment editor. Despite the 5-day event's Leave No Trace campaign, the 900-acre site was covered with rubbish, including plastic bags. As crowds left, a study by Siemens and Cardiff University said they'd increased their impact on the planet nearly 9 times more than if they'd stayed at home. 850 water points, and festival organisers banned the sale of single-use plastic bottles. On Sunday night, Sir David, this is Sir David Attenborough, told the crowd it's more than 1 million bottles of water that have not been drunk by you. Thank you. Thank you. Festival coordinator Emily Evis said the most eye-opening part of the weekend was not seeing any plastic bottles in the bins. Want to come and sit where I'm sitting? There's loads of them. Loads of them. It'll take 6 weeks and cost about $800,000 to return the Worthy Farm site to its herd of 1,000 dairy cows, because they've presumably got to get the grass, they've got to pick up glass and all sorts of things. In a dig at environmentalists, Extinction Rebellion and others said, why doesn't Extinction Art help with the clean-up? Well, they don't do that, do they? They don't do that. But they've all sorts of people here. There's a half-term picnic for a family of 6. They've ditched plastic for good. In fact, I went into Marks and Spencer's the other day, and I just happened to be looking by the till, and they had a cup of, you can get free plastic spoons and forks. There's a wooden. I looked at them and I said, "They're wooden." She said, "Well, have one." I said, "No, I don't want any." But the more I thought about it, the more I thought they're very attractive. Probably cost them a lot more, which I suppose would be added on to whatever you were actually buying. But wooden, I was quite impressed by that. Perhaps doing away with plastic. Why Meghan doesn't want her dad at the Archie christening? Well, because they don't talk to each other, that's why. So she's refused to let her family back into her life. Very odd, isn't it? She says she's been grossly betrayed, and the Prince of Wales stood in for Meghan's father to walk down the aisle after Mr Markle pulled out of the royal wedding on health grounds. Well, he just had an operation for stents. Well, to be honest with you, that's no excuse for pulling out of anything. Seriously, I was up and walking around within hours. A senior palace source said the Queen's very fond of Meghan, as is Charles, and they both believe she's dealt with the situation in a dignified manner. What else are they going to say? No, she's been a right pain in the rear end. She's a pain. We never wanted her in our family at all. Of course, they're not going to say that. They're going to say that she's dealt with it in a dignified manner. Archie's due to be christened this Saturday. We're not invited, of course. And it's in the Queen's private chapel. The Queen is not going either. Busy. And that's how close they are. The royal couple have decided it'll be a closed event with just 25 guests. I think they're sort of pushing their luck on this one. I think a little bit. A source has said Meghan's view is there's no place for her father or his extended family in her life. She has a strong family unit around her and has been very, very clear that she only wants positive influences for Archie. Oh, dear. Don't you just see? There may be trouble ahead. It was called Fields. This is Bloom. Bloom's has closed. Bloom's has gone. The customers torn between Vienna sausages and the fried gefilte fish. And the Jewish customers have moved away from their former East End heartland. Red meat is not as popular as it once was. And the authorities have turned the road outside into a red route, making parking impossible. So the last salt beef sandwich has been served at Bloom's Jewish restaurant. This was 1996. 1996. It was always famous, wasn't it? I don't know. It was called Fields, Steve. Salt beef bar and restaurant opposite the old Middlesex Hospital. No, Paul, definitely not. Nice to hear from you in Tel Aviv. Fields. No, it definitely wasn't. Oh, I'm so annoyed. If Dale was still here, I could pick up the phone and go, what was that restaurant we used to go to? We'll never find out, will we? Never find out. But, Paul, nice to hear from you. Was it Schmidt's? No. Please, no more. Please, no more. Boss hits back as EastEnders ratings plunge to all-time low. They're doing their best, and the BBC have shelved plans to spend £100 million. They're going to spend £87 million on building a new set. What they're going to do, knock down Albert Square, and it's going to become as a big surprise to people who live there. Good Lord, the Queen Vic's gone. What have they got there now? They've got a tapas bar. Because these bars wouldn't survive. You look at the size of the Queen Vic, you go through the East End, you'll see pubs like that boarded up, turned into supermarkets. A lot of places like Tesco and the Co-op, they take over places like this, they turn them into a little supermarket. Amazing, isn't it, really? Amazing. Lots of courtroom dramas in the paper. Oh, more on 30 years on, Japan hunts whales again. Why? They've managed without it for so long. Awful, isn't it? Also, from 18 stone to fitness model at the age of 62. It becomes an obsession, actually. This is a guy called Chris Zaremba, an 18-stone takeaway addict. He was told he wouldn't reach his 60th birthday, and he's now super-duper fit. But then I think once you get to that stage, you are super-duper fit. You go to the gym. If you don't go to the gym, you feel really bad about life. Marilyn says, I feel so privileged to have a milkman. Milk is so much nicer in glass bottles. Think of all the plastic I'm saving. Yes, I mean, milk in glass bottles, a rarity in this day and age. I'm having my varicose veins, Steve, removed at the end of July. I've had them since I was a teen. I'm 35 and not overweight. The op is costing £5,000. So I suppose it depends on how many you've got that determines how much money you pay for them. So we don't think you can get it on the NHS, but some people might have done years and years ago. But now you have to pay for it. Now, if it's one of those things... do you remember I told you when I had my cataracts done, because somebody said to me, oh, it'll be an arm and a leg, you'll be waiting forever and ever and ever. But in fact, I was done fairly quickly, and blessings to them, and thanks, because it was just fantastic. But somebody said, you can have it done quickly if you pay for it. And it was about 4,000, I think. And I thought, wonder if I can get it on the NHS. And I did. I got both eyes done on the NHS. We still get people writing into us now saying, I'm going to get my cataracts done. What's it like? And I go, you won't feel a thing. They numb you up. They put this liquid in your eyes every so often. You feel nothing. Feel nothing. It's so clever. It really is. 17 minutes to 7. So this jet stowaway, I mean, to be honest with you, there's a bloke in his garden, and there's a picture of the garden, and I'm not sure whether this bloke who landed, I mean, there's an impact crater. I should imagine that this body landed a metre away from this bloke. It fell 3,500 feet. Now, I don't know what the impact is, apart from looking at these pictures here. This horrified tenant sunbathed 3 feet away. The tragic migrant plunged from the landing gear bay over Clapham. I mean, you'd think somebody had gone, look, it's only a tiny garden. I mean, he was lucky that, because if he'd fallen on the fence, it probably would have sliced him in half, I would have thought. But it was lowering its wheels. The tenant's friend said he was so lucky not to be hit and killed. The impact obliterated the body. Well, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. And they've got a picture of this tiny... If he'd landed anywhere else, I mean, he smashed onto the lawn, and so there's a crater there. His friend who was inside the house said he didn't even realise what it was to begin with. He was then asleep, and there was this huge impact. The body literally landed 1 metre away from him and was obliterated. My friend was very shaken. I'd be very shaken as well. I'd be a little bit more than shaken. Wow. So anyway, the force of the impact was so severe, they couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. They had no idea. It's not known for certain whether he was dead at the time he fell, but he would have had to survive almost 9 hours starved of oxygen at temperature around -60. So there's a very good chance he might have actually died in the wheel housing, but they don't know. And in fact, 3,500 feet. Dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. Reveller Lindsay Brown, this is the Dimbo, who complained her swimsuit left her privates hanging outside because the Dimbo was wearing it upside down. And she wrote, the shop boss says, I'm really sorry you were embarrassed by your swimsuit. I've had a look at the picture you've sent, and I believe that you're wearing it upside down, as opposed to saying, oi, thicko. You're wearing it upside... I mean, surely you can't seriously think that that's how people wear swimsuits, but there again, she might. She didn't look the brightest penny in the box. Poor soul. Also, a nice picture of Kate, Duchess of Cambridge, still going out there. They've got her sort of saying things, oh, look, Harry and Meghan's plane, because they've pleaded. Harry and Meghan, there are all the papers today, with fans to cut fossil fuel and save the world, despite jetting around the globe several times on air-polluting planes. And that's what they write. I don't think that they actually write this at all. Do you think Harry can be remotely bothered? Somebody is writing this. There's a ticking clock to protect our planet with climate change. The deterioration of our natural resources, endangerment of sacred wildlife, the impact of... This is from a hunt and shooting and fishing family. The impact of plastics and microplastics and fossil fuel emissions. We're jeopardising this beautiful place we call home. For us, what beautiful place. You're the one who's just had £2.5 million spent on it. So for the future generations, let's save it, let's do our bit. And they fly 150,000 miles. What can you do? What can you do? LBC News Times, 6. Can't believe it, 10 to 7 already. It feels like we could sit here for... at least another 10 minutes. At least another 10 minutes. A family barbecue, did you know, creates as much greenhouse gas as a 100-mile car trip. God, there's nothing we can do nowadays, is there really? I'm a bit worried by that. Apparently a veggie sausage barbecue is the equivalent of 34 miles. The worst thing is a beef burger barbecue. Never even thought about it. Also, Star slams Braun in row over royalties and celebs weigh in. This is Taylor Swift, furious as foe buys back catalogue. Calls Scooter bully over the £240 million deal. Now Bieber, Beyonce and Adele pick sides. Oh, I never understand this. I always got confused about the Beatles back catalogue and who actually owned it. Some of it was Michael Jackson and some of it wasn't. Ali Ross, writing in the papers, talking about just when you thought television had run out of jobs, holidays, pointless endeavours, and dreadful places for Z-listers to visit, along comes this next game of monkey tennis. Trawlerman, celebs at sea. Shane Lynch from Boyzone, Anthony Warren Thompson, and former England rugby player Ben Cohen, who spent 10 days bobbing around the North Atlantic and throwing their guts up for the benefit of Channel 5 viewers, which was love. I've seen these sort of programmes, And you would think after a while they really can't come up with anything else, can they? Random TV irritations. Actor and Good Morning Britain guest Elijah Rowan wearing sunglasses on top of his head, which seems okay, actually. Lots of people do that. And quiz show dough balls of the week. The Chase, Bradley Walsh. Who's the only one of the Queen's children not to have a daughter? Vivian. Prince Philip. Bradley Walsh. What nickname for golfer Frank Urban Zerler is derived from his initials? Richard. Tiger. And Tipping Point. There's always one from Tipping Point. Ben Shepherd. Which item of swimming gear is named after an atoll in the Pacific Ocean? Andy. Speedo. And Bradley Walsh. The Attenborosaurus dinosaur is named in honour of which TV naturalist? Hannah. Pass. I mean, there's some dim people there, aren't they? You think the women with the swimming costume on upside down is pretty stupid. Wimbledon umpires have been banned from calling women players Miss or Mrs. and must only use their last names. Why can't we just call them all Poppet? You know, just Poppet, just try and get the ball over the net, and then we're all very happy. They can say miss if there's a penalty or a foul call. Oh, it's too complicated for words. Far too complicated. Last year's topic became a talking point when umpires called Serena Mrs. Williams following her marriage to Alex O'Neill, I think it is. Her sister Venus said at the time Janet Jackson had that song and called herself Miss Jackson. I like that. I'm Miss Williams. So you can't refer to anybody by their marital status. How about just oi you? I love it. It gets more bizarre every year, doesn't it? More bizarre every year. Strictly Bosses are hoping to kickstart the new series by signing Alex Scott. Who? Who's Alex? Sorry? Footballer, yeah. Former Lioness. The producers want to capitalise on the popularity of the Women's World Cup. If Alex agrees, this is just poo. This is just... She's not Villa, is she? No, she's not Aston Villa. So yesterday she dropped a hint by revealing she's a huge fan of Strictly. Oh, God, how boring. Oh, if I was free, I'd be able to do it. You could just see them now, can't you? The entire world. Other people that we think could be going on it. Other people who've been on. John Barnes, Peter Schmeichel and Peter Shilton. I don't know who's going on it. They said Chris Evans has signed up for it. But as he doesn't have a telephone, I can't check. Well, I think he does have a telephone, but he just doesn't use it anymore. You know, I don't think I could live without the telephone. In fact, I'm pretty certain I couldn't. Life would be quite dull. Quite dull. The body of the zoo worker mauled to death by a tiger found by a member of the public. Not the best thing you're ever going to see, is it, really? And also, who's this? One man who's played a blinder at Glastonbury, and Liam Gallagher, the ex-Oasis singer and girlfriend-grabbing thug, poses next to Lewis Capaldi. I don't know anything about the Gallaghers. I don't know what sort of people they are. I just know that they argue. And that's fairly tedious, isn't it? Dua Lipa, one of the hardest working women in pop. I thought that was Little Mix. I thought nobody worked harder than Little Mix. They all seem to be doing something, don't they? A couple more here said... wait a minute. Steve, you could lose it in a name text storm, so I'm sending it again. I couldn't text you straight away, says Monica. As I'm dashing through London with passengers for 6:40 flights. They're not going to make it, though. I only promised to get them to the terminal before 6. Anyway, I've got an idea for the memorabilia. Coffee mug with an inscription, content to be slurped at 4 a.m. in the company of Steve Allen Show, LBC. If you use it, please send me one. No, I wish I could I can't tell you anything about it, actually. Boris made me late for my training course, made an impromptu visit to his brother and managed to shut down Orpington, says Jenna. Steve, Boomtown Festival put a £10 charge for litter on the ticket price. If you pick up said amount of litter when leaving, you get it back. Good idea. Did you ever go to the Stock Pot? Yes, absolutely. Me and my dad were regulars at the Stock Pot. God, that was cheap. A favourite with cabbies, serving delights like jelly and ice cream, gammon, fried egg and chips. We used to go for the jam pie thing at the end. That was very popular. And it cost peanuts. There was one in Earl's Court as well. They always disappear, these places, don't they? Places where you grow up. Well, I didn't actually grow up there, but I mean, it was fairly good value. So, The Sun this morning, Taylor miffed, bully row with mogul and Stars pals way in. Falling jet stowaway, I mean, that must be the worst. I mean, if that person fell 3,500 feet and when they hit the ground, they didn't know what sex that person was, that's what you call bad. Prince Harry, help inspire young lives in memory of my mother. It was 20 years ago. PM rivals slug it out over no-deal Brexit, and Lionesses are ready to roar. Daily Mirror, Lionesses bid for World Cup final in history, and Meghan, I refuse to let my family ruin Archie's life. I think this is probably how it's running inside with their staff. They don't seem to keep staff for very long at all, do they? Why Kate would have been the daughter Diana never had. Yes, I mean, I think she's charming. I think she's absolutely charming. You know, she always looks good. She's always smiling. She's more royal than Meghan, I think. I'm not sure. There's something definitely not right about Meghan and how they can't keep staff, and I wish I knew what it was. The stowaway falling from the jet, frozen body horror at the £2 million house after a 9-hour flight. Minus 60 degrees it gets inside the wheel housing. Daily Star today, Jeremy Kyle jail threat. Forced Star to answer MP's question. He said he's not going to do it. Can't force him to do anything at all. Like we don't appear to be able to force the Vatican to actually bring out sex abuse priests. Daily Telegraph, Hong Kong Parliament stormed. Oh, they're having a bit of a field day over there, aren't they? That'll be talked about with Nick Ferrari this morning. Why barbecue food needs a green option. BBC licence fee payers back Lineker's salary. The head of the BBC has claimed that viewers support its payments to talented and entertaining stars. He just reads an auto cue. How's that entertaining? Very dull. Lineker tops the list, 1.75 to 1.76 million a year. So that's it. As usual, the BBC, head stuck in the sand, little bit dated. We're not changing anything, so to you. Hong Kong protesters, according to the Times this morning, breaking into Parliament, and Corey Gough beating her idol Venus Williams. She's 15. Where did they come from? A 15-year-old that talented. Is it a fluke? You'll find out probably later. Are we close to a cure for HIV? Says The Guardian. Met flags up 700 welfare and abuse cases a day. And the time of his life, the boy star of Glastonbury. This is Alex Mann, who went to see the festival attractions and became one. And that's it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed for your company. Do you know, it's so cold in here this morning. I shouldn't complain about it because we've been hot. But the air conditioning is particularly this morning. It's freezing. Before I go, let me tell you what's coming up on my free podcast. On a little bit extra, Love Island hunk Anton is seen posing completely naked. Absolutely. Mel C gushes over Adele's incredible figure and praises her for working out hard. And Sam Faiz flaunts her sensational hourglass curves in a Burberry bikini as she joins her boyfriend on yet another holiday. Oh, you live in Hounslow. No, I don't. Live in Isleworth. No, you live in Hounslow. No, I don't. People get funny, but have you ever been to Hounslow? It's a bit like Croydon. You don't really want to go there. It's like one of those sort of places you go. So, I've been to Croydon. I used to do a thing there every year. There used to be a big department store in the middle of Croydon called... Oh, there we go. We had this trouble the other day with a Jewish restaurant. I didn't know there were so many Jewish restaurants in London. Sorry? Nando's? Nando's? That's not a Jewish restaurant. Ridiculous, honestly. No, but there was this department store in it might have been Alders. It might have been Alders. It's not there anymore, is it? Is it there anymore? I can't remember. There was one of them that went, actually. Yeah. I used to go there and I used to do the Christmas quiz for the staff because the managing director used to be a listener. And they would... I'll tell you now, actually, because it was quite funny. Long time ago, supposed to give me money, they gave me, like, a credit card thing in the shop and I could spend... Well, I'll tell you now, 1,500 quid. I could spend £1,500 in the shop, which actually was quite a good deal because I was paying retail prices, whereas they'd got it. So they actually got it for about £1,000, which was, quite good value, I thought. And I used to go home with tons of stuff. I'd wander about the department going, I'll have one of those, two of those. I remember bordering the train at Clapham Junction with a giant teddy bear. And, of course, I'd forgotten that if you walk down the streets, unless you're actually coming out of a fun fair and you've got a giant teddy bear in your hand, somebody somewhere's going to go, what do you look like? And I had to try and pretend that I'd won it in a raffle or something. No, I wasn't doing that at all, Ollie. I don't know why you'd be saying that. I don't know where that rumour started. Where are you off to today? Straight home? Is it? You go home now? Good lad. You tired? Good. That's what you need. Sorry? Oh, of course. I've forgotten. Ollie's going off to America. He won't get any further than customs because I've already pre-warned them, and I've said about the crack in his bottom, and they've said, don't worry, we'll look into it. So they're going to be sorting out. He won't go any further. He's so looking forward to it. The funny thing is, because he's going to Vegas eventually. It's a little like a road trip kind of thing, isn't it? And somebody said to me the other day, they said he's really going to like Vegas. I said that's the worry. He is going to like Vegas a bit too much because it's got everything he wants. Loose women, cheap booze and hot weather. I mean, it's got And gambling. I mean, it literally, how can you forget gambling? It's got everything you want in Las Vegas. It's got strip clubs, it's got pole dancing clubs, it's got just about everything. But the heat. You need to take a hat with you. You know, just something put on. Sorry? You don't want to look like Thomas. Poor old Thomas, burnt to a cinder, bless his heart. But no, it's so hot out there. It's even hotter than you can imagine, because you're in the middle of the desert. Always take a bottle of water with you. So you've always got a bottle with you, and you can just drink that to keep yourself rehydrated, because it is hot. And I mean, you'll walk outside and it'll be like a wall of heat. But you'll love it. You'll love it. Even are you driving into Vegas or flying into Vegas? Driving in. Fantastic. You'll love it. You're coming in through the desert. Hope you don't break down. And so you're renting a car. Lovely. Convertible. What was it? Convert into a bus or something? What did it go into? The Batmobile? It's a convertible. What does that mean? It's a convertible, Steve. Does that mean it's got like a sunshine roof where you can take the roof down? You'll burn to pieces, I promise you, because you go, oh, this is lovely. Look, here I am. You're not driving, are you? No. And you will get burnt to pieces, because with the wind of rushing through your hair and the heat, the combination is fatal. But you will like it. You'll be going. Yeah, you'll be coming back going, Steve, it was lovely. I got burnt to pieces on day one and never moved out of the hotel room. Yeah, a bit like Thomas, he can't go anywhere either at the moment, poor soul. Go. Don't hang around here just for our benefit, Seriously, we know what you look like. We've all got photographs. And the ones we don't have, the police have got. So that's okay. Anyway, what are we going to do in the papers this morning? What are they all dealing? Well, a couple of stories, actually. Firstly, the Spice Girls. I don't normally mention the Spice Girls at the beginning of the programme, only because Baby Spice used to work in this building, and I videoed them when they came in. Anyway, they do plan to stay together, but unfortunately, the fly in the ointment again is Jerry. Jerry apparently is set to quit again. She doesn't want to go on a world tour, presumably because her husband is very rich. She's very rich. And so she doesn't feel she wants to do it again. And also there was all that shenanigans with Nasty Spice. So it's all a bit embarrassing, really. So they can't really go out as a threesome. That's going to sound ridiculous. Victoria Beckham not having much luck in the fashion stakes. Her line has been cut price-wise twice in the same month. As one of the columnists said, if she didn't start off by selling them so expensively and put them at a reasonable price, she might be doing a lot better than she is. But she's not doing that well, I'm afraid. In 1981, you will not remember 1981, but you will remember Kenneth Kendall. Kenneth Kendall was a newsreader. He went on to do Challenge Annika and all sorts of things. But he got paid, in 1981, £16,000 to read the news to 8 million people. 16,000. Now, I don't know if that was a year. Might have been. I mean, I wasn't doing far off that, 1981. So bear in mind, £16,000 to read the news to 8 million people. Hugh Edwards, at the moment, is paid £500,000 for only attracting an audience of 5 million. Small wonder people are up in arms over how much money the BBC pay their celebrities through their own companies. Kenneth, when he did Treasure Hunt, I think that was 82 to 89 or something like that, but he was a contemporary of Richard Baker, Robert Dougal, and he was lovely, actually. He died, actually, in 2012. Now, if memory serves me correctly, I think he was gay. I've got a sneaking feeling that he was gay. If you go down to... He died, yes, his partner, Mark Fear, in 2013. Kenneth died in 2012 following a stroke. And in 2013, his partner, Mark, was found hanged. And an inquest concluded he'd committed suicide because he was overcome by grief. They'd been together since 1989. Mark was the owner of a marine art gallery and a beekeeper. They had a civil partnership in 2006. And I don't think anybody realised for a while, because it didn't really make it. He was just somebody who read the news. But he always seemed really nice to me. I thought, what a nice person. And don't please go back to the Jewish restaurant from yesterday. I went through them all yesterday. We went through loads and loads and loads and loads. And we still didn't get the right name. I wish I could think what it was, but eventually it will drop into my brain. Just have to wait for it. But I was either amazed at how many Jewish restaurants there were in London, which was very pleasing, because I only thought there was about 2 or 3. Not according to yesterday's programme. Steve, listening from Columbia, Maryland, Thought you'd appreciate my current joke. You'd think if you took the shell off a snail's back, it would make them faster. It actually makes them more sluggish. That's the kind of stuff they're laughing at over there in Columbia in Maryland. That's their hot topic. And Shane says, I don't know what to have for tea. Then I remember what you said the other day, fillet steak and baked beans. So that's what I'll have. Good for you. Good for you. Always have something you like. There's no point in not having things you don't like. And did you ask Alexa or Siri, says Paul? No, I didn't think we'd bother with that one. We decided it was safer not to. We had hundreds. Seriously. I think it's the Whitcliffe Centre in Croydon, says Matthew. No, it's the Whitgift Centre. I'm not sure whether you're deliberately being obtuse or whether it's as if you don't know anywhere. Arding and Hobbs. Arding and Hobbs. That was the one at Clapham Junction. It was part of the group, wasn't it? So there you go. So now we know. We're not going to have anything more confusing. Even Sheila in Cockfosters thinks it's called Cardassia. No, definitely not Cardassia. Don't start it again, Sheila. We'll be here for days. Seriously. Steve, even funnier reminding people like Dave O'Brien who live in Chiswick that they live in the London borough of Hounslow, says Mike. Currently in Vegas. Very hot. It will be. I've warned Ollie. I said you need to take cream, like a lot of cream. And somebody here, it's brutal in Vegas. 8 p.m. and 97 degrees. That's why nobody goes outside the hotels. You know, you don't. It's not really the place where you see people walking up and down the street. It's too hot for things like that. And it's funny because I was talking to my neighbour the other day, and she said, "Oh, it's, lovely weather." And I hate it. I can't wait for snow. I can't wait for winter to set in, because that at least I can cope with. With the heat, I'm a nightmare. Absolutely a nightmare. But it doesn't matter, does it? Because we all moan about it, and the British are notorious for moaning about the weather. We always moan about the weather. I don't know why we moan about the weather. What is it? What is it to the Brits that we always go, oh, it's horrible the weather. It's too hot, too cold, too this, too damp. And then the moment it rains a little bit, we all run for cover. There was somebody sleeping rough outside Lloyd's Bank yesterday. They made them move pretty smartish because they were lying in the path of wheelchair users who could only get into the bank that way. Thank you so much, says Martina in Bournemouth, for introducing me to a real enduring love story of Christian the Lion. I watched it with tears of joy rolling down my face. Christian truly is the real Lion King. It was such a good story, but of course I remember it first time round. I remember Christian being at World's End. I remember Sophisticats. And I remember the book that they wrote about him being bought from Harrods. So when he saw them at the end of his life, really, he didn't probably know it was the end of his life. We think he was killed either by poachers or somebody else, or one of these dreadful people who go out there and kill animals for sport. There's somebody in the paper today we shall name and shame. I'm obviously quite clearly a first-class idiot. What else we have? Oh, a medieval chess piece. It's only about so big. So not very big at all. They think it's made of walrus, and they thought it went for £1 or something at a car boot sale. It's just sold for nearly £800,000. Going to prove that, once you've got... So they were selling a Mini the other day. I found myself engrossed, and I'm not a petrol head. I don't know anything about cars at all. I have no knowledge of them. I just know that I get in, I push a button, and it starts up, and it's got beep, beep buttons on it. Beep, 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 beep. Or if you're Nick Abbott, you buy one and it breaks down. I mean, but mind you, if you saw Nick Abbott, you would go, he doesn't know anything about cars. He really doesn't. I don't know anything about cars either, so we're both in the same boat, except that he buys obviously slightly cheaper cars than I do, because I'm working every day of the week. But anyway, so... What was I going to tell you about the car? Oh, yes. No, I forgot what I was going to tell you about the car now. There was something. I was on a roll with a story and then I forgot all about it. Cars. What was I saying? Cars. Oh, it doesn't matter. I'll come back to it later. Yeah, it's your fault. You distracted me. Now I forgot what the story is. Forgot what I was talking to people about. What was I doing? Cars. I don't know anything about cars. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, it doesn't matter. We'll come back to it later. Steve, we've got a possible revolution in Hong Kong. Paris protests. And what do the Lib Dems do in the EU Parliament? Wear a silly slogan, says Ian. Oh, did you see them? Did you see them? I was slightly disturbed. Anne Widdecombe, obviously, sort of revelling in the fact that she's sort of back doing politics, sort of. And I just thought it was a bit silly. Monica says, I love you to bits and I listen to you 7 days a week. Slurping of the tea or coffee. Can't help it, Monica. You kind of have to put up with it or go listen to something else. Okay, bye. Can't really be bothered with people like that. Honestly, how ridiculous, honestly. What a snowflake. What a snowflake. Here we go. Let me just go... Oh, didn't do it properly then, honestly. That was almost a half slurp. Delicious when it's boiling hot. No, Monica, bye. Anyway, she's gone, so that's sorted that one out. The amount of money. Anyway, I was going to tell you the story about the Mini, but I got distracted. Let's go back to the Mini. So there's this programme on the television, and it's a family who go and buy old cars, get them done up and all the rest of it, and they bought a Mini Cooper. A Mini Cooper, but when you saw that, it'd been sitting in a garage, it hadn't been driven for donkey's years. It was, I mean, the whole thing was falling apart. There was half the engine covering, everything. Anyway, they thought that maybe they could probably get 500 quid for this, 600 quid, 1,000, something like that. And so they auctioned it. Well, the interest in this Mini Cooper, of which you would have to spend, they reckoned, between £5,000 and £10,000 on it. And they reckoned you could then probably sell it for about £40,000 to £50,000. Well, it sold for a huge... It was something like £40,000 it sold for. For this wreck of a... There was nothing... It didn't drive. You couldn't drive it. And the bloke who bought it was really pleased. So obviously Mini Cooper fans, you know, bear this in mind. If ever you're looking for second-hand cars, Mini Coopers are the ones to get. This thing rocketed in price. And they had a lovely Bentley, actually, which went for ridiculously low, 13.5 grand. Bought by a dealer probably, and then they would push it up. It all depends on the mileage and things like that. But it was this Mini Cooper that I looked at, thinking somebody has basically bought something that had rusted away. There was hardly any of it left. You know, you opened the door and it fell off its hinges. It was as bad as that. This thing was terrible. But they reckon that these people, he thought it would have taken 2 years to do it up. It would be the labour of love. And I looked at it, I thought, I'd love to see what that looks like at the end. But I found myself quite fascinated by the programme. And as I say, I'm not a petrol head. I don't know anything about cars. A bit like Nick Abbott. You sort of buy them, you open the door, you get in, you push a button in mine, and it's got beep buttons all the way round it. So you could basically, because I got hemmed in the other day, somebody was having a windscreen replaced, but I was able, with the help of the beeps, you know, beep 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 beep, and it's when you hear the beep, the next thing you hear is a crash, and it was really good actually, and so I managed to get out quite easily. I even impressed myself. And somebody said to me, "What's it like driving on beep beeps?" And if you have a look at somebody's car, you'll see there's about 10 on the front of the car, and I've got probably roughly the same on the back. So, but what I really want is a parking camera. And I've just seen a car, and it's got a parking... It's the same as mine, exactly the same. It's just a little bit newer, and it's got slightly less miles on it, but it's got parking camera. And I often thought that would be really flash, a parking camera. I've never had one before. Never had one. So every time I change the car, I get something new on it that I've never had before, and I thought parking camera, quite nice. What else we got? Oh yes, another TV programme I watched, and I didn't think I was going to enjoy it. It's got Anthony Worrell Thompson in it, I think Shane Lynch and Ben Cohen, and they go on a trawler. They're doing this, you know, tough out on the seas. You know, I mean, I'd be sick every 5 minutes. And so it's a case of they're out on the high seas and they're fishing, and so they're being extreme fishermen. And contrary to what somebody said the other day, and I think it could have been one of my favourite TV critics, Ali Ross, or one of those, saying, you know, how boring and how dull and how we've sort of... And I watched it and I was gripped by it. I don't know why. It's the fact that it's the boat. The boat is sort of going up and down and up and down. I'm sort of going with it as well. Like, ooh, dear. Not very nice. So, I mean, I'm not particularly brilliant on boats. I was all right last time. I discovered once you've got your sea legs, and that involves taking travel sickness pills. Always, if you're going on a boat or a ship, always take travel sickness pills, because you never know. And if you actually take them to start with, it balances your body out, because once you get sick, you get really sick. And I never fancied that idea. The idea of sort of sitting in the room going, oh God, feel awful, and you can't do anything at all. So I discovered taking seasickness pills was the ideal thing. Once your body had balanced out. But they were really good. I mean, they really were good. And Matt says, what are my chances of getting a ticket to see Madonna at the Palladium? I don't know, you can try it now. You can go online, I'm assuming. We shall have a try and see if we can buy some tickets at the Palladium. And we'll see how much they are. Probably quite expensive, I would have thought. Probably quite expensive. It's, here we go, Madonna London Palladium 2020 tickets at the... Yes, no, you can buy from the website. You can buy where it says Madonna. That's actually from Viagogo, so I'm not over keen. I don't like using these other places, but it doesn't matter. But you can sort of find the Palladium official box office. I do like the Palladium. So here we go. This is this week, next week, afternoon, filtered by price, musical. Yeah, you click on Palladium, and you should find. Wait a minute. Go down. Filter, but no, on the other side. Sorry, the other side, left-hand side. Go down to London Palladium. Click on that one, and see at the moment they're actually selling Joseph tickets, and so she must be doing because they're actually in for not very long. I think it's only about 10 weeks, isn't it? Here we go. Bonnie Tyler, Carrie Monk, Stephen Fry, Mythos, a trilogy. He's doing the Palladium as well. It's amazing, isn't it? Ant Middleton was doing the Palladium. How to get tickets for Madonna at the Palladium. Go into Time Out thing. Let's see if we can find. There we go. Book tickets. Here we go. Right. London Palladium, Madonna, find tickets, and oh my God, fellas. This must be an agency because they're selling here.
That's their website, LW.
Oh, is that their? Oh, it's the. Oh, it takes you to Ticketmaster. So average ticket price £455 a ticket. Have we actually got any? Oh, they've got platinum tickets up to £701. They are. Have they got 968? Have they got anything out? No, no. They can't find any results. I can't find. I've got a VIP package. Might have something there, I should imagine. No, not doing very well actually. Madonna obviously sells out. All the VIPs have sold out, and in fact, actually, there isn't really anything. The stalls, the ticket prices here, official platinum tickets, £701.50. Do you know? I'm ever so sorry, but it makes me sound mean. But I wouldn't spend that on a ticket. Would you? I'd rather go and get a job selling ice cream at the Palladium, so you can get in free. I wouldn't want to, especially after Eurovision, where I didn't think she was that good. That's an awful lot of money. So she's going to, my God, they must be offering her a serious amount of money. But there again, if you're a fan of somebody like Madonna, you'd pay that to see Bros. You sick person, honestly. I don't want to tell you this, but Bros are around this building tomorrow. I bet he's wearing that suit. I don't know why, I just think he is. Oh. So the chance of getting a ticket for Madonna, pretty remote at the moment. And Nando's, do you think she'll be doing Dave O'Brien's podcast? Bros could do that, he'd like that. Nando's, Steve, says Monica, is definitely not kosher. But you're right about Hounslow and Croydon. I visit them only going to airports and then run away as fast as I can. If I don't have passengers from the airport, people in these places are not so keen to get a cab. Strange people, strange places, running away to Kew or Bromley. Oh, Kew's nice. I'm going Kew on Friday. On Friday, which is good. So thank you, Monica. Have a nice day. I don't know what it's like driving. Is there air conditioning in black cabs? Is there? Oh, right. You would know that, wouldn't you? Oh, yes, there is. You think there is, actually? I don't remember having air conditioning in the back. That's why I thought people opened the window of cabs. You remember having air... Well, you're obviously right. You know these things. I'm not prepared to argue with you. This is the producer. Addison Lee have air conditioning. Do they? Oh, right, OK. Yeah, sometimes I've actually got in those, and they're actually quite chilly. Callum's a fan of Uber. And, was it good? No. How much does that cost? I've never been in an Uber. No. Well, £25, that's worth it. It's quite a way, isn't it? Quite a way in. Poor little soul, honestly. That's all his pocket money for the weekend gone in one fell swoop like that. No more sherbet flying saucers or anything like that at all. Toxic waste. That was ridiculous. That was really ridiculous. So Kate shunned the royal box to cheer Wimbledon. Actually, loads of people are going. Nick Ferrari went to Wimbledon the other day. I know a story about that as well. Do you know the story? Yes, I think it's a story for the break. Certainly not a story to share on air. Back to images of Mike again. Anyways, also, up to 800,000 tries. Probably not. Well, of course he knows it was him. Because, I've done it. Yeah, somebody will tell him. And next time I see him, say, what do you say that for, Steve? He talks like that. What do you say that for, Steve? Tie me kangaroo down, sport. Tie me kangaroo down. And, so up to 800,000 dryers may be a fire risk. I never thought about it. I used to have a washing machine dryer. It was a washer-dryer. And so when it had finished doing the washing and all the rest of it, it then went into its heated mode. I thought it was fine. I thought it was absolutely fine. Proud of you girls, our footballers, but we didn't win. And unfortunately, if you don't win, it's not really much use to us. You know, we want to win. I don't think it's right that the papers start going, oh, isn't that fantastic? No, it wasn't. It's not fantastic because we didn't win. If it was fantastic, it means that we would have won. So, you know, we're always sort of applauding the underdogs. We're always going, oh, well, don't worry, next time. And it doesn't make you competitive. Another one here. Wait a minute. I'm a rare Australian. Okay. He says, who prefers the cold to the heat. You can always put on another top or a scarf or a pair of socks, but when it's hot, there's only so much you can take off before you can't leave the house without getting arrested. Yes, I'm inclined to agree with you. That's Phil, who's in Melbourne. David says, didn't hear you inquire about Jewish restaurants, but were you thinking Oslo Court? No. I've been to Oslo Court loads of times. I love it. Have you ever been to Oslo Court? If you haven't been to Oslo Court, you're in for a treat. Go to Oslo Court. It's in, surprisingly, a block of flats which border Regent's Park called Oslo Court. And it used to be a flat, but it's now a restaurant. It's been a restaurant for years and years. And you'll see all sorts of people in there. Sometimes me, sometimes Linda Robson, all sorts of people. And it's great. They have a price. And then at the end of it, they bring round the sweet trolley, the dessert trolley, which has got fruit salad, profiterole rolls, Black Forest gatto. It's got all the things you thought you'll never see those ever again. It's a fabulous place. I loved it. I've been taken there on numerous occasions. The last time I went there, they were very nice, and we didn't get a bill, which we're a bit surprised about, actually. It was really lovely. It was really, really lovely. And every time I go past it, I go, I must go back. Because I thought they were just great. So, Oslo Court. Check them out on Google. You can find them very quickly. OK, news time for what type of thing would stab a 90-year-old man on the news today? Yes, I mean, well, listen, I've kind of lost the will to live in certain things like that. It strikes me that there's just no such thing. That's why I laugh when they go, oh, and we're going to eradicate knife crime. And I go, no, you're not. No, you're absolutely not. It's like, and we're going to eradicate burglars. No, you're not. No, you're not. You can stand there till you're blue in the face telling us all this guff that we want to hear, but it's not going to happen. Not going to happen at all. I watched the Fisherman programme, says Jan in Lincolnshire too. I was surprised that at 67 they let Anthony go with them, as it's so dangerous. I enjoyed it, although that Shane got on my nerves a bit. I know, a little bit. Mind you, I saw another programme with another foul-mouthed woman. I don't know where they're getting these people from. There must be an agency. Right. £450 for a ticket, says Michael. Duh. Yes, I mean, I agree with you. I think it's way too much money. But if you're a fan of somebody, people pay thousands. Look at the people who actually pay to buy a ticket to the final, the men's finals at Wimbledon. They'll pay thousands and thousands and thousands. Ridiculous. Steve Allen says, Monica, a reversing camera is a brilliant thing. I can't recommend it more. I'm using it for the last couple of years now. My Envy's all-round camera system, which allows you to see every side of the car. Well, in fact, some friends of mine have a shutter company. They sell shutters. And they've got cars which park themselves. You literally, this thing, it's just so clever. So clever. I don't have that. I feel a bit miffed, really. I wish I did have something like that. Probably on the next car. I'll get it where the car parks itself. Although I actually like the challenge of parking. But sometimes you look at the space and you think, oh, God, I can't really be bothered to do it. Victoria Beckham, as I say, not having much luck in the fashion stakes. They keep putting her down as a fashion designer and she does this and that. But frankly, if she's had to reduce the price of some of her items twice in a month, that's not looking good. And that's basically what the papers are saying. Top Cop says, this is Deputy Chief Constable Jason Harwin, told MPs that giving addicts hard drugs has a massive impact in cutting organised crime. I would have thought if you're actually off your face on heroin or something, the last thing you'd be thinking about is organised crime. Disorganised crime, maybe. The BBC accused of covering up sky-high payments to its top stars because it's published the official salaries of those on more than 150 grand a year. But critics says the list ignores secret payments to big names made via the commercial arm BBC Studios. And a lot of people, because when you look at the people, and they seem to have all sorts of people's, you know, even Chris Evans, they've sort of put his salary, but he does more for the BBC now. Graham Norton, 610,000 to 614,000. Gary Lineker, 1,000,007. Why? I've got no idea. What's so special about Gary Lineker? Answer, nothing. Nothing at all. Zoe Ball, highest paid woman at the BBC, 370,000. But I think you'll find that was just for a few weeks' work doing the breakfast show. That's what I think it was. Vanessa Feltz, 355 up to 359, but she's got to work her little socks off. Martha Carney, 250,000. There's one here, I didn't know who they were, actually. You might have to help me out on this one. Wait a minute, I've lost them. On this list of people. Oh, they've got no change for Scott Mills, 289,000. It only goes to prove, actually, how really out of touch these figures are compared to commercial radio. Who is Jason Mohammed? 355 to 359,000, up by 90,000. I don't even know who he is. And if you don't know who somebody is, that's got to be a bit bad, doesn't it? Mark Easton, 184,000. These are reporters. Nagaman Chetty, 194,000. Mary Berry, 199,000. Katja Adler, who? Even Louise Minchin racks it up to 209,000. Mark Chapman, not a clue. Greg James, 229. That's way down. I mean, seriously, that can't be for a year. Can't be. Not physically possible. There are people, well, anyway, people earning a lot more than that. Trevor Nelson, 169 to 170,000. Joanna Gosling, Chiara Armenia, Doten Adebayo, 155,000. I don't know where they get these salaries from. They're most peculiar, actually. Top 5 pay cuts. John Humphreys down, Jeremy Vine down, Steve Wright down, Simon Mayo down and out, and Nick Grimshaw. So he's down £90,000. The pay rises go to Jo Wiley, probably to bring her in line with everybody else. Jason Mohammed, no idea who he is. I feel a bit embarrassed, actually. I'm supposed to know who these people are. Lauren Laverne. God, blimey, honestly. Anybody. And also, what was this other? There's lists all over the place in the paper. And the 10 cover-ups. What the BBC says Graham Norton earns, 610,000. Estimated he actually earns 2 million. Matt Baker, what the BBC says he earns, not applicable. Estimated earnings, £500,000 a year. Really? But that is 2 programmes, I'm assuming. Claudia Winkleman, she's just under that. Alex Jones, same money, 499,999. Derek Thompson, this is an actor, £400,000. I mean, they must be spitting blood on that programme, I should imagine. Evan Davis, what the BBC says he earns is 279,999. They've estimated he actually earns 319,999. Jules Holland, Jodie Whittaker. The BBC say she earns not applicable. Shirley Ballas, they won't tell you on that one either. But they estimate Jodie Whittaker 200,000 and Shirley Ballas 250,000, which is probably, I would think, an okay sort of salary for that. £250,000. That's about right. But some of them, I'm really quite surprised that they're either much lower than I thought, or in the case of Gary Lineker, way too high. Way too high. Well, you can find any old Tom, Dick and Harry to present a bit of sport, can't you? Just because he used to kick a ball around at some point. Brian says black cabs have aircon. Oh, there you go. The store in Croydon is Kennards. No. Kiki D's coming to Sydney. Have you interviewed her? She's 72. 72. Yes, I have. I love the song Amorose. Strands of light upon a bedroom door. Steve, Madonna, 400 quid. Well, no. That was one of the cheaper ones. Average price about 700-800 quid. I'd rather buy the pirate video or the DVD. We mustn't buy pirate videos. You really mustn't. That funds prostitution, drug running and all sorts of things. People get killed over pirate videos. Locked into the spike, Steve. That's what we like to hear. We like people. And Waj is definitely locked into the spike as often as possible. And I quite like the story that Darren was doing earlier on about the PhD student who's quit the university in protest after a non-black lecturer used the N-word from a passage out of a book, and I couldn't work out. I mean, she isn't black herself. She's white, so I couldn't quite work out, although I'm sure... No, it wasn't Darren who did it, it was Tom Swarbrick. And I remember thinking perhaps she wasn't very bright. You know. Steve, ironically, the BBC staff behind the scenes are paid poorly. Well, it depends on what they're doing, doesn't it? I don't think they're paid poorly. I know what the salaries are for people in the business, and I don't think they get paid poorly at all. It depends what you're doing. If you're only an AP on a show, you're not going to get huge amounts of money, are you? But it's a start. It's a start. Meant to suggest Old Yellow Pages to find the name, says Mel. It was so long ago, I don't even think you'd find it in Yellow Pages. I don't think it would be one of those restaurants. I'll think about it. I can see it in my mind as well. I can see the staff. That's even more embarrassing. See the staff. Game, set and catch a train. This is Paul Jubb battled bravely through his first ever Wimbledon match to the delight of the family. He slipped to defeat. But, you know, there you go. At least he made an effort. Kate's arriving. Nice big smile. Sunglasses on head. Should have left them on. And here's Anne Widdicombe listening on the headphones. Very funny. Ha, 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 ha. Listening to whatever it was that was going out. England's World Cup dream ended in heartbreak last night as they lost a dramatic semi-final to tournament favourites, the USA. Oh. It does. Listen, live to fight another day, but let's not big it up too much because we lost. OK? Billy says, was the late 70s the most bizarrely great music era? Disco, pop, punk, rockabilly, plus comedy records and no rapping. Jason Mohammed apparently says Huey is a sports presenter. Mainly niche sports. Aren't I supposed to know this? Did you know who he was? No. See, the producer didn't know, and he's into sport. Well, he's not into doing it. He's no, seriously. I mean, you know, yeah. Up the Aston. Way, go on, go boys, go. Aston Villa, here we go. Lovely. And so Jason Mohammed, here he is, a Welsh radio and television presenter currently working for the BBC. He's currently the host of Final Score on Saturday afternoon. Never even heard of it. And you earn that much money for that, do you? Good Lord. Oh, well, hope for all of us. Welsh. It's crazy, isn't it? It's absolutely crazy for somebody you've never even heard of. I don't mind paying them if I've heard of them, but if I haven't heard of people. But he is in this list. Mind you, I was surprised that Jeremy Vine was down 150,000 to 290,000. Jason Mohammed is in at number 10. He's up 95 grand to 355,000. Being robbed. Terrible. Amazon are going to hire another 2,000 people in the UK. Mind you, they have been accused of killing off the high street. Are they going to pay any more tax? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? That'd be nice. We could always hope, couldn't we? And well done to the Countdown stars Rachel Riley and Susie Dent today backing a ban on foie gras. We had great problems in the office earlier on trying to spell foie gras, and or even guess what it was. It's amazing how many people don't know. I was trying to say I might even bring some in actually, so that Callum could try. Yes, well, it is an animal, isn't it? It's force feeding geese. It looks horrendous if you type it in on YouTube. It really looks horrendous, and it can't be much good for them. But it's. And I said, have you ever had pate before? He didn't think he'd had pate before. Perhaps I should bring him in pate. We brought him in noodles. Perhaps we can move him up the social strata. We could take him up a little bit higher and take him on to pate. I think he might quite like pate. I quite like pate. I like sort of chicken liver pate. Do you like it? Duck pate, yeah. I like the one that's got brandy in it. Which one's that? That's the one that you put brandy in. I can't remember what it is, actually, but it's particularly delicious. I can never taste the brandy. They always tell me it's got brandy in. And I always go, oh, right. But it's a nice... Which pate is it? Chicken liver. It's probably chicken... There you go, chicken liver with brandy. I love it. I mean, a lot of people make their own pate. I couldn't do that. Why not? You can go and buy the blooming stuff. It's cheap enough to buy. But perhaps we might have... If we had a toaster, you see, I would then get Callum having toast, and then we get it on hot buttered toast, and then he might go, oh, I like that. Although, actually, I seem to remember somebody who had a short while ago on the programme who didn't like pork pies. Thought it was horrible. Absolutely thought it was horrible. Didn't like pork pies. Thought it should have been hot. Didn't think you should have them cold. I can't remember if they still work here. Why? Who do you think it is?
I don't know.
Oh, right. I can't remember if they still work here. I can't remember. I bet you earn a few bob, says Lee. Yeah. Yeah, I do earn a few bob. That's about what it comes down to. I earn a few bob. I do work a 6-day week. I work a 6-day week. You know, some people don't work 6-day weeks, but I'm actually on air 7 days of the week. So you've got to earn something. You've got to live on it. Goodness sake, honestly, I've got to eat. Got to pay my bills. Oh, my brother's got a job. He phoned me the other day. He's very excited. He's got a job. I won't tell you what it is because it's sort of a public job. And he's very pleased about it. He got a letter from this company's head office saying, yes, we're delighted to say you've got the job. I thought, thank God. Because he very rarely fails face-to-face interviews. That's what he's particularly good at. So he got it. So there's a relief. There's a relief. All this time, you know, we're still waiting, going, oh, my goodness me, he's got to get a job soon. And I got a bit worried, thinking maybe... You know, he might not get a job until Christmas, but no, he's secured it yesterday. There's a British trophy hunter here. His name's Carl Knight. He runs a safari hunting business from his home in South Africa, and he's pictured with animals which he's killed. There's one here which is a leopard and an elephant and a rhino and a buffalo and a huge lion. And that's what he does. He kills them. And frankly, I think people like that make me sick. I can't... I find that as abhorrent as going out hunting with hounds, but there you go. You reminded me of the last time I went to Oslo Court, says Wendy. I had a date and was dressed as per the occasion, plus scarlet nails to match the silk jacket. As my own nails were short, I put on some false ones. During dinner, I happened to look at my hand and saw a nail had fallen off. A few minutes later, 3 more fell off, and there I was with a hand of 4 short, unpainted nails and 1 long scarlet painted middle finger with 4 scarlet nails lying on the floor. I inwardly cringed, but was glad my date was my ex-husband and not a new man in my life. I love it in there. Seriously, I just think it's so unique. And the people who've been going there have been going there for a long time. Johnny G says, yes, black cabs have aircon. All the new electric cabs have it as standard. However, my electric cab is driving about on petrol, as I can't get on an electric charge point. It's a joke. Typical of Sadiq Khan, made me scrap my perfectly good 15-year-old diesel and buy an electric one which is running about on petrol. Oh, I'm losing the will to live with the mayor of London. He keeps promising things that he can't fulfil. What was he saying the other day? We're going to make it safer for women on the streets of London. And Andrew Pearce wrote, what about men on the streets of London? Hello? It's not women being knifed on the streets of London. It's men, mainly. Occasionally you get a woman, but it's predominantly young males. The Lewis chess piece. Oh, time check. Sorry, 10 to 5. Steve Allen's early breakfast. Nice to have your company this morning. So here is this medieval chess piece. Now it comes with a story. It was found in a drawer, lost for 2 centuries. It's one of 5 that went missing from the Lewis Chessman, a trove of 93 artefacts dug up on the Isle of Lewis in 1831. This piece is 8.8 centimetres. It had been bought in 1964 for a £5 by an Edinburgh antique dealer who was unaware of its importance. Oh, if only he'd realised. His family only discovered last month what it was. One of his grandchildren revealed, my mother inherited the chess piece. She believed it was special and perhaps could have had some magical significance. Made from walrus tusk more than 800 years ago, auctioned by Sotheby's, and it realised £735,000. It's just one piece. You imagine? I'm often looking around my sort of place going, because I've got all my parents' bits and pieces, I wonder if that's worth money. As you do, don't you? It's like that. They do some things on YouTube, which is people who've been along to the Antiques Roadshow and they've taken something, they go, oh, I've got this, and they go, oh my goodness, where did you get this from? And then they go into raptures over something, and some of them are worth quite a lot of money. And you think, oh, I wish that was me. Never is. Ridiculous, actually. Steve, I can't get DVDs, says Shane, from Amazon International. They won't send to Australia. Yes, I've tried that before. I've ordered stuff from Amazon from DVD. I can get DVDs from Amazon from America. I've never tried from Australia. Never thought about that one. But no, I don't have any trouble getting them. I've had books sent over and all sorts of things. Ian says it's ridiculous, the BBC paying their presenters, and while I'm at it, it's ridiculous the money footballers and MPs get. Well, footballers especially. Footballers earn hundreds of thousands of pounds, don't we, just in the course of a week. They need to go along to Shoreditch at night and see the amount of people searching in bins for leftover food and living on the streets. Shame on the BBC for paying their presenters the ludicrous sums of money they are paying, and the same goes for footballers and MPs. Well, the MPs, it's laid down in law. They don't have any choice over that. Footballers, it would be their agent who would negotiate, and in exactly the same for the BBC presenters, it would be their agent. In most cases, the agent who was actually negotiating the fee. It's never the presenter. I remember doing it once years and years ago for myself. And my agent said, what have you done that for? I said, because they called me in and said, this is how much. That's their way of getting round it. She said, I could have got you more money. But, so, whatever. I was never motivated by that. Warren is up, still having problems with the computer. Mine went really slow yesterday. It started running a bit slow, so I turned it off and rebooted the system. It's working so much better. More to be done for the homeless in this country and less done for the already rich. The trouble is, if you're a presenter, just supposing I actually come in here and they say, listen, Steve, we want to pay you £680,000 a year for doing the programmes that you do, I'd be a fool to say no. And the same for all the presenters on the BBC. The agent will come back and say, well, I've managed to get you £300,000 a year, up from 220,000, and that's what you pay them for. And then that will lead on to other little bits and pieces. But it's not really up to the presenters. It's the fact their agent has been that good, they managed to negotiate a particularly good rate. And I've never worried about it. It's never bothered me in the slightest. I remember somebody writing to me years ago and saying, I bet you're really jealous of people earning more money than you. I thought, couldn't care less. Really doesn't make any difference. Seriously, I can think of, I can open up my wallet and go, look, I've got some money in there. That keeps me happy. And other people, I do know people in the business who probably earn more money than me, but they've stretched themselves, kids at private school, that kind of, and you think, oh, your outgoings must be astronomical, so they have to worry about things like that. Luckily, I don't have any children at private school, so I'm okay. Just myself. Steve, I'm going to run for Mayor of London. Really? Under the promise of banning all non-electric cars from central London, taking into account recent sentiments, I should have a landslide victory. And truthfully, that's actually the only way to make significant improvements in London. Taxing drivers who can afford to pay is just a money-making enterprise. It doesn't stop... Oh, I agree, it doesn't stop congestion, Monica. I know that. I often say... I thought originally, when they brought in the congestion charge, I was one of those who naively thought, God, the streets of London are going to be empty because only rich people can afford to pay for this, or people who've got, a decent income. And I found it was even worse. Certainly not got any better at all. It's got absolutely... it really is. Sometimes you sit in traffic jams in London and you begin to wonder what is the hold-up? What is the hold-up? Then you get there and you discover that in Knightsbridge, one of the busiest areas coming in off the M4, eventually, it comes down to one lane going through Knightsbridge. I've never seen anybody working on it. Why don't they work on these sort of things? There was a man who had a drone the other day, camera drone, because actually even the cheap ones have got cameras in them now, and he was sending it out over his kids swimming in the water near their Florida home. Florida is the Brits' favourite place. In fact, actually, 1 million Brits each year, high proportion of those will experience or see shark attacks. This bloke saw the shark in the sea, and it was quite near to his family, and he was shouting, "Get out of the water! Get out of the water!" And so his drone filmed all of it. You can see the shark, and it looks like it was a good sort of, they say 7.5 feet. That 7.5 feet of shark can do an awful lot of damage to you. An awful lot of damage. Luxury cars, apparently. Luxury car owners are the most lax on security, despite being most vulnerable to theft. 14% with cars over 20 grand take steps, as 44% of BMWs and 41% of Audis suffered car crime last year. Halfords, who did the research, says thieves aim to exploit weakness. Well, they just want to nick a car, don't they? You'll laugh yesterday. You'll laugh. There was a person on one of those orange bicycles, and you knew he'd nicked it because it didn't have the brake on the back. What they do is they break it off so they can ride about for free on this bike, and then eventually they just dump it. And this one was cycling on the pavement, always annoys me, and he parked outside Marks and Spencer's, right outside the front door, and looked around, and I looked at him and I thought, you don't look like a Marks and Spencer's customer to me. I don't know why. Anyway, so I happened to go in there because I needed to buy some bits and pieces. What did he do? Right inside the door, there's a big display of champagne. He picked up a bottle and he went to walk out. And I said to him, put it back. And he looked at me and he gave it to me like that. So I put it back. Perhaps he thought I was a store detective or something. There was nobody in there. There was no security, no nothing. It must be the easiest shop to shoplift in Twickenham. Nobody in there. No, they don't have that. There was one person on the till. Only one person, they have a few work experience people who sort of rearrange packets of crisps, which is not the most exciting thing. You'd think somebody would be standing by the door to make sure they don't walk out with things. It had one of these bottle things on the top, so they must have a thing to open it. They must. Warren's off to Wimbledon today. Lucky soul. Very nice. Can't wait. How much are they charging for strawberries at Wimbledon? Are they still fairly expensive? Wimbledon strawberry prices, please. Just so we know. I could eat strawberries now, actually. I don't know why. I haven't got any strawberries today. I've got some, what have I got? Great. With salad cream? Salad cream? What, on strawberries? No, that's just a picture. Oh, no, the Wimbledon restaurant serving strawberries and salad cream. Well, I've never thought about that before. Do you think that would work? I wonder. Click the I accept bit. That's it, then that sort of takes that. It won't let you. Oh, there you go. Oh, it's gone again. Wimbledon restaurant to serve strawberries and Heinz salad cream during tennis tournament. They're serving it up. It's retro condiment now, apparently, is in Ely's restaurant, which is inside Ely's department store. Oh, right. It's a tangy savoury cream flavoured with vinegar and mustard. We know what it is. It's Heinz salad cream. And it's going to be paired with it. They've described it as a twist on a classic dish and said that they were excited to unveil it. Never heard of that before. I might try that, actually, because I like salad cream and I like strawberries. And it's got a bit of vinegar in it, because you can dip strawberries in sort of vinegar, can't you? And people do that in. And I don't know if that's a good idea or not. It's different. Suppose you might as well push the boundaries. I wish they did scampi. I love scampi. So how much are strawberries and cream at Wimbledon this year? I'm going to save that for after the news at 5:00. I'm going to save it. That's very reasonable. Is that how much it is? I think that's really quite reasonable. I would have quite a few servings of that. Very cheap. It can't be right, can it? Can't be right. Anyway, we shall let you know that after the news. Plus, the man who dies in agony after swallowing a gecko for a bet. You know, little lizard. Harry Styles is in line to play Elvis Presley. 3rd of July, Steve Allen's early breakfast. Kate shuns the royal box at Wimbledon. People are loving it. I forget how many days we do at Wimbledon. But the strawberries and cream thing. The strawberries and cream thing. So here we go. So we were trying to find out. Firstly, every year they always give you the facts and the figures. And they consume 27 tonnes of strawberries. I mean, and 7,000 litres of cream. So how much I don't know, actually, with salad cream. Although I'm going to try that, actually. So therefore, it's taken very seriously. So how much are strawberries and cream at Wimbledon? I mean, I can't believe they're this cheap. It seems rather bizarre, actually. The cost per serving of at least 10 grade 1 English strawberries with cream is £2.50. That just seems too... I mean, they must have to serve an awful lot to make money. According to the Wimbledon website, that's been the price of strawberries and cream there since 2010. So you can buy a pot of a tasty treat at various outlets all over the grounds, and they'll be doing 166,000 servings of strawberries and cream. I mean, £2.50. It's mind you, you can buy a box of strawberries now for about £2. These ones come from a certain place. They're sort of, they have to be tested, and they go, right, that's the strawberries that we want. There's also a vegan version of classic strawberries. I didn't know there was such a thing. But strawberries and salad cream, not actually in Wimbledon, but this new vegan-friendly, plant-based strawberries and cream, in addition to vegan ice cream, they're moving with the times. I think £2.50 is very reasonable. So if there's 4 of you, it's a tenner. And they just put them in there and they pour the cream over the top, and they're obviously in a chiller cabinet of some sort. And I think that's quite reasonable, don't you? I mean, I would have expected them to be about £4. Strawberries and cream. I would think £4 would be, or £5, but £2.50. I think it's very. If they are £2.50, but that's what it says on the internet, and we always believe the internet, don't we? Not always, no. Steve, penalty missed. Should have gone to Specsavers. Steve, you bought a micro mobile around Christmas and went into raptures. Did you ever use it? No, never used it. I've still got them. I gave away a few to friends as a novelty. I gave them away as presents to people. So they say, you want to see a really tiny phone? And you turn it around and they go, oh my God, is that real? That's a real phone. It's a real phone. Steve, without the Beeb, for example, internet services in the UK wouldn't be so diverse. Streaming, TV, radio, catch-up, download. BBC did it all first. No other broadcaster has its heart. Educating, informing and entertaining. Though you've that in common, of course. Yes. But the trouble is, it's costing a small fortune. I mean, the licence is £154. Which is an awful lot for some pensioners. They can't afford stuff like that. It's way too expensive, and something's got to give. What's wrong with Warren's computer? Constantly breaking down. Constantly breaking down. I've never known anything like it. But actually it doesn't matter, because he's up early this morning, because he's going to Wimbledon. And I think Nick went the other day. I think Adrian Sherling is going today as well. Well, these people are going to Wimbledon. I've never known a place where so many... Clive went yesterday, did he? Have you been yet? No. Have you ever been before to Wimbledon? No. You haven't missed anything. It's just two people hitting a ball over a net. It's, you watch kids doing it on the beach. It's not very exciting. But some people like to do. See, I couldn't sit there in the hot sun baking down on me, watching it, thinking, what am I doing here? Then you get, excuse me, I'm going to the toilet. You'd have to go cool off in the toilet, I think, throw cold water on your face. But they all like, oh, so Clive went. I think Clive's been before, hasn't he? I think so. Delicious. Delicious tea. So, I had to laugh at my friend Steve for complaining how expensive it was to swim with dolphins in Florida. I said, you should try swimming with sharks. Cost you an arm and a leg, that one, Anthony. Thank you. Is it this week you go to your special barbecue? It is. It's Sunday. It's Sunday. The barbecue. The barbecue of the year. This is the barbecue, by the way, that is put on by the lovely Robin. And Robin, in previous years, we've had Gloria Hunniford, Brian Connolly, who else do we have? Cliff Richard, of course, and we had the boys from Calabro, and Tony Blair, and Cherie Blair as well. It's all quite... You could always tell if it's going to be somebody really posh going, because you get the police... And it's just an ordinary house, but beautifully done. Beautifully done. Very, very nice house at the end of a long road. And it's fantastic. Oh, I know where that house is. This is a mansion that's for sale. There's a mansion up on the television at the moment. And I think they're looking for some serious money. In America, they found what they call a brownstone mansion. It's one of the very few surviving, in its original state. And I think they were looking for something like 180 million. Something like, because it's absolutely unbelievable. Places like this got sort of done up years and years ago. Steve, when are we going to get a weekly podcast of you driving the car? Would there be much editing? No, not really. No, not really. I don't think so, no. I'm not as bad as I think I am. Little Julie says, absolutely agree with you, as I can't understand why people think it's fun to kill a wild animal. Just for fun. Yes, I don't understand. When you see the pictures, you'll wish a death sentence on this bloke. Absolutely. I just can't understand why anybody would want to do that. They haven't done anything at all. I thought the whole idea was that the jungle belongs to Kodak and David Attenborough. If you're using a Windows PC, yes, it's always lovely to see you. She's dressed for going on stage. Oh, she's got to rush it. She's going somewhere. She's going somewhere. Where's she going? Going to the loo? She's going to Wimbledon. I think she's serving strawberries. I think that's what it is. I think she's got a stall down there. Can you imagine if actually £2.50 and you get the little plastic bowl? Oh, I think you could charge £4 for it. I'm sure it's been £4. £2.50 seems too... The more I think about it, the cheaper it becomes. You watch at Wimbledon, they were saying Steve Allen on LBC was talking about £2.50. It hasn't been £2.50 for the last 50 years. We're now up to £7.50 for a portion of strawberries and cream. How lovely, though. You imagine you sort of have to take them in, cut the top off, and then you put them in the bowl, and you pour the cream. Oh, dear. And then you put them in one of these chiller cabinets to make sure they're cold. What is it about the British and summer and strawberries and cream? Why does nobody eat celery? What's the matter with celery? Beetroot and cream. That'd be nice. I love beetroot. Love a bit of beetroot. Prawn cocktails. I could do prawn cocktails. Prawn cocktails, £4. You could do, and it comes with a little spoon and everything. Oh, delicious. The British, we have this preoccupation, don't we? We always eat standing up. At station buffet bars, people stand up. They always have... There's a champagne bar, I think, at... is it Euston Station? Who leaves from Euston Station has a glass of champagne? I mean, come on. Come on. I mean, play fair. It's quite expensive, a glass of champagne. It's cheaper to eat strawberries and cream. I bought some cream the other day, but I haven't had it yet. And I like the thick cream, really, really thick. And they say lovely for spooning. And you can, because it... What? Hopeless, honestly. Henry's brain, of course, he's suffering. I won't tell you why he's suffering, but he's gone a bit peculiar. He's going on holiday to France soon, and then maybe he won't be so peculiar. But at the moment, it's like dealing with somebody who's on tenterhooks all the time. It's like a coiled spring he was the other day, weren't you? Little coiled spring. He's struggling with it. I'm struggling as well for you. We're both struggling for this, and it's got nothing to do with me. I'm struggling for... I've got the weight of the world on my shoulders. I've got, Callum, who's never had pâté. I've got you, who... Well, we can't go into it. Thomas, who's burnt to a crisp. And at the moment, he's probably going, don't touch it, because it'll be hurting him. Do you think he's peeling? No, he won't be peeling yet. By the time he gets back, yes, it can take a good... I mean, he has actually moisturised. I say moisturised. He might as well sort of dip himself in a bath of ice-cold milk. There's going to be no point at all, bless him. And, of course, the more he moisturises, the worse it gets. So anyway, if you're using Windows PC, always a good idea to reboot the system. Also, in the search section, you can type in capital letters, then you see all your temporary files. You then select and delete all of them. Yeah, that slows them down, doesn't it, the files? I actually have a friend of mine, Stephen, who's in Montpellier. I love saying it, Montpellier. And a friend of mine who actually can do my computer when I'm not there, which is fantastic, because I can't do stuff like that. Hopeless. Totally hopeless. Grace says, I'm not a footballer, but sad we lost last night. Enjoy eating Weetabix topped with fresh... What do we do? I'm not... topped with fresh strawberries and British cherries. No fresh cream. I don't think you can put cream on a Weetabix, can you? I put butter on a Weetabix before now. They don't look like that. It's not. It's lovely. No, not with milk. No, you just take the dry Weetabix and just put butter on the top of it and then just eat it. Well, you have to be careful, so you've got to use that soft butter. Yes. No, don't melt the butter. Just use that soft spread. And it's quite nice, actually. Then you could, if you really want to go the whole hog, put a bit of peanut butter on it. That's quite nice, too. I like a bit of peanut butter. Actually, a peanut butter sandwich would go a treat now, but I'm not going to have one, because I can't. Shane says, I just set up the Hey Google voice assistant on my mobile phone. Isn't it good? I just asked it for Sydney's weather tomorrow. We do it all the time here. Hey Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently partly cloudy and 14 degrees in London. Expect mostly cloudy skies starting in the morning. Today's high will be 21 degrees, and the low will be 14.
What do you mean, why is she Irish? It sounds like Maura. No, if it was Maura, it's currently effing partly cloudy and effing 14 degrees in effing London and all the rest of it. It's clever, though, isn't it? I mean, the boys changed it for me, for an Irish voice. The one we had the week before was South African. Every time that I give them my phone to do something too, they just basically mess it up. And so we had the South African voice, and then I said, do another voice, and they went, how are you? And so we've ended up with this Irish voice, which we like just as much, actually, if not more. Richard said a huge cause of wasted time is pedestrian crossing, red lights when there's no one there. You have to stop while bicycles are passing. It's obviously you could drive on. The mayor could charge all this for little cost. Change it, sorry. I agree with you. Many's the time we've actually sat at traffic lights at 2 o'clock in the morning, and you think, this is stupid. Someone is sitting at a traffic light at 2 in the morning. Tricia in Bedfordshire, off to Gatwick, working. It's my birthday. It's Henry's birthday tomorrow, isn't it? Henry's going to be 79. It's so exciting. We don't know what to buy him. Walking frame. How old do we think you are? Yeah, I think we do know, actually. We think you're actually not as old as we thought you were. Are you sort of something like 24? 22? Yes, he's obviously a lot older than we thought he was. Not the youngest. No. 22. How old are you, Callum? Callum's just turned 20. Yeah, close to me. We're all roughly the same sort of age round here. That's why we've got so much in common. I'm going to turn 13 next week. If only. Can you imagine if you could go back and they go, it's your birthday, and you go, fantastic. 20. I don't know if 20's good. Just means you whiz through to 30, doesn't it, very, very quickly. And then finally, you know, but I think between 20 and 30 it goes quickly, and then 30 to 40, and then when you get to the 41, start panicking. It's all downhill. Stu says, morning, Steve. Managed to book my flights to go see the family in September in Singapore. Looked at staying in Marina Bay Sands for a night or two. The price has nearly killed me. I can't believe the price of some hotels. I can't. Thomas is in America, and he's doing it cheap because they're doing it with some of his girlfriend's family are over there, and he's got friends over there, so they're not having to pay for hotels. Dolan says, with the England team out of the World Cup, at least the washing and ironing will get sorted out now. Ooh, you can imagine all those ladies going, can't you manage to do that? Actually, I hated ironing. I thought it was the most boring thing going. I really didn't like it at all. Steve, beetroot, yuck. Reminds me of school dinners back in the day. See, I like beetroot. I have it with prawn cocktails. I don't see why we shouldn't, actually. Try strawberries and baked beans, says Tim. That's why you live in Leeds. Strawberries and baked beans, that's why you live in Leeds. I tell you what you could probably do, actually. You could probably do a strawberry in pita bread with some cream in there, and then just put it onto a sandwich making machine. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? Strawberries on crumpets, says John, the gay trucker from Corby, where the trouser presses come from. So strawberries on crumpets. They'd be falling off, though, wouldn't they? I like a bit of Marmite on a crumpet. Ooh, look at that rain. That's a bit terrible, isn't it? Where's that? Looking at the television, and they've got sort of rain. Oh, it's forest fires. Not exactly rain, really, is it? So, at the risk of upsetting anybody talking about the word cancer, fat has overtaken cigarettes as a trigger for cancer. Thank God I don't smoke. At least I've got... Morning, 5:20. Somebody's pointed out, actually, the strawberries at Wimbledon are cut in half, so you're only really getting 5. And I have to be honest, we're looking at a picture of them, they are cut in half. So you're right, it is only 5 of them. Sounds a bit mean now, doesn't it, really? I still think for £2.50. I'd quite like to do that. You can imagine 166,000 servings of strawberries. So every day the strawberries will be delivered, and then you've got to take the stalk out of them, cut them in. You don't want to waste anything, and then cut them in half, and then put them in the little dishes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then pour on... You get more with the vegan ones. Yes, they're still cut in half, aren't they? You can see that they're actually cut in half. That's a bit of a swizz, really. So you're not getting 10 strawberries. What you're getting is 5. Oh, there you go. 5 strawberries. These have been very carefully photographed, really, within an inch of their life. But the vegan one, strawberries and cream goes vegan. What makes them vegan? Is it the soya cream? Oh. Have you had soya cream before? No. Sounds horrible, doesn't it, really? Not nice, no. Strawberries... Why can't you have cream? Oh, because it's from cows. Oh, right. Is that what it is? It's from cows. We don't have it. But now we know you can have it with salad cream. I wonder if that's okay for vegans, salad cream. I remember them doing strawberries and balsamic vinegar some years ago. Somebody said to me, you can get strawberries and balsamic vinegar. And I remember thinking, oh, right, that's an interesting one, isn't it? As I tried it, I just thought it was a bit pretentious. I seriously did. I thought I better try it, because I don't want to look as though I'm not sort of entering into the spirit of it. And they went, oh, and you take the strawberry and you dip it into the balsamic vinegar. And so I did. And I went, It wasn't very exciting at all. So I've given up with that one. I think, as far as I'm concerned, you drench them with cream. Thick cream. Or a pouring cream. Any sort of cream. It's quite nice. It doesn't matter if... Oh, absolutely ice cream, yeah. But only vanilla. Only you couldn't have a flavoured ice cream with strawberries. It would have to be just vanilla, which is quite nice. Because there's something, when you go into restaurants now and they ask you for, I just fancy an ice cream. I always go for a sorbet. Always go for a sorbet, because that's kind of light and refreshing, which is very good. Still worrying about the strawberries on crumpets with cream. I'm not sure about that one. Whether that's a very gay thing, John, or whether it's just something that you've thought up at the moment. Steve, you swine, you just set my Siri off along with most of the UK. At least I know the local weather for today, though. It's good, isn't it? I think it's so clever. I'm very into it. Somebody wrote to me the other day, we should stop saying that. The weather forecast comes up after the news. You go, well, I'm doing it again. So there you go. It's my show. Off fishing today, says Maxine. I'm just making my favourite rolls. Liver, sausage and onion. Ooh, I'm sure about that. Liver, sausage. If I was going out fishing, it would be peanut butter rolls or peanut butter and cucumber. That sounds quite nice. That sounds a bit healthy. Not. I don't know why I think this, but the strawberries at Wimbledon have been cut in half, so it's only 5. That's right, yes. Thank you. A lot of people are telling us about this now. It doesn't seem the same, does it? They go, oh, you get 10 strawberries. Well, you don't. You get 5. Because they're cut in half. You count 10, but they're only half a strawberry. I'm probably going to Wimbledon next week, but I'm back from Vegas. Everybody's doing it round here. You can't keep them away from it. Clive went the other day. He's the technical bod on Nick Ferrari's programme. We were having a laugh, actually, because we weren't having a laugh. We were hoping that one of us was going to win the lottery when it was 123 million. It wasn't. He said to me the next day, he said, did you win? I thought, listen, you wouldn't be talking to me if I'd won. I think you've been driving 20 years when some of your presenters first appeared, Steve. I don't know, actually. I can't remember. I don't know how old all the presenters are. I don't know if Ian Dale is ancient and he's just carrying it. Is he older I don't think he's older than me. I think I'm the oldest now. At one time, I was the youngest, which is surprising. Obviously, it was some time ago. How old do you think Ian Dale is? 58. Oh, I'm older than he is. I wish. You think he's 58? My life has spiralled into depression. My life has spiralled into depression. How old's Nick Ferrari? I'm always keen to find these things out. I was always amazed when I found out how old James O'Brien is. I thought he was much older than that.
Dale by 2 years, he's 56.
He's 56, poor old Ian Dale. He's only 56, so there you go. Hometown, Saffron Walden. Always sounds quite nice, doesn't it, really? And, so there you go. He's presented the Sky News debate show, The Pledge. That's Nick Ferrari, isn't it? Sorry, I don't know what I'm talking about here. So he's 60. It's an age, it's just a number, isn't it, really? I'm so depressed. But when I joined, I was the youngest presenter on LBC. Steve, how will you feel when you get your first producer born in the 21st century? Very bitter. Very bitter. We don't need that kind of talk. And my friend lives in Earlsfield, says Holly, hires out her driveway to people wanting to park for the tennis at Wimbledon. When her boys were young, they used to sell cold cans of fizzy pop over the front garden wall, made a small fortune. Somebody did that a few years ago. As you were heading out of London on the Bow flyover, when you came down the other end, as if you're going to go up past Acton, there were two blokes, oikies, and they had a big metal bathtub with ice in it, big chunks of ice, and in there were all these cheap fizzy drinks. But of course, if you were sitting in the heat, as people were a few years ago, the one thing you were desperate to get was an ice cold drink. And so they had a bath. It had water in it and the ice. And of course, it all chilled down. The Panda drinks, I think, which probably cost them about 20 pence a can. They were selling them for £1. So very industrious. They had to lug the stuff over there. I was very impressed. Very impressed. I didn't buy one. And I've seen people selling, they used to sell roses and flowers and strawberries and stuff like that, which was quite good. Steve, as your guys know how to change Siri's voice, do they know if it's possible to change Alexa's? Oh, I don't know. No, we're not. No. Basically, it's a no, I think, on that one. Thank you, Carl. Steve, for severe sunburn, go to hospital. Dilute 1 part TCP. Are you mad? TCP? I'd take your skin off. Wouldn't recommend that at all. He says, apply 3 times and the burning will stop. I would have thought just about starting, I would have thought. That sounds highly dangerous. Highly dangerous. TCP. Cool. Blimey. That's like, people said to me years ago, men used to have a shave and then put aftershave on again. You know why? Because you've cut your skin open and you're putting on alcohol. The whole idea with aftershave is buy an atomizer, this is for ladies as well, and spray it into the air and walk into it, and that way you get a good even covering. I generally stand in front of my mirror naked and get the spray out and go like that, let it waft all over me. I can't smell it now. I've become totally immune to it. Totally immune. Love your show. Listen every morning. Husband works for Royal Mail. We're up at 3 a.m. I've been watching the Blacklist, and your resemblance to James Spader is amazing. Thank you, Catherine. Of course, I have no idea what you're talking about, so it doesn't really help. My son, Steve, used to be a security guard at an M&S in Chelmsford. While he was working there, his mere presence was the main reason for a massive drop in shoplifters entering the store. Might have had something to do with the fact that he was over 23 stone and 6'10", looking dapper in his dark suit. Yeah, I mean, I said to my friend Lynn the other day, I said, I just seem to sort of spot shoplifters. I could tell. You know, you watch them and they bypass the line, they walk round, you think, no, what you're doing is seeing if there's anybody actually watching. That's why this bloke, when he put the champagne back, gave it to me. You could tell he was obviously scared. Vanilla's a flavour. Why not take your own strawberries, says Bill. You might be able to. I don't know. Strawberries and cracked black pepper is a brilliant and unusual combination, but it works, says Steve the milkman. Cracked black pepper. I don't even have any black pepper in. In Aberdeen, there you go, Pablo says they have pepper on strawberries. Pepper on strawberries. See, I don't have pepper in, so I wouldn't... Oh, I've missed that one. I wouldn't know about that. I'm going to try the salad cream, because it can't be too bad, can it? Might just try a little bit. I thought it had to be sweet with sweet, but I suppose you could use sweet and sour. Sweet and sour. Nothing wrong with that. No. Doesn't look like me at all. I don't know. Perhaps she wears Specsavers glasses or something. I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Little bit like me. Not, of course, as good-looking, I should hasten to add. Don't you think it's a little bit like me? No, not that one. I think he looks like Nick Abbott there. That one looks a bit like me, doesn't it? That could be me. James Spader, a very much respected actor, as indeed I am. And look, the one with the hat on, that could be me. That could be me. I think how old is he? James Spader's a little bit extra. How old is he, though? He's He's 59. I'm older than he is. I tell everybody that nowadays. Nobody's ever corrected me. They always go, oh, you don't look it. It's quite depressing. When I was younger, when I was 15, I was very big for my age. And people used to say, how old are you? And I say, 15. They go, God, you're big, aren't you? And, news. I knew there was something. 5:30, the LBC New to 6. So those 800,000 of these Whirlpool dryers may be a fire risk. I suggest you contact manufacturer to see what you're supposed to do about it. There must be a number on them somewhere which could help you out. Stacey Dooley's slated for her image of jihadi brides. She's kind of disappeared, actually, since she announced she was going to go out with that bloke who's been married 3 times or 4. I've lost track of it, actually. The student who's quit her PhD at Cambridge, she doesn't want to benefit from white privilege. Now, I heard people talking about this yesterday. Tom Swarbrick was having a field day with this story. And I didn't quite understand what it was, because when I heard him talking about it originally... Sorry, I'm a bit messy in the studio. When I heard him talking about it, I remember thinking, oh, right, is this a black student? No, it's not a black student. This is a white student, and I'll tell you the story once I've found... Let me just find it, actually, in the newspapers, because I didn't quite get the handle on it. I didn't quite understand what she was complaining about. Here we go. Her name is Indiana Sarasin. And she's quit her PhD after claiming she felt bad for benefiting from white privilege and structural racism at the university. She said she didn't want to legitimise an institution that had disproportionate whiteness by giving it her time, effort and skills. She says there was a near total absence of black students and lecturers, and claims she'd witnessed a number of racist incidents. Now, I don't know anything about this woman here. She says, I believe the ethical and intellectual integrity of my research was compromised by the fact that it was situated at Cambridge, which is particularly true as a white student. I benefited from the structural racism of the university. A Cambridge spokesman said the university strives to create a culture free from racism, discrimination, prejudice and harassment. They added there are a wide range of measures aimed at promoting equality, including staff training, reverse mentoring and curriculum review. I mean, it's the latest race row that they've had there, but I've never heard of somebody quitting. This was... Many of those present seemed simply unable to comprehend the difference between a black writer reclaiming the N-word and a non-black Cambridge lecturer or student saying it aloud in class. She concluded, my decision to leave comes from a position of privilege, including racial privilege, although I have been demoralised and infuriated by the racism at Cambridge. What is she going to do now? Is she going to... Once you've sort of opted out of something like that, can you opt back in again? I don't think so. I think you have to sort of try and find something else to do. A little bit embarrassing, isn't it? A little bit embarrassing. So, come back, Tusk, all is forgiven. What a shower. Our MEP's childish prank. This is turning their backs during the EU anthem. What a silly little bunch of people they are, honestly. They really are ridiculous. These are supposed to be adults. Supposed to be adults. Here in Italy, they tend to put lemon and a dusting of sugar on strawberries. God, we used to put sugar on strawberries as well. What would you do? You'd sort of sprinkle... We never had cream. I seem to remember we were too poor to have cream. Well, we weren't that poor, but I mean, we had condensed milk, evaporated milk, carnation. In fact, I saw some of it in Costco the other day, and I thought, perhaps I'll buy some. I thought, what am I going to do with a case of evaporated milk? It's bad enough I've got 2 cases of water in the car at the moment, which I'm sort of using the car sort of like a fridge. If we haven't got the weather that we've got at the moment, it might have actually chilled it. In the middle of winter, it's fantastic. Noel, in somewhere, says, try strawberries, avocado and goat's cheese on a bed of rocket salad sprinkled with pistachios and vinaigrette. Yummy. Ooh. Did you manage to remember the name of the restaurant you were struggling? Mark's obviously only just woken up this morning. We dealt with that at the beginning of the programme. So you'll have to go back and podcast. Will you and your producers be doing a calendar this year, says Richard, for charity? Or with a nude calendar? I know, it sounds horrendous, doesn't it? I thought that we could do a nude calendar at LBC. I think, yes, LBC presenters. We could all hide behind different people. I could hide behind Rees-Mogg or Eddie Mayer, and or they could hide behind me. And then we could have sort of, on their knees in front of us, all the junior members of staff. You know, a little bit like sort of that sort of great family picture you have taken in front of the huge fireplace. Is Nick Abbott going to host another one of his summer tea parties in the vast grounds of his palatial mansion this year? Have you seen the place he lives in? Unbelievable. Seriously. Seriously, I mean, I felt really bad. Really bad. I've never seen a whole marble staircase. It's fantastic. It's absolutely beautiful. Nymphs and shepherds outside in the grounds, you know, spurting water out. It's like you walk through a giant tunnel of all these nymphs and cherubs on different stands, you know, and people firing arrows. And it's unbelievable, honestly. You know, he has a gold dressing gown. Did you know? It's beautiful. It is. I mean, he was the original Joseph. He was modelled. Joseph was the image. He's got an outdoor swimming pool. Not everybody's got those. Oh, the cinema I've been to before. The worst thing is he charges, and and then he tears the ticket, and then in the interval you go commercial time, and then he runs around the front and starts serving ice creams and stuff like that. It's a bit of a treat, but I don't know about the party. I wasn't invited after last year's disgrace. I disgraced myself, I'm afraid. So, James, the answer is probably not. Probably not. Best cure for sunburn is to apply simple rose water, says Jane. And Leslie says, natural yoghurt for sunburn. I don't really want to put natural yoghurt. Did you try it? Natural yoghurt. Well, eating it or putting it on your body? You put it on your body or eat it? Really? You put it on your... Well, of course you're not supposed to put it on your face. You're supposed to eat it. That's what it is. It's natural yoghurt. The clue is in the word yoghurt. Who actually told you that was a good idea? Demetrius from Guernsey. Am I supposed to know who Demetrius... Oh, right. Oh, the one who lives with your girlfriend. Nothing going on, of course. Well, that's what I've told him. And, yeah, very gay. But, he told you that, did he? I don't think you put yoghurt on your face. He is Greek. Well, I don't know. Yeah, Greek yoghurt then it would be, wouldn't it? Yeah. No, I don't... you can't do things like that. I'm sure not. It would look ridiculous. But Leslie says, a local recommends... I got burnt one year in Spain after falling asleep in the sun. I applied it. This is natural yoghurt, and it was instant relief. I suppose in a way it's like an after-sun milk, but I recommend it. I'm not sure about that. I'm not allowed to recommend things like that, just in case it all goes horribly wrong. But rose water... Where'd you get rose water from? I've got no idea. Steve, the ex-Cambridge PhD student will now have to go to work. Horror of horrors. Apparently, Steve, I was listening to your podcast on Monday, Alcoholic Slush Puppies. We thought this sounded brilliant. We thought this was one of the best ideas. There is a bar on Ocean Drive in Miami called Wet Willie's. All flavours of daiquiris in long glasses drank through a straw. Major brain freeze, says Jane. And you can have alcoholic... Oh, they'd like that. The boys next to they would definitely go. Callum would be there. He would literally step on you to get to the bar if they were doing slush puppies that have got vodka in. How lovely. What's her PhD on snowflakes, says Jill. Says, P.S. you don't look it. It's no good saying that to me now. I know that it's not true. I know it's not true. I wish I would... I'm sure if somebody waved a magic wand and I had Botox and a hair transplant and things like that, I could probably look pretty good. Pretty good. But at the moment, it's just not going to be happening. The thieves who ran off, not in this country, this is in Paris. They tunnelled into the wine cellar of a restaurant next door from a shop that was being done up. And they got away with £540,000 worth of wine. This was obviously a place that is very well heeled. And as her friends, the ruler of Dubai and his glamorous wife, split... How will the Queen avoid being dragged into one of Britain's biggest ever divorces? This is Sheikh and Princess Haya. They have a lovely Kensington mansion. Very nice. Very nice indeed. She's skipped off. I think she's in an £85 million mansion somewhere in London. And he's got 23 children. Very busy boy. This is the one who you will see doing the racing, being introduced to the Queen. Sheikh Mohammed is very, very rich. She apparently is not very happy. They're trying to hush it all up and make sure that that this doesn't go any further. I mean, the only clue to this domestic crisis is from a melancholy poem alleged to have been written by him, which talks of betrayal and has been posted on an Instagram account linked to him. It includes the phrase, "You cheated the most precious thing, and I gave you trust and space. The biggest mistake you did was to lie." Because he's known for writing poetry, just in case you think maybe somebody wrote it for him. He's known for writing poetry. Isn't that amazing, though? I mean, you wouldn't want to sort of, tangle with anybody who's that rich. Long arms, as they say. And Sandra says, you seem to be obsessed by nudity. Well, that's how we came into the world. Would you come in a full outfit, with a rain hat on, Nude calendars, nude leapfrog, nude bike rides. Well, there you go. It's obviously got you going this morning, hasn't it? I can tell you obviously like writing the word nude, don't you? That's it, is it? Naked. I have it on good authority that Nick Abbott's nude calendar has just gone to the printer, says Howard. It'll be launched September 10. Right, yes, I don't know whether or not that's the official calendar. I think that's paparazzi getting pictures of him, you know, when he went up to the ponds on Hampstead Heath to go for a little swim, au natural. You can get rosewater in boots, says Jill. Well, I quite like it in bottles. The old ones are the best. Yeah, sometimes it's a gift, isn't it? Sometimes you think to yourself, how can he actually be this funny at this time of the morning? And the answer is it's a gift. A wellness clinic which offered fertility drips for women trying to get pregnant has withdrawn them from sale following complaints from experts. Get a Drip, which markets the £250 intravenous treatments with an image of a baby in a womb, has been accused by the British Pregnancy Advisory Service of exploiting vulnerable women and damaging their emotional well-being. Doctors said there was no proof the treatments actually worked. So products still offered by the company include an anti-aging drip, a slim drip and a mood-boosting drip. Its most expensive therapy, a 3-stage skin brightening therapy, costs £3,000. I think there's a lot of old hooey out there, actually. Somebody's saying, oh, if you have this done, it's this. You could probably sell snow to to Eskimos, couldn't you? I should imagine, if you thought about it properly. Plus. Oh, there's that. You've got to check on your dryer. If you've got a Whirlpool, I think executives have said that the true figure for dryers still posing a threat could be 300,000 higher than previously thought. So that doesn't sound very promising, does it? That sounds a little bit worrying as far as I'm concerned, because the dryer is the thing that you leave on and then you go out and do your shopping. You don't stand there sitting watching it, do you? Happy birthday today to Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise is 57. A lot of people have said I look a bit like Tom Cruise. They are liars. A little bit. Probably the feet or something like that, is it? Nick Abbott looks like Tom Cruise. You need to go back to Specsavers. You're really useless this morning, honestly. Also, Tracy Emin. How old's Tracy Emin today? How old would you think she is? How old? 60? No, she's 56. Well, Callum should know her. She's born in Croydon. She's obviously... Tracy Emin was born in Croydon. Did you know that? Yeah, there you go. She was born in Croydon. Sort of noted, but it's possibly in the street where Callum even lives. I mean... Such would be the impact on the surrounding neighbourhood. Callum sort of going around going, I know Tracy Emin, okay, born in the same street. We hang out together. Tom Cruise, apparently his films have grossed almost $4 billion at the box office. I've never met him. I saw him with James Corden. They were doing a skydive, and I have to tell you, it was brilliant. He really entered into the spirit of it, because sometimes you think some of the Hollywood stars are a bit sniffy. Little bit sniffy. They sort of don't want to sort of let the guard down. He was really up for it. I thought he was absolutely brilliant, actually. Steve, you talk of cinemas. I noticed in Time Out there's a new Spider-Man coming out. Lack of good films at the moment. That one sounds good fun. Yeah, there is a lack of good films, isn't there? I don't think they have any time to make decent films. They either do cover versions, don't they? It's Mission Impossible 29 or something ridiculous. And Toy Story 4. It's supposed to be quite good, and I have pre-ordered it. Is it very good? Did you like it? Oh, who'd you go with? By yourself. And you went with your mother. Oh dear. Did you grab her arm and go, can we have a mivvy? Can we have a mivvy? Free popcorn. Good Lord. That's too good. I'm loving a piece in one of the papers today. You'll like it, actually. And it's a council on the A60 in Tick Hill where they've planted all wild flowers for miles. Poppies and all sorts of things. It's a mini meadow. It's absolutely beautiful. I wish all councils would do this. Can't cost that much. You can just sort of get out there and plant a few little bits and pieces, and the message. Which one am I looking at? Yes. Well, it's not very nice, is it, really? Don't look at all. Of course I don't like Keith Lemon. He's got ginger hair. He's a ginger boy. Although, actually, as I said before, we don't know who we're watching when we watch him. I've seen that shopping programme, a bigger pile of garbage on the television. It'd be hard pushed to find. Never met anybody who ever watches it. They get loads of little bits in the papers, but they don't. Well, I just don't really take. I just don't find him funny. I just think it's a bit base. It's the kind of thing you'd expect. He's in the Elton John film as what? As himself. Oh, cameo. Oh, right, shoe salesman. That's pushing it a bit, isn't it, really? I just like Grace Jones being in the new Bond film. She lasted no time at all. She sort of toddled off because she only had a few lines. You thought she'd been grateful. 5 foot morning. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. 10 to 6. Looking at the weather outside. It's not going to be bad today. Not bad, but just remember, if you've got hanging baskets or plants and in pots and stuff like that, you've got to get out and water them. Now would be a good time. Now would be a very good time. Eccleston. This is Tamara Eccleston. They always insist on calling her an heiress. It'll be so funny if when her old man pops his clogs, he leaves it all to an animal charity. Well, actually, I think it'd be quite nice if he does. But anyway, she has a 5-year-old daughter, still surprised by the strength of reaction to her posting breastfeeding selfies on social media. She's really quite peculiar. She can't understand, why she says other mums and women could be so violent. Well, we're in the days of people being aggressive. People don't like something, they're very quick to put pen to paper. Unfortunately, now you're seeing more and more people, having things taken down on Twitter or Facebook or whatever it happens to be, or Instagram, because either it's defamatory, in which case, people get taken to court over it, and they have to pay. They have to pay for it, and it can destroy people because they don't realise, because the people who write, what do they call them, trolls, they don't realise. They just think because it's on the internet, nobody's going to see it, so they can write whatever they want. But unfortunately, they can't. And it sometimes goes... It goes a bit pear-shaped. Steve, I went to my barber and asked him to cut my hair like Tom Cruise. So he sat me on a cushion. Do I get that? Is that because Tom Cruise isn't... Oh, because he's short. He's not that short, though, is he? He's 5'6" or 5'7". I think 5 foot... That's all right. Callum's no bigger than that, is he? I don't think. Is he small? You think he's smaller? Yeah. Has Callum got the job again in the... How tall are you? 5 what? 5 foot... Oh, right, 5'8". Oh, right, there you go. 5'8". Just under 5'8". Oh, that's a trumped-up picture, isn't it? Who's that person he's with there? He's not that short. That's 2 pictures. That's 2 pictures. So he's here with another actor. No, he's not tiny, honestly. People have made him out to be a little short person. I don't think he is. In movie terms, he's a giant. But watch him with James Corden, because it's a lovely piece of thing. They skydive. They skydive out of a film. Wait a minute, he's 1.7 metres. Well, I'm sure smaller than Justin Bieber. Heavens above. Shorter, yes. And, well, probably. Who knows? Well, we do know. He's been married to Katie Holmes, Nicole Kidman and Mimi Rogers. He's actually done the rounds, hasn't he? And he seems to be relatively untarnished. He just seems like a nice person. Although I'm sick to death of those Mission Impossible films. I really am. I liked them when they were first out. And they were good. It's like Tom Hanks. I love Tom Hanks. I find it amazing that he's still with his wife. They've still been together all this amount of time in a business which was notoriously bad for people splitting up. Have you ever done an In Conversation with Tom Holland? Says John in Corby. No, I haven't, actually, although would not be averse to doing it. He went to your school, did he? Oh, wow. That's really exciting, Henry. Oh, God. Well, he was Billy Elliot. Loved Billy Elliot. Loved Billy Elliot. You won't find me disagreeing on anything at Billy Elliot. Yes, I've forgotten about that. They were such really good kids in that. Very, very good kids. Half fill a glass with crushed strawberries and fill it up with Prosecco. Lovely. Also strawberries with Angel Delight, or no, says May. Well, you're just going down the decadent route, aren't you? You're going that route of just shove as much sugar in your mouth as you can get there. I think if you when you say crushed strawberries, how do you crush strawberries? Do you just put them in a bowl and then just fork them? Would you think that? And then you pour them... I wouldn't want to put them in a glass, though, with Prosecco on the top. You have all bits dribbling down your chin. No, it's not for us. Not for us. I think you just drink Prosecco. Unfortunately, the bottles I've got at the moment, they're a bit too big to go in the fridge, because my fridge at the moment is full of, believe it or not, insulin. It's chock-a-block, boxes of insulin in the fridge, which, of course, I need. But, it sounds nice, doesn't it? Crushed strawberries, or just float one in the top. You can do raspberries. Just drop a raspberry in the top. Does that make any difference to it? Probably doesn't, does it? Probably doesn't. It's just another one of those stupid things that we do, and we go, ooh, I'll have that. Still can't beat a good cocktail. So, keep rude and carry on. This is the bloke who spent £500,000, and he's bought distribution rights to something, can't remember what it is, but he wants to make enough money through this to actually record 3 new Carry On films. Well, I've said before, I said it the other day, we don't need 3 new Carry On films. And then Emily A. Tack has said, oh yes, she'd be more than happy to play the Barbara Windsor role. I think it's a gross insult. She's offered to take over from Dame... You haven't got the talent to take over from Dame Barbara Windsor. Absolutely not a cat in Hades chance. Be ridiculous. And so they put her name forward as the perfect candidate to replace Babs's bubbly blonde. Yeah, but Emily is neither bubbly nor naturally blonde. I mean, there was something Barbara had, exactly what they were looking for. Emily A. Tack, no, definitely not. Also, Peter, listening in Nairobi, says strawberries with lemon juice and a veil of icing sugar with mint. With mint. Peter says, if somebody came round your house for a visit and they asked to use your loo, would you let them? No. Absolutely not. Of course not. What do you mean if somebody came round my house for a visit? What, so like a doctor or a nurse or something like that? Absolutely not. So can you use the bathroom? No, of course you can't. You have to go down the road to the Kentucky Fried Chicken. People messing about in my bathroom, thank you very much indeed. Who would? Who would let strangers in their place? Or do you mean friends? If it's friends who are sort of coming around for dinner, but that wouldn't happen either because I just make sure... No, I don't have a separate one. No, I quite fancy the idea of a separate one, but they're always a bit cutesy, separate toilets, aren't they? They're always very small. I mean, it must be a nightmare for you, of course, Henry. But I mean, for sort of most people, you know, they have to hold it, put your foot up against the door. I remember Patricia Routledge. Oh, there's a name I've dropped. She was appearing at Wimbledon Theatre, and they'd just done the dressing rooms up, but they forgot to put locks on the toilet door. So she said she had to sit at the toilet with her foot up against the door, singing loudly, hoping that nobody would walk in. Bless her heart. Sam the plasterer. It's a clever thing to be. Wish I could be a plasterer. I think it's such a gift, isn't it? But it's like anything. You do it after a while. You can, and it's probably quite easy. It's like doing Artex. My brother can do Artex. On ceilings, but not the horrible swirly stuff, the just little bits that looks like sort of dripping, as in Euvision Don't Fail, you know, when she chucks all that cream on her face. He says, we read To Kill a Mockingbird in school. We had an ongoing discussion about the word the whole time we were studying the book. If 25 years ago as a child I understood context, what has become of this year's PhD students? But what do you think? What do you think? There are more snowflakes in this country now. They were discussing this, I think, on Loose Women the other day. A little bit difficult to tell, really, when Janet Street Porter's on there, because she does tend to sort of monopolise it. And they were all going. They had the other one at the end who's got a newspaper column. And she was saying, oh, it doesn't matter what people say to you and all the rest of it. They were trying to sort of... You know, and I thought, well, it does. Absolute does. She wrote about me in her column because I'd said something about her and couldn't pronounce her name properly because nobody knew who she was. And so she's obviously very affected by that. So that was a bit of a fib yesterday on the programme. And then they were talking about... What were they talking about? There was something they were talking about which was sort of vaguely interesting, but not as good as sort of something that's really nice. I mean, the interview with sort of Bros, I think with Pip Schofield, I thought was quite classic. Although they didn't actually delve into the state of Matt's mind, which must be slightly addled. And he talks to crystals, and he has different areas in his room where you go in his sitting room, where you go and have a whiskey and talk to a most peculiar person. He really is. He's not the full ticket. I quite like the idea that Harry Styles could play Elvis Presley in the latest music biopic. He's in the running to play the king of rock and roll in a blockbuster film. Whether he gets it, I've got no idea. But Baz Luhrmann is in charge of the movie, which will focus on the singer's rise to fame. Yeah, I don't know. Could Harry Styles do it? I suppose anybody could do it, really. But again, they're saying here that the film will feature Elvis's relationship with his manager. You know, they never had a contract. There was never any contract between Elvis and his manager, Colonel Tom Parker, who was an addict at gambling. He used to gamble at the Hilton Hotel. They just let him gamble because he was doing it. But they never signed a contract, and they just did it all on a handshake. It just seemed to work. Latest in the string of hit music films. Want to show people behind the scenes what it was really like. And the other day, if you remember, we lost Elvis's drummer. Again, there are people alive, you know, like Tom Jones, who used to jam with Elvis Presley. I mean, you can only imagine what it must have been like. It must have been fantastic. The pall of tobacco smoke in the air must have been legendary. Almost like, really, I suppose, going to a Frank Sinatra recording. That I would have wanted to go to. Ennis, Steve, a pomegranate seeds in Prosecco looks lovely and are quite tasty, says Victoria in Westminster. Thank you, bless your heart. Pomegranate seeds. Actually, I might go and get some of those, because they do them in Marks and Spencer. I mean, I know some people get the pomegranate and scrape them out, but in fact, you can go and buy the pomegranate seeds. That sounds quite a nice idea. Do they add something to it? You might have hit on the winning combination. And I definitely might be trying that a little bit later on. Heading towards the news at 6 this Wednesday morning, the 3rd of July. The Spice Girls plan to stay together, but Jerry is set to quit again. She doesn't want to go on a world tour. She's not interested. We see it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Wednesday, the 3rd of July, and we've got about 4 minutes past 6. But 30 minutes, just over 30 minutes, I'll tell you what Nick Ferrari is going to be doing on his programme this morning. Fury erupting last night as the BBC hiked its wage bill by 10%, at the same time as forcing pensioners to pay for the TV licences. They're not going to back down on this one. I'm telling you now that it'll be a cold day in heaven when they eventually back down and go, right, we will pay for the over 70. They're not. They want to spend £85 million of your money, because that's where they get it from. They get it from us, on building a new set for EastEnders. What's the point? That's like sort of saying, you know, would you go down to Chelmsford and knock Chelmsford down and start rebuilding it again because we don't like the look of it? No, that's the whole idea. That's why I was always the first one to complain about the bill when they axed the bill. They were getting rid of actors left, right and centre. And I remember thinking, what's the point? You get all sorts of coppers on the beat now. You get the coppers in the car. You get all sorts of people. And you know me, I'm addicted to these Interceptor programmes. I love it. I mean, some of the... There you go. There's you on the television. Somebody with a very big bottom. It could have been Gemma Collins. It might not have been. We have no idea. But so the top 10 earners, Jason Mohammed, as I say, we only discovered a short while ago. I'm going to sneeze. It's so cold in here. I can't believe it. Everybody else hasn't. Well, I'm going to. There you go. You see, look, cold now. Now I've got flu. Where's the electrician gone? Where's the heating engineer? So it's Jason Mohammed, Vanessa Feltz, Zoe Ball, Claudia Winkleman, Andrew Marr, Alan Shearer. Alan Shearer is one of their top earners at the BBC. It depends which figures you... What are they being economical with the truth? Steve Wright, Hugh Edwards, who just reads an auto cue as far as I know. I don't think he does anything else, does he? Graham Norton, Chris Evans, doesn't work there anyway, and Gary Lineker. And Gary Lineker's on something like 1.75 million. So £1,750,000 for sitting there talking about football. How dull and boring is that? I'd love to know what the figures are for that, because I don't think they're that high. I really don't. I think we always sort of overestimate sport and who's actually watching it. Most people aren't. Funny picture of Romeo Beckham dressed for the part at Wimbledon, like he's part of tennis or something. Was he playing matches there? No, because otherwise they'd have milked that one for all they can. But he's got a pass around his neck, so I'm assuming Mummy or Daddy managed to get him in there. And another one here says the new Carry On films won't work because of political correctness. Well, they won't work because they only worked because of all the stars that were working there, the Bernie Breslaws and the Kenneth Williams and the Charles Hawtrey and the Barbara Windsors. That they worked because it was that team. They'd worked together. They knew what they were doing. You just took a different scenario. You can't remake something that's that classic. You really can't. You know, Amanda Barry in Carry On Cleo. They all Carry On Constable, done in black and white. In fact, the Carry On Spying, I think, was black and white as well. And they just worked. You can't try and remake it. That's ridiculous. They've tried it on the television. It doesn't work a lot of the time. Matt says, I've seen Tom Cruise. He's very short. Well, he's 5'8". I don't think 5'8" is that short, is it? 5'8" considered short now? And he wears Cuban heels. As far as celebrity relationships go, how brilliant is Simon and Yasmin Le Bon? Yes, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Jane says, I want to know who thinks Emily A. Tack is a talent. Her personality is so forced, I have to switch off any programme she appears on. But I don't know why she even thinks that she could replace Barbara Windsor. Not a cat in hell's chance of that ever happening, really. Dreadful. So that's why. See, we've all got opinions on things. I recall Kenneth Williams, says Peter, wouldn't allow friends to use his toilet. He used to send them to the public loo, the nearby local train station. Well, I don't think there was a public loo, actually, at the train station over the road from where he lived. He always used to say on the Just a Minute, oh, I'm not coming here from Great Portland Street. But he didn't allow people to use his loo at all. In fact, he didn't even clean, because he worked on the assumption that after a certain period of time, the dust wasn't going to go any worse, so he might as well leave it. He was a very dapper man. I met him on a couple of occasions, And I remember sort of thinking to myself, he always looked smart. Always sort of carried him like that. You could see exactly, can't you, how he used to behave. He was very interesting. But I never interviewed him. He came in, I was doing the overnight programme on LBC, and he came in to do the programme just before mine. And normally I get a little bit of time, but he had the book Acid Drops out, which everybody was buying, to see if he'd mentioned you in there. So that was the only time that you'd ever discovered if Kenneth Williams actually liked you or not, depending on what he wrote about you in the book. So lots of people bought it. Off to Hampton Court Flower Show, says Donny. I'll be there this weekend representing Eastbourne. So I was talking to the blokes in the car wash, because I do that. I take the car in to get it washed every so often. It's a bit of a luxury. I quite like the idea. And they were quiet. And he said, you know why? He said, because it's the Flower Festival and all the locals stay in. They stay well away from it because the roads get so chock-a-block. And so if you're sitting there, I think in heat, it's not much fun. And in Blackburn, Lancashire, Carry On Films, very special time. You can't remake the talent. They were great characters, fantastic people. I just start to think of the films and I'm laughing. They were just so... You could watch them again and again and again and again, and you'll spot different things on them, different little bits and pieces. They were a team of people that were assembled, and they worked well, so they kept the same team, apart from at the end, where Charles Hawtrey's drinking had got completely out of hand, and Kenneth Williams used to complain about all piles and things like that. They would all sit round and discuss all these sort of strange things. It was really odd. I mean, it was just really, really odd. But it must have been great fun to make these films. They sort of went out there and they had their scripts. It was always, you know, Barbara was always the busty one, so there was always people pursuing her. And so hasn't changed, has not changed at all. Richard in Wapping said, this student has worked out that by quitting her PhD in such a publicised way, it will enable a career in media, irrespective of talent or experience. Watch this space. I don't know. Sometimes they do work, sometimes they don't, and I don't think. I got bad sunburn, says Frank, when at the age of 12 I visited Sicily with the family. I remember my grandmother whisking olive oil and fresh lemon juice into a balm. Best thing for oh God, no, I wouldn't lemon juice? Are you mad? Lemon juice, calamine lotion. That's what it is for sunburn, cool and soothing. Lemon wouldn't be soothing, honestly. Not surprised you got bad sunburn. Wasn't helped, actually, I should imagine, by the lemon juice. And olive oil. I mean, have you ever heard of such a thing? These are mad. Do you drive a Scooby? What's a Scooby? I don't know what a Scooby is. What's a Scooby? I don't know what it is. Scooby-Doo. I don't know. Is it Cockney rhyming slang? Because we've not been very good at that over the years. We've kind of been a bit remiss. So, oh, right. Oh, Lord. That's a Scooby, is it? Oh. What sort of car it looks like? They're these ones who have these gold wheels. Oh, tacky, tacky, tacky. It's not like mine at all. That's tacky. Very tacky. And I wouldn't have that go faster air vent thing at the back. It looks like Nick Abbott's is on a trailer, so it's obviously going somewhere, not with him in it, I suspect. No, I don't like gold wheels. I think they're very tacky. Very, very tacky. That's Nick's, yes. Very tacky. And also, it's, the people have the back of the car blacked out and then the front of the car. And when they get stopped by the police peel it off because there's limits to how dark your windows can go. Mine are factory-fitted dark windows, not a film stuck over it. So the answer is no, I do not drive a Scooby. I didn't know what it was, actually. As you know, says Duncan, Bilbao and Doncaster. I live in Bilbao, northern Spain, Basque country. But I've had to come back to the UK for a new knee. Yesterday, I discovered Wright's coal tar soap. The smell took me back to childhood. I know, I used to hate it. You could always smell it, though, Wright's coal tar soap. He says, I never use soap, I use Imperial Leather foam gel. Woo! Fantastic. So, there you go. What would Gary Lineker's hourly rate be? I don't think it works out at hourly rate. 12 hours a week, 6 months a year, and it's an obscene amount of money, says Stephen Rochester. And as you said correctly, all he does is talk about football. You know, all I do is talk about show business, Love Island, GC. She thinks, of course, it's an interest in her. Sadly not. But that's it. And I don't earn 1.75 million. Plus, I need to have a word with the boss. I might have a word with him and say, any time, little bit of a pay rise, you know. Jason says, didn't Bob Monkhouse feature in a Carry On in the early days? He did. He did. I can't remember. Wait a minute. Was he in... I think he was in Carry On Constable, if memory serves. He might have done one or two, actually. He might have done one or two. But he was a comedy writer. He did Carry On Sergeant. And He was in that with William Hartnell, who went on, of course, to become Doctor Who. I think he did another one, actually. Can you click on Bob Monkhouse and see what else he did? What other films did he do in the Carry On? Because he was... I mean, I interviewed him. God, he was an interesting man. God, he was an interesting man. But he started as a scriptwriter for radio comedy with Dennis Goodwin. And he was in Carry On Sergeant. He did Dentist in the Chair. That's why people... That was so... But he chose the Carry-Ons over the dental comedies. So that was that. And other presenting jobs, Candid Camera, Sunday Night at the London Palladium. But the big thing that he did was The Golden Shot. And he was very good at it. But he didn't... They didn't take to him. And it was very interesting because he was known for ad-libbing. He was a great favourite. His final stand-up show, I think, was at the Albany Comedy Club, I think in about, I don't know, 2003 or something like that, which was only a few months before his death. The show was broadcast by the BBC. Among the audience were a number of British comics who'd been invited by him, including Rhys Shearsmith, John Culshaw, of course, David Walliams, Fiona Allen and Mark Steele. They also included a rare public appearance of Mike Yarwood, who was Bob Monkhouse's friend. And what did Bob Monkhouse have that not many other people did? He had a machine that could record television programmes before they were commercially available. He had a professional machine. So when they went through his stuff, they discovered he had all sorts of television programmes, which normally would have been lost. But because of him, that was it. He had all of that stuff. Terribly clever man. And I remember talking to him. He enjoyed a bit of a bevy. And he did, because he brought in a little bag. I've told people before, he came in and he had a little paper bag with him and he opened it up. There was a bottle of whiskey, some mixes and a glass. Brought his own glass. And he proceeded, and he was the most entertaining person you could ever meet. Really, he was just one of those sort of greats in show business. And he, like Bruce Forsyth, really pioneered how people did game shows. He did quite a lot of them, and very well too. 6:50, morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Bob Monkhouse apparently was once a guest on Room 101, says Matt. He was, and you know why we know that? He was on the very first edition of Room 101. Seriously. Not a very tall man, but a great powerhouse. Apparently, absolutely hilarious. He was a quick thinking person. He did lots of game shows, but the story of him on The Golden Shot was well worth repeating. Just check it out online. Check it out. Because it's such a good story, because they had a lot of trouble and he didn't want to play their game. He wanted to do it his way because he knew how it worked. They ended up bringing him back on it. But on Room 101, you can find all of these on YouTube. It's all up there. We used to love The Golden Shot. We really did. Do you know there were 3 presenters of Room 101? The first one was Nick Hancock, then it was Paul Merton, and then it was Frank Skinner. Because we were all going, where's Nick Hancock gone? Where's he gone to? We know where Paul Merton is, because he does his stand-ups, plus he does Have I Got News for You. He's very dry on that. He came on to a programme that we did on a boat in Little Venice once. We did an outside broadcast, and Paul Merton was one of the guests that we had down there. He was so sweet. In fact, he'd just come back into doing his live stand-up. He is quite a shy person. He was married to Caroline Quentin. I'm still trying to work out what Romeo Beckham, dressed up like a tennis player, is doing at Wimbledon. Is he just wandering around having his picture taken or something? They're a most peculiar family. And Gemma Collins embraces her inner Kim Kardashian. She looks like she's eaten Kim Kardashian, actually. As she poses for a Belfie, which is a bottom selfie. I don't know why, actually. It's a bit sad for an old woman of 38, who still thinks she's about 17, 18. Also, great white sharks have been seen off the coast of the United Kingdom. That's all we need, isn't it? All we need. And Stormzy swapped the Pyramid stage for Ibiza Rocks as he kicked off his annual #Murky Festival. See, I don't know anything about these things, all these festivals. Am I not playing? No, I'm not doing the Murky Festival. Yeah, I'm giving it a miss this year. I mean, he was partying with Dave, Krept and Conan, Lethal Bizzle, Fredo and WSTRN, all my close friends. It's funny, isn't it? We know exactly the same people in show business. Duran Duran are set to toast the moon next month. They're performing for NASA to mark the 50th anniversary of the first lunar landings. Good heavens above, how do they get themselves involved in that one? Louis Tomlinson has slammed TV series Euphoria for including a storyline about him and Harry Styles getting jiggy-jiggy. the former One Direction star, says, I can categorically say I was not contacted, nor did I approve it. They get very, very huffy, don't they, about things. I'm sorry, did you get a little bit of fun with no, I didn't. And then they get all sort of huffy about the whole. You just have to say, no, don't be so silly. That would be the answer. Over on Love Island... Anyway, other stories. Boris is thinking of scrapping the sugar tax. Maybe snacks and drinks will stop looking like it was made for the Lilliput export market and stop tasting like a chemistry experiment, says Jeff. Saw a guy yesterday wearing a high-vis jacket and camouflage trousers. Is that the epitome of indecision? I sat next to a bloke on the... Well, not opposite. I sat opposite a bloke on the train, and he was completely head to toe in high-vis. I mean, seriously, must have been sweating like a pig, I should imagine. Bob Monkhouse, says Peter, lived at Edgington, near Leighton Buzzard. Yes, I'd seen his house before. He had a severely handicapped son, didn't he? I'm pretty certain he did. But he had these films. He collected these films, and there was a big rumpus over them. Somebody came round, I think the police actually, and confiscated them, claiming that they'd been gotten by ill-gotten methods. And then he got them back again. But he was a cult on television. He really was. He did so many game shows. He was very good. He always looked good. I saw him once at the Palladium, and he was in casual clothing, and it was very easy to miss him. But when he put his dinner jacket on, like all those people, like the Bruce Forsyths, like the Water Rats, all the people down there, when they go out, they dress up smartly. And I was watching the Wheel Tappers and Shunters Club the other day. It's on DVD, and it was very popular. It came from Manchester. It was a set, and they put a load of people in there, gave them booze, and Bernard Manning, who was this terrible comedian, but he had an embassy club, and it was all... He came up with racist, homophobia, whatever. But he remarkably had an excellent singing voice. I mean, he really was excellent. He looked so gross. And he would introduce the acts on this programme. They were doing jokes about... all sorts, which we can't even mention nowadays. How they got away with it, I'll never know. But they had all sorts of people there. All the big stars of the day were all appearing. But the funny thing was, when he used to say, we got this, these lads coming on now, they're going to be a big sensation in the pop world, and he'd introduce somebody, and you'd go, well, they never went the distance. They didn't last at all. And there were so many of them. Because I kept thinking, I wonder who this is. Is this going to be... The Beatles are going to turn up. It's well worth getting, actually. Well worth getting. Just in case you want to relive some of those happy little moments. Did you ever meet Warren Mitchell? Yep. Certainly did. You know what he was? He hated smoking. He hated smoking so much that we were in Hammersmith at the time, and he was my guest in the studio, and the union at the time had designated LBC as non-smoking, because believe it or not, in the early days you could smoke in the studio. It seems bizarre now when you can't smoke anywhere, but you could smoke in the studios. When we moved to Hammersmith, they said, well, there'll be one place we will designate as the smoking area, and that was my studio. So I would sometimes have 6 people. I'd be doing a show, there'd be 6 people crammed in there, all puffing away. Warren walked into the studio, went, cigarettes, and walked out. And we thought, oh, my God. In those days, we sort of worried about a guest walking out. So we immediately found air fresheners and sprayed it. He was so anti-smoking, to the point of walking out. Whereas Miriam Margley just wanted to show you her breasts all the time, which actually we didn't have a problem with at all. So I did meet him. Till Death Us Do Part was a very clever show. Very, very clever show. And he was a very interesting character, very interesting. Anne says, never mind about the free licences for the over 75s, including me. I think the BBC have a cheek charging anybody, as a majority of programmes are repeats. Have a nice day, as they say across the pond. Yes, I mean, there are a lot of repeats, but they will argue the toss, won't they? That you've got, so many television stations, so many, I mean, hardly watched by anybody, and radio stations. I mean, BBC Local Radio you could have scrapped years ago. You don't need it. Terrible waste of money. I mean, if they actually scrap that, then maybe the pensioners could get their free licences. But I've got this sneaking feeling that somebody in there is going, we're not giving them free licences, no chance. We'd rather see them bankrupt. Ian says, it was Dodge the Rabbit on the way into work today. Little so-and-sos are everywhere. I know. The worst thing is night time. If ever you see a rabbit sitting on the road and you've got your headlights on, turn them off very quickly. And then only briefly, obviously, and then it will get out of the way. But unfortunately, they're mesmerised by the lights. They just you've seen Watership Down. Over, as I say, in Love Island, it's a bunch of over-made-up people who are trying to get off with each other or not trying to get off with each other, trying to pretend they've got fake relationships, but pretending that they're real, sobbing, doing the usual kind of thing. And basically it's just like a little dating programme for sad, tragic people who can't find anybody. So they go on there. Of course, some of them are lying. Some of them are lying about whether or not they've actually got people on the outside. And so they then pretend to have a relationship with somebody so they can make some money. But once the tax man gets hold of them, that's the bit that makes me smile, actually, always. Steve, I think Louis Tomlinson is made for TV. Great for X Factor, and hope Simon has him back for this year's series. Good, intelligent lad. Oh, did you think so? I don't think he contributed anything to the X Factor at all. In fact, it was a bit embarrassing, really. They were just an assembled group. I thought he was quite a pleasant person, but have we not had enough of X Factor, Britain's Got Talent, all that kind of stuff? It's the same old, same old. You know, for the first few weeks you can have a few people who are missing a brain cell, and they're going to turn up and go, yeah, I sing. And then you suddenly realise that they can't sing. They go, what's the dream? So they spend ages wasting time. Whereas, in fact, if it was actually a proper programme, they'd have weeded all those people out ages ago. Even before they got to the television. You wouldn't have to put up with the stupid Chawner sisters, you know, and the rude people on there who sort of... I think one of the Chawner sisters said to... What did they say to... It might have been to Amanda Holden. Who are you? Said this fat bird standing on the stage. Ghastly bit of baggage. Really, they couldn't sing, they couldn't do anything. They were totally talentless. And then they were rude to the panel. Who are you? What do you know about it? I thought, a lot more than you do, love. A lot more than you do. But, of course, they don't like hearing the truth, which is a shame. Trolls have hijacked an Adidas UK advertising gimmick to tweet pictures of the new Arsenal strip. Nobody told me about this. Bearing vile slogans. You know, there's something the matter with trolls, isn't there? We know that they're a bit simple. We know that they're generally a bit lonely. They like the people who do the spray painting everywhere. Richmond Station is the worst I've ever seen. As fast as they actually cover it all over, they're back again. I think put dogs out there at night, make it far more entertaining for us. Mark says, thank you, Steve, for giving me a laugh on my way to work. Helped me through a tough time. Don't talk to me about tough times. I know about tough times. Steve met Bob Monkhouse at a radio do in Bournemouth, then went to his show, says Steph, and went to his show. I've never seen anyone work an audience like him, all 2,000 of them. Held them in his hand. Brilliant. Thank you, Steph, very much indeed. And greetings from Scotland. No, not from Scotland, from Sardinia, if you please. Stephen Chelsea says, I believe Duran Duran are involved with NASA for the Apollo 50th because they did an album called Astronaut. Really? Goes to prove I probably don't know enough about Duran, as we used to call them in those happy halcyon days. I went to see them I interviewed them when they were in Vienna once, and I went to see them I've never been to a concert. I've been to a few concerts. I went to a Blue concert once. Unfortunately, somebody spiked my drinks, and I spent most of the time face down on the floor, which was very embarrassing. And Shane says, didn't Warren Mitchell live out here in Sydney? I don't know, actually. I really don't know. But I'm sure if he did, he would be as entertaining as he was in this country. 25 minutes to 7. Nick Ferrari with you at 7 o'clock for breakfast on LBC. And this morning, as both Boris Johnson and Jeremy Hunt refine their respective plans for tackling the backstop whilst on the campaign train in Belfast, Nicola asked, do you have confidence in either man to avoid a hard border in Ireland? That's as Mr Hunt issues a warning of serious consequences to China if it were to breach a historic pact preserving freedoms in Hong Kong. And Mr Johnson pledges an end to sin taxes on unhealthy foods. You can have your say. And you'll hear reaction to the BBC's swelling wage bill for its on-air talent and to the latest stunt by the environmental campaign group Extinction Rebellion. What is their latest stunt? Have they got something coming up? Oh, dear. Not going to paralyse London, is it? The Royal Albert Hall. What are they going to do there? They're going to just sort of stand round it holding hands or something, are they? Or they're protesting because of its... Oh, the BP fund. Oh, right, that one. Oh, is that still going on? I can't believe they're still going on this time. Actually, at least it's up in Kensington Gore. It doesn't affect us down here. Royal Opera House. Oh, right, not... Sorry, everybody at the Albert Hall going, what? It's the Royal Opera House. It's the BP sponsorship. So they're going to stage a die-in. What's a die-in? Is that where they all lie down in the road or something? I don't know what a die-in is. It does look a little bit peculiar. There they are. They will simulate being dead. So this is to disrupt the arrival on Tuesday. So that was that yesterday? Have they done it, or are they coming up? It says from 6 p.m. Tuesday. Perhaps they're still there. Perhaps they're obviously enjoying it or something. I don't know. I'm sure I've heard of a die-in before. And they're also holding various things. There's some people down in Knightsbridge, who seem to have taken over sort of a bit of the pavement. And that was all a little bit peculiar. You never know what people are protesting about. Oh, well, that's right. Oh, this is the die-in. Don't they have jobs, these people? Do they not have jobs? Do they work? Are they on benefits? How does it work? You know, can we all join in? Steve, you ever tried spatchcock poussin with sea salt? No, absolutely not. And Kate, still boiling in Antibes, says, I've just given up on this TV tripe now on Saturdays. I just open wine and read a flipping book. So much easier. Mike in Kings Langley, do you ever meet or know much about Marty Feldman? I know loads about Marty Feldman because Barry Took was his writing partner. And Barry Took used to feature a lot. He used to do the BBC's Points of View. And he was lovely. He was a very good writer. He used to write a lot of stuff for Round the Horn, if you remember things like that. Dallas says one of the reasons The Golden Shot was so popular was it went out on a Sunday afternoon. Back then, there was sweet nothing to watch at that time. Oh, it was great. Bernie the Bolt. And then he put this thing in, we'd all sit there. Oh, it was fantastic. And then one of them, do you remember that story about they were there? And what they would do is you would sit there watching on your television and on the phone, and you'd be going left, and all you'd be seeing was a little round dot, and you had to line it up with a thread. And if you hit it and the thread broke, you got something like 250 quid, which was considered a fortune in those days. And this one was going, OK, and we're coming. So now it's Sybil. Sybil, are you there? Yes, I'm here. OK, off you go, love. You've got 30 seconds from now, whatever it is. And she was going left, 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 left. He said, look, what are you watching? It turns out she was in a phone box outside Radio Rental. She was watching it on the televisions in the window. And, of course, she kept moving across all the different televisions. Great show. Lots of different people. Charlie Williams did it. Very good. A lot of flour. Norman Vaughan did it as well. He was very good. We liked all that. And Bob Monkhouse, he was classic. I thought he was absolutely classic presenter. I miss Big Brother, says Ron, but only because I used to really enjoy the way you used to give us your opinions on housemates' antics. I know, but at least you knew roughly who they were. Unfortunately, on Love Island, you don't know who any of these people are because they're nobodies. You know, you can hardly go into your local pharmacist and go, oh, hello, were you on the television? Briefly. Steve, you do know the BBC never gave anyone a free licence. Excuse me. The government were paying for them. Now they've decided to stop. It's really far more to do with the Conservatives than the BBC. No, the BBC could easily give these licences. I know loads of people who get free licences from the BBC. Loads of people do. What do you think? All the programme... They don't pay for their licences. The programme people. They get it all for free. So it's got nothing to do with the Conservatives. Absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. Parents hooked on telephones. I bet you today there'll be some programme on the television discussing this one. And this is parents who've now been urged to put down their phones and talk to their children face to face. It's interesting, there was a picture of Arj. Remember Arj? The one who doesn't really do anything but has a slight little problem. And one of the Elliot family, I don't know, is another Elliot or something, I don't know, is a Wright family member or something. And they say they were both sitting out the other day. But obviously conversation had ground to a halt because they're both on their telephones. Both on their telephones. Obviously the conversation was so dull and boring they couldn't even be bothered to talk to each other. But now the Education Secretary, Damien Hines, has launched a new campaign to get mums and dads reading and talking to their youngsters. Well, you've got to get them off the phone first. It's not the adults on the phone, it's the kids on the phone. Oh, so would you like to put your phone down? No. Put it down? No. And that's as far as it goes. It doesn't go any further than that. So it's not parents hooked on the phone, it's the kids. Apparently almost a third of parents, 29%, spend under 2 hours outside with their kids each week. They don't do that, mostly because most of the parents are working. You watch Loose Women will do that one today. That's got them written all over it because they've all got children, haven't they? Most of them have got children. They'll be going, oh, gosh, my children don't do this, my children don't do that. So you can only hear it from their perspective. But still interesting because parents don't talk to them. You know, it's a case of how do you keep the little kiddies quiet? Give them a telephone. They'll be quiet for ages. They learn, you know, much, much easier. I like the guy in the paper today. You might like him as well. This is... Wait a minute. I can't tell you the person. But this is an office worker from Stafford who bought a book along with 3 or 4 others to read on holiday about 20 years ago. And what he bought was just one of 500 original copies of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Published in 1997, it was bought at a tabletop sale before being put in a cupboard for nearly 20 years. He paid, or this unnamed person, paid £1 for it. Because it's a first edition, this could go between £20,000 and £30,000. People will pay £20,000 to £30,000, if not more. If there's two people bidding, it can go any way. It really can. So it only goes to prove. I knew somebody who was a theatre critic, and he used to buy first editions. And if he could, he'd get them signed. So when he decided to retire, he had more than £1 million wrapped up in these books. Seriously. Absolutely amazing. Have you noticed that the Extinction Rebellion rent a mob only have a protest demonstration when the sun is shining, says Roy. Oh, never see them out in the rain. Well, that would keep them down. I'm sure that they would still lie there, even in the rain. Well, I'm just saying that. I don't know that for a fact. Alan says, on my car, I have beep beeps with a camera. And I must say, very useful, as I'm at the moment staying at a hotel in Derby. The car park's at the rear of the building, down a slope. From the top of the slope, the road completely disappeared. Camera came in very useful, as it gave me a view. Alf Garnett said in his one-man show that tobacco tax is keeping the NHS. It is. It is. That and diabetes, I think. Poor old diabetics, honestly. I say poor old diabetics, referring to myself. And did you know that one of the girls who placed the bolt for Bernie was Chesney Hawkes' mother, says Mark? Really? Oh, because you know that because you've been with Chesney Hawkes recently, haven't you? Really? I thought it was Bernie who did it, Bernie the Bolt. That's why they called him Bernie the Bolt. I did used to watch the programme, though. I can't remember it. All I just remember is at the end of it, you had to cut this golden thread to win this 250 quid, which, of course, was a fortune. Mind you, even cheaper was Mr. and Mrs. with Derek Beatty. Oh, be nice to each other. I mean, I saw somebody fiddling that show once, and it was almost like the Coughing Major. It was not unsimilar, and they managed to get... I think you could win a carriage clock from the lovely Susan Cuff, or failing that, you got 50 quid. A fortune! People used to go on television quizzes for a couple of quid. It's all changed, isn't it, really? All changed. A friend of mine, Paul, used to work for LBC in the early days. And it's funny because he printed his early contract to say, we'd like to offer you this job, and it pays 2,000, was it 2,200 or 2,400 a year? And I remember thinking, I joined a few years later and I got 8,900 as a presenter. I think he was working as a technical person. Coming up to 6:45. So still to come. Oh, that student. I mean, I think they'll talk about this today, but I don't know how they'll get round it. The student who's quit the PhD course, and she doesn't want to benefit from white privilege. She might even turn... No, I don't think it's something This Morning would do. I don't think she's interesting enough for them. I don't think so, anyway. But they might talk about giving addicts... No, they won't do that. It's too heavy for them. Addicts giving free heroin. And I wonder, really... whether or not they'll talk... They might talk about these fertility drips. 250 quid, which are totally pointless, so they've pulled them. And antibiotics making you more likely to die from flu. But apart from that, what else are we going to get in the papers? The risky tumble dryers they might like. And I suppose Tracy Emin they could talk because it's her birthday today. Tracy, Callum's neighbour. That's right. Probably best of chums, I should imagine. Callum would phone her up and go, Trace, cup of tea, round in 2 minutes. It's great. 15 minutes to 7. 15 minutes? What am I talking about? 14 minutes to 7. 10 to 7. Steve, who was the well-known blonde that used to load the bolt on the Golden Shot? What became of her? Her name was Anne Aston. Is Anne Aston. She's 71 now, and she became famous in the 1960s and early 70s. Grew up in West Brom, supporter and season ticket holder of West Bromwich Albion. She featured in The Golden Shot, of course, and she was bubbly Anne Aston. And she also featured in the film with Frankie Howard, which many of you might have seen, Up the Chastity Belt. Up the Chastity Belt. But, yes, she was the bubbly blonde. 71 she is now. Still going strong, which is quite nice. Steve... I don't know, I've just lost this one. Let me just quickly move this one quickly before I just do the front pages for you. And you know exactly what we're talking about. 12 years ago, says John, I went to see Frank Carson do a turn at our local club. After the show, he stayed behind having drinks and chatting. Lovely man, genuine old school. Oh, yes, it was the drinks that kept people there, actually. The other presenter of Mr. and Mrs., says Mark. Other presenter of Mr. and Mrs. I only remember Derek Beatty. I can't remember anybody else. The host of Mr. and Mrs., who was the host of Mr. and Mrs.? And he wore a monocle. Who on earth would that have been, actually? Mr. and Mrs. I mean, I think Derek Beatty hosted the version, produced... Norman Vaughan did host a version, but it was made by Anglia, and then it aired on UK Living and regionally, hosted by Nino Ferretto. I used to work with Nino Ferretto for ages and ages ago, and Schofield was very good. That was the All-Star Mr. and Mrs. Originally with Fern Britton, and then Philip took it over, as indeed he does do with things. But so, in other words, it could have been Norman Vaughan and Derek Beatty. See, Norman Vaughan hosted the one, say, made by Anglia. Derek Beatty did the one by Border Television, and it's been made in various things. I mean, to be honest with you, I think it's kind of run its course. I think so. Well, that's what I thought. Steve, I hope Mark, who texted earlier, gets through his challenging time soon. It will pass. You made me laugh when referring to the GC looking like she'd eaten Kim Kardashian. Yeah, I mean, seriously, I don't know. I mean, to be honest with you, I haven't heard from her for ages, and I was hoping that was going to be it for the rest of her career. Derek Beatty lived in Florida. Well, he moved to Florida. The Bolt told a friend of mine they used to load a blank bolt in the crossbow if they didn't want to give the prize money away. 1 week... Oh, I don't think they'd ever be allowed to do that. It was very strictly governed. You might be right, but it was very strictly governed. They couldn't do anything like that at all. They'd never be able to cheat on it if they didn't want to give the money away. If they didn't want to give the money away, don't give the money away. Much easier. Much easier. Oh, there we go. I finally got the thing. This is my friend Paul. 1st of July 1974, and his salary was $2,100 with LBC. £2,100 per annum payable monthly. And he joined 74, I joined 79. So 8,900. Very exciting, isn't it? Very exciting. Also born on this day, but died, I'm afraid, a few years back. 1940 to 2012, Fontella Bass. Big hit single, come on. Rescue Me. Thank you. Very popular. Chris Lowry says, I think Julian Clary did it too. What, Mr. and Mrs.? Do you think? Did Julian Clary do Mr. and Mrs.? Oh, he did as well. Everybody's done it. The only person who's not done it is Chris and Steve over in Spain. And I wasn't available at the time, so I couldn't do it. But Nino Ferretto. That's interesting. I wonder where he's working now. I've not seen Nino Ferretto. I worked with Nino Ferretto at UBN, United Biscuits Network, which was the sort of the training ground for lots of That's where Dale came from. Well, I said what he came from. He didn't. He came from Hatch End. But, I mean, he used to feature on there as well. Also, George Sanders, born on this day in 1906, died 1972. He was the Russian-born British actor who voiced Shere Khan in The Jungle Book. He was the third of actress Zsa Zsa Gabor's 9 husbands. 9 husbands. I mean, can you believe it? I didn't know anybody had ever married 9 times. Alan Taylor hosted Mr. and Mrs. too, says Michael Dennis, the Black Cab poet. There's a nobody who didn't do Mr. and Mrs. Have you ever done it, Henry? Henry's never done it? No. You could do the next one. We could perhaps do a double, actually. Sorry? You and Callum. The Croydon version. Here comes the Croydon version with Callum. Yeah. Callum, the Bolt. Yes, Steve. You can just see it, can't you? Very good. Callum and Tracy Emin together. With maybe eating pate or something like that. Front page of the Daily Mail, how Diana's wicked wit lit up the world. And she did. And she did. The raw agony, the lionesses crash out, which is, all right, we didn't do very well, but let's not over-egg the pudding, OK? Much easier to just go, let's onwards and upwards, but we don't sort of go, oh, it was a shame you missed out. We weren't good enough. The BBC's new kick in the teeth for the over 75s. Their salary bill hit 1.5 billion. I'm sure you could get them cheaper, although some of them actually are quite cheap. Keep rude and carry on, say the Daily Star. This is the new Carry On film boss. They haven't actually got any money in yet. They can't afford to make any of these films. And also, there's no... listen, Carry On Columbus died on its proverbial. We don't want any more disasters, thank you. The public are not going to go to a cinema to watch a Carry On film now. They've got them all on DVD. And they'll watch all the original ones, but I don't want to see a remake. Sorry. British Broadcasting's cover-up, say the Sun, accused of covering up sky-high payments to its top stars. It's a complicated way of paying people and then putting it through their companies. But I thought lots of self-employed people had companies, and they pay their tax accordingly. Even my accountant said to me the other day, he said, oh, we've got to do this ludicrous new thing for doing tax. But anyway, I'm sure we'll get round to it. It's all to do with the VAT. It was so much simpler before, but you know what the Inland Revenue like? They like to sort of confuse people. It's a way of sort of selling new software, I think. Daily Express, The cystic fibrosis scandal. The mum begs the health secretary to sort the drugs deal to save her life. If I die, will you say sorry to my baby boy? Of course, highly unlikely is the answer coming back. TV licence fury as the BBC pay bill soars. BBC stars hidden millions. They love these things. The sunbather's terror. This is a man lying in his garden and this bloke drops out of heaven. 3,500 feet he's dropped out. They don't know if he was dead when he dropped out or whether he died on the way down. It was minus 60 degrees. I'm surprised he lived at all. Well, he didn't, because when he hit the ground, but this bloke's been too frightened to go back to the house. This bloke landed 3 feet away. I mean, he could have landed on him, could have killed him as well. Blaze on spy submarine kills high-ranking Russian sailors. 14 died when a fire broke out on a top-secret deep-sea submarine that Putin said was carrying several high-ranking naval officers. You can find that story on the front of the Times this morning. TV licence sales down for the first time in a decade. Obesity tops smoking as the main cause for cancers. And Steph Houghton, the England captain, comforted by the manager Phil Neville after she missed a late penalty. See, we're not good. We need to up the ante a little bit. Nice effort, but we need to up the ante. Cruel end to England's World Cup dream. The BBC gives Stars £11 million pay rise as it cuts free TV licences. This is Daily Telegraph. Also, China lifts the blackout on the Hong Kong protests, and trendy dog food may not be so healthy. Pet owners who feed this trendy organic food could be doing them more harm than good. A host of grain-free pet foods have been linked to heart disease in animals, and vets are urging caution in choosing a product. There you go. Don't just go by what somebody else says, go by what the vets say. And The Guardian. And women break all male dominance at the top of the EU, and the Chancellor are ready to fight the no deal from the back benches. And heartbreak for England, defeated by USA in the semi-finals. And that, as they say, is it for your early breakfast this morning. We'll do it again tomorrow morning. So I look forward to your company from 4. If you go to the LBC website, you can find out all the details on how to podcast. It won't cost you anything at all. And just before I go, let me tell you what's coming up on the free podcast today. On the little bit extra, it's quite a bit extra actually, Gemma Collins showcases her very peachy posterior with a sizzling snap as she celebrates reaching 1.4 million followers on Instagram. Billy for Ears, one of those dreadful for Ears sisters, slams rude Philip Schofield. This happened ages ago when he dared to ask how much her Maldives wedding cost. She thought it was rude. Katie Price misses the screening of her show My Crazy Life. She's fallen sicky poos.